Get the provisions to the storehouse, quickly! After that, I want you to sort them into perishables and non-perishables, and give the perishables to the children and elderly. Non-combatants, boil some water and prepare to treat the wounded. I want the wounded in a single-file line.
I'm afraid I get a bit queasy at the sight of blood, so I think I'll go repair my golems instead. I will also have some of my golems keep watch. I believe it would be best for all the Yaga to get some rest now.
Thank you, Avisbron. I appreciate that.
Think nothing of it. I must say, though, it is rather odd hearing you thank me.
What do you mean?
It's nothing. Let's just say I sensed fate at work.
I do not understand that man.
I'm hungry.
Don't worry, I'll have some meat for you in no time. That'll make you feel better.
Patchy.
Master.
What are you muttering about? He ran away and we didn't go after him. That's all there is to it. Besides, any mage worth their salt should be used to betrayal. Don't be sad about that mutt running away. Be sad you've lost your guide in this land and how hard it'll be to replace him.
Yeah, but I don't think it's really that Gudao is sad necessarily. I think he's just trying to understand why he left more than anything.
I imagine he had his reasons, and of course we owe him a debt for involving him in all this to begin with. We will just have to hope that he is all right. There is nothing else we can do for him right now. Now, what say we switch gears, Mr. Gudao? It seems you have finished unloading the food. Perhaps you should inform Miss Adelanti.
All the food's put away.
Good. Thank you, Gudao. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your help. If it weren't for you and Avisbron, the rebel army would have been wiped out today. Or barring that, we may have ended up massacring those townspeople, and we could never have hoped to atone for such a sin. Thankfully, our own losses were minimal. At least, that is what I will tell myself to keep despair at bay. At any rate, I am sorry to ask this of you so soon after getting back, but I have another mission. We learned something in our intelligence gathering for this operation. It did not pertain to the operation, but it is nonetheless very important. It concerns the town of Yagatula. Do you remember what I told you before about the soldiers who came to join us and soon ended up leaving again? I'm told that they made their way into Yagatula, ingratiated themselves with the local authorities, and now essentially run the town as their own. Although they've been careful not to do anything that would incur Ivan the Terrible's wrath. Unfortunately, it would seem the Imperial Court's mage, priest, or some such caught wind of those Yaga. We have word that the Oprichniki and a servant have been sent to deal with them, which has thrown the whole town into chaos. But this also puts one of our enemy's stronger operatives alone and unguarded in the field, not counting the Oprichniki, of course. This represents an excellent opportunity to eliminate the servant. Unfortunately, Yagatula is too far away to send a large force without it being obvious. I am certain one of Avisbron's golems could cross that distance in no time. But if he goes with you, I'm afraid that would leave the golems here inoperable.
In that case, I will set them to obey your commands, Atalanti. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle complex instructions, but you should have no trouble telling them who to attack or what to carry.
That would be more than sufficient. The rebel army should not be going anywhere for the time being. We will remain here to tend to our injured and continue our training.
By the way, about Patchy.
Yes, I heard the report. That sort of thing happens all the time. Though it may have been a poor choice on his part to run away in Yaga Smolensk, of all places. I only hope the Oprichniki have not killed him.
Anyway, I'll head off to Yagatula.
With all the traveling you are doing, you will soon know this land just as well as any Yaga.
Well, since you look to be going against another servant, I reckon I'll tag along. Atalante, you got any notion of who this servant may be?
Yes. It seems he has not been at all shy about announcing his name. He is called Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
Huh?
Amadeus.
Damn it. What is that thing? I'd rather fight the Oprichniki any day of the week.
Fear me. My shriek shall shatter your eardrums, and my claws shall slice the very darkness itself. I shall execute you all and see that your sins are punished. There is no refuge for evil in this world. Another wrong made right. It is unclear whether there is meaning to this justice, but as I am a servant, this is how things must be. Repent for your misdeeds and rest in peace. In this Lostbelt, death is the closest you will come to salvation.
There he is! It's the servant! Come on, shoot him! Quickly! Damn it, he's gone! Where is he? Where'd he go?
Maybe if we follow his...
What do you imagine that will accomplish?
Ah!
Your Yaga certainly are resilient. Even I cannot kill you unless I cut off your heads. I caught one.
Damn it, let me go!
Do not fret, I will, just as soon as you tell me what I need to know. Are you part of the rebel army?
Hell no, we're not. Don't go lumping us in with those sissies.
As you are the ones who have ended up captured, I have to believe that they are the more capable bunch.
Shut up! Hand over your food! If we don't eat, we're gonna starve to death! Gah!
Tell me, have you ever heard anyone play the piano?
Huh? Piano? What's that?
Put him out of his misery, Oprichniki. Those of his profession do not deserve such a grand reward.
Hey, stop that! Get away from...
Why is there no music to be found here? Why does no one even attempt to open their mind and lend an ear to the arts, to the poetry of sound, to the whispers of the heavens? I suppose everyone who lives in this chilling hellscape is far too preoccupied with survival to appreciate the finer things in life.
What are your orders?
Are there any bandits still alive?
Yes, one.
Torture him as you desire, then release him.
Release an enemy of the Tsar.
You heard me. Release him, and he shall make his way to those with power. He will run to the rebel army for help and thus lead us right to them. I would ask why you couldn't think of something so simple, but I suppose that would be too much to expect of denizens of dreams such as yourselves. Nonetheless, I know of what I speak when I say that letting this one go will help us eliminate the Tsar's enemies. Resist the urge to slaughter him now. This blizzard batters my cranium. Why am I here? What purpose am I meant to serve?
Okay, see you later.
Right, be careful. Oh, while you're out there, I would appreciate it if you could also deliver our manifesto to the villages you find along the way. Could I ask that of you? The sooner we have enough power to attack the capital, the sooner we can be free of the Tsar's tyranny. At the moment, though, we still have a great deal to do before we are able to free this world.
Hey, guess we won't be seeing you around for a while. You guys really saved our Krishot bacon back there.
Bye-bye, Mr. Weakling.
Hey, don't be rude to Gudao.
But he's human, right? Aren't humans weak? I heard that's why they all died out a long time ago. So I'm real surprised to see some now.
Don't be stupid. These humans are here because they're strong. So strong, they'll kill you if you keep mouthing off to them like that.
Okay, sorry.
Don't worry, we're not going to kill you.
Yay, thank you. See you later. Bring me back a souvenir.
I don't know if there'll be any souvenirs, but I'll try.
I finished making adjustments to your golem, Master. Thankfully, the blizzard is rather mild today, at least by this world's standards. I believe it would be best to take advantage of that and make as much progress as you can.
And then there are the manifestos Adelante asked you to deliver. Please make sure you're well prepared before you head out, Master. Don't forget to check your Arctic Mystic code.
Indeed. This cold is so severe that any slit in your mystic code could quickly lead to frostbite and necrosis on the affected body part. Even with your magecraft protection, I do hope you will be careful out there, Master.
All right, I'm heading out.
My goal was always to unite all the servants summoned to this land and overthrow Ivan the Terrible, alongside the rebel army. And now, thanks to the Master of Chaldea, that goal actually seems attainable rather than a pipe dream. My head is killing me. I suppose even servants cannot always get what they want. When my pipe dream becomes reality, I wonder if I will wake from this dream too.
Let me go, damn it!
So you are a survivor from the rebel army. Unfortunately, you were the only one I was able to capture. The Oprichniki have a terrible time exercising control at times like this, you see. In that sense, you should count yourself lucky. I hope you understand that much.
Just so you know, I'm only a new recruit. I don't remember anything.
I see. So you lack confidence in your memory, eh? I appreciate you telling me that before we begin. Your kind are quite durable indeed. We could be out here all day if we take things one question at a time.
What was that?
I said you Yaga have a high tolerance for pain, thanks to your dull sense of it. All the more so if you're prepared to give up your lives. In my experience, you cannot make a Yaga talk whether you rip out his claws, break his limbs, or even toss him in a dark hole for a month. The Oprichnike's methods of torture only ever end up killing you. It's a tremendous waste of time.
Is that so? If you're gonna kill me, then kill me already.
I can't do that, my young Yaga. As you can see, I'm a man of the cloth, here to spread God's word. I would like to avoid taking life unless strictly necessary. Besides, I have something else in mind. There's a test of sorts I've been meaning to try out. Oprichniki, we will be taking this Yaga with us. Do be careful with him.
Yes, sir.
What are you planning to make me do?
I believe you said you lacked confidence in your memories. Then you have cause to rejoice. I'm going to give you the shock of a lifetime.
Sorry, we're back online. I'm afraid our transmission is cutting in and out. It might be because of how fast you're moving.
Can't you track Master even without communicating with him?
Yes, of course. I'm monitoring him right now.
Perhaps we should slow down for a while and take a moment to make a report. Why don't we take a break, or even set up camp for the night?
Well, that sounds like a fine idea. I confess, I'm about ridden down.
What do you think, Master? You must be tired as well, no?
You bet I am. Woohoo, break time.
Right. Okay, everyone. Please start getting ready to make camp.
Incidentally, I believe we should begin by eliminating the nearby demonic beasts and securing the area. We certainly wouldn't want them attacking us while we are asleep.
All right then, it's hunting time.
Are you all right, Master? You're not too cold, are you?
I'm fine, thanks to the wall of golems.
Seems you can make golems out of just about anything, huh, Avispron? Stones, trees, metal. You can just use all kinds of stuff, can't you?
You are correct for the most part.
Well, there's no shortage of snow around here. Could you make a golem out of that?
Snow golems, eh? Leaving aside what to use as a core, I imagine it would be rather difficult to accumulate and maintain the material. Although, they would have an advantage in that they would be difficult to physically destroy, as they could always just reassemble themselves from all the snow around them. But no, it just wouldn't work. No matter how I run the numbers, the average core just would not be capable of accumulating sufficient quantities of snow. Using more valuable materials for the core would only result in golems that, while nigh impossible to destroy, are otherwise exceptionally weak. What do you think, Master?
All this magecraft stuff's a little over my head.
Ah yes, I forgot that magecraft isn't your strong suit.
You really do love golems, don't you, Avispron?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I simply dislike humans.
Huh?
Say what?
Oh, I don't mean that I despise them. My apologies. I should have chosen my words more carefully. I only meant that I find interacting with humans troublesome and tend to avoid it as much as possible. That is just the sort of person I am.
So then, why are you okay talking like this?
Since becoming a servant, I realized the error of my ways, at least in part. So I decided I should continue to talk to others, no matter how reluctant I may be to do so.
Oh, if you find it unpleasant, we would be happy to keep quiet.
No, that would not do. That would not do at all, Mash. While it is fair to say that I do not like humans, I did try to save them to the best of my ability. I did so in life and I continue to do so in death, but I'm still not sure why, and that troubles me. Giants are supposed to be immortal. They must not be allowed to die. If they do, that will be my fault.
Avispron?
Apologies, I didn't mean to lose my composure. At any rate, I feel as though I'm very close to a breakthrough, and if I'm to find it, I need to continue talking with all of you. So don't worry how I feel about it. I want us to continue to talk freely amongst ourselves.
You know, I can't help thinking.
Yes?
You kind of just made it harder for us to talk freely.
That's true, you make an excellent point.
Maybe so, but I'm still glad you told us. I think it was very important that you did. Heroic spirits may exist to protect humanity, but that doesn't mean they all feel the same way about it. Some used to be human, some are descended from gods, some were never human at all.
But whoever they used to be, we're all allies now.
True. This may sound impertinent, but the fact is that we are indeed allies now. We are our own community.
That reminds me. Holmes, you around?
Yes, I'm here. What is it?
I'm just a mite curious about what's going on outside Russia right now. How's it looking out there?
I'm afraid we are not in a position to find that out just yet. There is an enormous storm wall that surrounds all of Russia, you see. That said, the paper moon did show us what Earth currently looks like when we emerged here. It's become a smooth, perfectly round planet. Not a single sign of nature exists to be found, to say nothing of civilization. There may be some slight variations in elevation, but there are no mountains surpassing 1,000 meters that we have seen. The only things remaining on this now empty world are 7 abnormal regions, each of roughly the same scale as this version of Russia. I'm afraid that's all we know right now.
Well, ain't that just perfect? Guess Russia ain't the only place that's changed more'n a bit. My memories are all still a blur, but there's one thing I know to a certainty. I'm damn sure the place I lived my life was a nice, easy-going world, where there weren't no trouble that couldn't be solved with a bullet.
Now then, before we continue on our way tomorrow, I believe we should stop at the nearby village and hand out the manifesto.
Go away, servants. Leave now and don't come back.
Oh, may I ask why? If you know that we are servants rather than humans, then why do you speak to us like that?
I know that you servants are inhuman monsters. That's why I want you to go away. If that still isn't enough for you, then go ahead and kill me first.
Are you that scared of Ivan the Terrible?
You lot see our neighbor village on that map of yours?
Yeah, I see it. Why do you ask?
Go there and you will see a sign of the Tsar's power. Then I'm sure you'll understand. So long as that reminder is there, we could never even dream of defying him.
Well, that was certainly not the warmest of welcomes. Nonetheless, I am curious about this sign of the Tsar. I suggest we head there now and see what we can learn from it.
Okay, let's do that.
Very well then. I wonder what we shall find.
I ain't too keen on sticking around this village any longer than we gotta. Let's get a move on.
What happened here?
Did an earthquake hit here? Maybe a twister?
How terrible. What a horrible disaster this must have been.
This is downright awful.
What is it? We can't see anything on our end.
Maybe the comms are acting up?
Very well, I'll try to fix them.
Are you trying to break our equipment, old man? Looking for an excuse to replace it or something? In case you somehow forgot, we can't just go buy a new one here. If you break it, I'm bringing a replacement from your quarters.
You dare talk to your commander like that? Mash! Use your demi-powers to give Munir the spanking of his life. Weakened or not, you are still a servant, aren't you? Then get in there and shatter his coccyx.
I'm sorry, Director, but I can't follow an order like that.
Why would you ever even think to do something like that?
Very well, if you would be so kind as to describe the scene for us. I should have no difficulty piecing together what happened.
I ain't rightly sure, Holmes. Not a lot to describe. Can't say much more than the place has been just about completely obliterated.
There are, of course, no survivors to be found.
Does it appear to have been burned to the ground?
What do you think, Billy?
Don't look that way, no. No scorch marks on what's left of the houses or anything like that. Besides, I got a feeling fire don't take well to the conditions around here. Don't see much burning.
True. Likely not the work of the Oprichniki either. They would have no need to destroy these homes. Tell me, Mr. Gudau, is there anything that strikes you about this scene? Anything at all?
I feel like I've seen this before.
Given that this is a scene of horrendous destruction, you have almost certainly seen its like on your travels to prevent the incineration of humanity. Why don't we briefly recall each of your destinations? Fuyuki, Orleans, Rome, Okeanos, London, America, Camelot. Camelot. Aha, now I see. Perhaps this puts you in mind of a holy selection crater?
You know, now you mention it, it does look like something crushed those houses from above. But it still somehow wasn't enough. So we got a crater here. Well, what are we dealing with here? Some kind of space rock or something else entirely?
Whatever the case, this is the power we face by opposing Ivan the Terrible. The Yaga here all died instantly, without even a moment to be frightened. No wonder that other village was so terrified. It would seem there is little to be gained by handing out the manifesto here.
Yeah, suppose we might as well just head straight for our destination then? Well, no time like the present. Let's go find out if this Mozart fella is the sort of monster we can beat, or the sort we can befriend. However the chips fall, my 6-shooter will help see us through.
Here we are. Gudao, would you mind pulling your hood lower to hide your face? One cannot be too careful after all.
I'll just go ahead and use my spirit form then.
It does seem lively here, despite the late hour. It would be much easier to acquire information if Patsy was still here with us. But since he isn't, the best we can hope to do is eavesdrop. Wait just a moment, please.
Oh, sure. May I ask why you're putting your hand up to the wall?
Why, to eavesdrop, of course.
The Tsars! Long live the Tsar!
The Oprichniki killed.
Not enough demonic beast leather.
There's a monster. I've been hearing strange sounds lately.
Speaking of sounds, the Tsar. Not joking. He said he saw an old-fashioned human with his own eyes.
Ah, here we are.
Said they were at the old church. You know, the one up north? If we beat them, we've still got a shot at winning. Don't be stupid. Even if that's true, we're talking about someone the Oprichniki take orders from. We can't possibly beat someone like that. Nothing good can come from defying the Tsar. Don't give me that crap now! I'm sick of the damn Tsar! He pawns everything off on the Oprichniki, and when he goes out on his own, all he does is wipe another village or town off the map. And when he's not doing that, he doesn't even try to help us. We're the ones who built this city. The Tsar didn't do shit. Yeah, but so what? You know how strong the Tsar is. That's what it all comes down to in the end. We know that in our bones. There's not a single thing we can do in the face of such monstrous power. The only hope we've got is that he doesn't wake up. As long as he stays asleep, we can manage to get by. Damn the Oprichniki! They're nothing but the Tsar's dogs! Do we have no choice but to kowtow to them?
There we go. I just learned that a mysterious servant is supposedly staying at an old church.
That's amazing.
All I did was apply my golem spell in a different manner. In truth, the technique does not lend itself very well to finding specific information. It was simply good fortune that I happened to find what we sought. That alone demonstrates how many Yaga are talking about this. In any case, shall we pay this church a visit?
So this is the church. I don't detect any movement around there.
Indeed. Nor do I see anything out of place that a servant might have left behind.
Same here. It just looks like an ordinary neglected church.
What do you think, Holmes? I imagine a detective of your caliber may find something we cannot.
Well, it's a bit difficult to get a clear picture over the monitor, but... yes, I do see signs that a servant was here. It seems the servant in question used this church as a base of operations. I believe this place served a similar function to a caster's workshop. He must have felt very much at home.
Well, ain't that something? You really are a great detective.
That was my analysis at work, thank you very much. All Holmes did was look at the summary.
Come on, Holmes, you're better than that.
Rat, I've been found out. I suppose I got a bit carried away. I'm afraid I've been under a great deal of stress lately since I haven't been able to make many biting deductions. Ha ha ha, I do apologize.
That's rich coming from you, Detective Happy-Go-Lucky, as if you've ever had a stressful day in your life.
You wound me, Gordolf. There are some mysteries that simply cannot be solved. That alone is a great source of stress for me.
Very well then, if the servant is staying here, why don't we wait for him to return?
I agree with Avisbron, Master. It must have been exhausting, coming all this way in only 2 days. This seems like a good opportunity to rest up, and I urge you to take it.
These benches may not make for the most comfortable of beds, but I suspect they will be considerably better than simply sitting down.
Good point, and it is nice and warm in here.
Then, by all means, get as much rest as you can.
No way, you really have no idea? Never mind their magecraft alignments, you don't even know their names? You're kidding! I didn't know you were so cold-hearted, Gudao. In that case, you really can't blame them if they wake up pissed off at you, can you? After all, you stole everything from them. Their jobs, their purpose, even their place at Chaldea.
Come now, you really don't know. All the miracles you performed are about to be destroyed at the hands of the very paragon of mediocrity.
Master! Are you all right, Master? You looked like you were having a nightmare.
I'm fine, it's nothing.
Thank goodness. For a moment, I was afraid one of your dreams had taken you to another world again.
Has that really happened before?
Yes, several times, at any rate. Avisbron.
I know, he's here.
Well then, time to answer that age-old question. To pull the trigger, or not to pull the trigger?
Is it the servant?
Yes, it is. The servant we believe to be Amadeus is standing in front of the church. He appears to be keeping his magical energy restrained. But he's also not moving from his position.
Guess he's calling us out.
What will you do, Master?
Let's go out and try talking to him first.
Understood. Watch out, above you.
Well, that was a rather rude way to introduce oneself.
Is that Amadeus?
Well, here I am waiting for more filthy rebel soldiers to show up, and who should I meet but the Chaldeans? There is no place for you in this Lostbelt, Chaldeans. Your only escape now is death at my hands.
Lostbelt, is that what he just said? Aha, that's it. And if this land's textures have been overwritten, that would make this a belt. Ah, this is the final piece of the puzzle I needed to complete my hypothesis.
Woo-wee, look at you, all duded up. That's some kind of suit, or would you call it armor? You telling me that's Amadeus?
I can't get a good reading on his spirit origin. He could be Amadeus, but he could also be someone else.
Regardless of who he is, the spirits seem to agree on one thing. He is very much a harbinger of death.
God's love is nowhere to be found here. There is only the hunt. As I am no longer human, I shall grant you the gift of death.
Snap out of it, Amadeus.
Don't you dare say that name.
Hey, don't take this the wrong way, but...
What is it?
Did you really kill him? I mean, I'm sure you didn't kill him directly. But come on, you know, there's all sorts of indirect ways to kill someone, right?
You think I killed him? Don't be stupid.
Right, of course. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
No, I really mean it. Don't be stupid, of course I killed him. Yes, I killed Amadeus myself. I am the one who requested the Requiem in D minor. It was I. I am the reason the great prodigy is dead. Preposterous, how fortunate I would be if only that were true. I couldn't kill him, I just couldn't. Not because we were good friends or even acquaintances, but because I couldn't bring myself to snuff out the life of one with such God-given talent. That is who Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was. And yet, the world, myself included, cannot but seek someone to blame for the death of one such as he. So we told ourselves that some fool must have driven him to the depths of hell, all because they envied his divine symphonies. And all so that we could avoid facing the most hellish truth ourselves, that even a composer of his incredible talent could die as easily as anyone else. That is how I was remade. Yes, remade. But that's okay. That's how it should be. I loved him. I envied him. I yearned for him. I respected him, admired him, looked up to him. So, to bear the honor of being the one to kill that great prodigy, I could ask no greater gift of God. Still, that said, I feel like he once told me something much more important.
Please, just listen to me.
There is nothing for us to discuss.
Gotcha, you masked bastard.
Damn it!
It's not him. That's not Amadeus at all. He doesn't look anything like him, and his spirit origin is different. Not even being an altar could explain this much difference. Who are you, really?
I'm not Amadeus, damn it. I'm not Amadeus.
Sir Gudao, look out, it's an ambush.
You guys must be working with old-fashioned radar. That explains why it was so easy to sneak up on you.
That voice.
Stand by, Oprichniki. This is the one I've been waiting for. Looks like the court musician isn't doing so hot. Well, that's okay. I wasn't gonna need him much longer anyway. Goodbye, Salieri.
Salieri? So that was Antonio Salieri.
Kadok? Is that you?
Mash Kyrie Light? Oh, you're just on comms. Now then. I know it's kinda cliched, but some things just gotta be said, you know? We meet at last. Last master of humanity. My name's Kadok Zemlupus. I'm the crypter in charge of this Lostbelt.
Kadok, where have I heard that name before?
If I may, Senpai. Kadok Zemlupus is a member of Team A. He possesses an exemplary aptitude for ray shifting, and I believe...
Don't bother. I don't care if he remembers me or not. Besides, Wodaim already told you who we are. I'm one of the 7 crypters, and we helped bring about the end of the world. That should be enough for you.
Wait, please. Then, does that mean that you and Kirshtaria and everyone else on Team A are really...
You sure talk a lot more now, don't you? Back then, you just parroted whatever anyone told you. But that doesn't matter. Stay out of this, Kyrielite. You were nothing more than a tool to us. A device we planned to bring along to help us summon servants after we'd race shifted. We never cared about your opinions. You were just supposed to keep your mouth shut and help us out however we needed. So don't bother worrying about infringing on our rights or what we're like as people. We never bothered to do that for you after all.
That's not... No, that doesn't matter anymore. Now you're an enemy of Chaldea, aren't you, Caddick?
That's right. I'm glad you're not a complete idiot. That saves a lot of time. We've already made our declaration of war. Our goal is to grow our Lostbelts and bring about an end to proper human history. I guess we've already pretty much taken care of that last bit.
Lostbelt, is that what this singularity is called?
No. A singularity's just a single point in time. This is a belt. The point when everything changed in this world happened long ago, and now it has its own history. It sucks there's no more rock music anymore, but the demonic beast howls can get pretty close.
Why would you do this?
I don't have to tell you shit, but I guess we can talk a bit before I kill you. Tell me, Gudao, why didn't you die instead of us?
Huh?
Instead of you.
You heard me. There would have been way fewer losses that way. We all know what you achieved. Gotta admit, it freaking sucked to have that be one of the first things we heard about after we woke up. And now that we know, I can say this with total certainty. If it had been me, or even better, anyone else on Team A, especially Wodime, I bet there'd have been way fewer dead, and we wouldn't have taken a whole damn year either.
I just happen to be the only master left.
Exactly. You just happened to be there, so you just happened to get chosen. And thanks to that, a ton of people died in the incineration of humanity. Congratulations. You racked up the highest casualty count imaginable.
That's enough, Caddick. Remember, I'm Gudao's servant now. I'm not about to let you insult my master, no matter what the circumstance.
You can't fool me, Kyrie Light. Don't tell me the thought never crossed your mind. Everyone on Team A was chosen for a reason. Wodim, Ophelia, Pepe, David. Any one of them would have done a better job than Gudao there, and you know it.
You may be right, but there's no point in thinking about that now. The fact is, none of you were there. We all did the best we could under the circumstances. We didn't have time to even consider hypotheticals during the year it took us for the restoration of humanity. But I can tell you, there is one thing I'm certain of after what you've said, Caddick.
Oh, and what's that?
I would never have lived to see how things turned out if anyone from Team A had been the one to handle it. If it wasn't for Master Gudao, I wouldn't even be here right now.
Well, I guess you've got me there. Any one of us would have probably abandoned you without a second thought at some point.
So if you're in charge of Russia, Caddick, I take it the others are all in charge of these other Lostbelts?
That's right. Not that knowing that's gonna do you much good.
Why would you destroy the world?
We're not destroying the world. All we're destroying is proper human history. And again, we're all going to pit our Lostbelts against each other too. So I guess those will be going away as well. By the way, who are those servants you've got with you?
I do not feel any particular obligation to divulge my identity to a spoiled child of an enemy such as you.
Same here. Not that I expect I'm fooling anyone.
Well, whatever. It never hurts to be cautious, but I'll be getting rid of you all anyway. Oprichniki, kill them.
Master, the Oprichniki are about to attack. Please prepare for battle.
On it.
My, looks like I'll have to make another one.
A Kabbalist. Are you Solomon Ibn Gabbarol, aka Avis Braun, the Golem Master?
I suppose using so many golems does make it obvious, even with the mask. You are indeed correct.
I don't even need to bother asking about you. Well, I can't tell if you're Billy the Kid or Buffalo Bill, but that really doesn't much matter.
The hell it doesn't. I'm Billy. Ain't gonna tolerate being confused for no prairie lover.
Anyway, this works out nicely. You've got your servants and I've got mine. Let's find out which of them is stronger. Castor.
Oh no.
Was it worth coming out all this way then, Master?
I hate letting wild cards run around, so yeah, I feel a lot better now.
That's the woman who destroyed Chaldea. Then she was a servant who hails from this version of Russia. I knew it.
Avisbron seems like he would be rather useful.
So what, you want me to change out your contract? I mean, I could do that, but... All right. It might not be the easiest fight for you, but I'm sure you can pull this off.
Oh yes, that much is certain. Bow down before the glory of the Tsar, fiends of proper human history. My name is Anastasia. I am the daughter of this land's undying dynasty, now and forevermore.
I knew it! You're Grand Duchess Anastasia of the Romanov dynasty, but how is that possible? You're a tragic figure, not a valiant one. Nothing you did should have let you become a heroic spirit.
Yes, you're right. I have no barbaric tales of heroism to my name, nor any stories of royalty gone mad. But I do have V. I am a servant of this Lostbelt, and as such, I shall eliminate you all. Come, V, let's kill them together. Hear my command and obey. You are to become sculptures of snow and ice, writhing in agony in this world of permafrost for all eternity. V, let your gaze unfurl even more. Let your wicked eye expose the truth behind all things.
Mystic eyes. So that demonic beast is what's been turning my golems to dust in an instant.
How rude. V is no demonic beast. He's my most trusted elemental. He has been an ally to the Romanov dynasty for generations.
That doesn't make him any less of a monster. I suppose I was a bit late coming up with an anti-mystic eye strategy.
Anastasia, look out. Salieri's woken up.
Cursed dogs of the Tsar.
V.
Behold my noble phantasm! Our Lord in heaven, have pity on me. Dios Santísimo misericordia de mí.
V.
That this is...
It's going to hit us too.
It would seem Salieri's noble phantasm activates without regard for friend or foe. Unfortunately for him, it has also resulted in his defeat.
Oh my, you certainly startled me. I must be the only member of the Romanov dynasty who's ever been attacked from above by the court musician. Not that it matters now.
You. How dare you brainwash me and twist me into doing your dirty work?
You're nuts. I didn't twist you into anything. All I did was put you to work in an effective way. Anyway, I can't have you running around on your own anymore, no matter how weak you might be. Anastasia, crush his legs.
Got you. Golems activate. Mine hand is a spear of azure ice, chesed Sephiroth.
Did he just turn snow into golems? Anastasia.
Since when do masters go around shielding their servants?
It's no big deal, I just did it because I thought I could. And I was right. Neither of us is hurt, are we?
Very well then, I believe that is our cue to escape. I trust we will be taking him with us.
You read my mind.
I see, so this is what it means for one's master to rub off on you. I will have to bear this in mind for future reference.
Follow them.
Understood.
Would it be any consolation if I said we at least avoided the worst possible outcome?
I suppose. It would have been best if we could have crushed them here, but we didn't have the priest or enough Oprichniki to make it happen. If we can take them all together, so much the better. Besides, thanks to you, I got an idea.
What is it?
If it works, it might be just what we need to bring down the big mountain all at once.
I see. I thought a plan would take a little longer to come to fruition.
It all depends on how well we negotiate. If I can offer him something he wants, he's bound to give in. That's the sort of servant he is. All right then, let's start spreading the Tsar's glory to this part of the frontier. Oprichniki, this place was harboring traitorous rebels. I take it you know what to do.
Yes, everything shall burn. Everyone shall die.
That's right. You're all to crush this town with your own hands.
That must have been what they were like back when they were alive, too. Just like the ones who killed me.
Keep that to yourself, Anastasia, or you'll end up disrespecting the Tsar.
Master, don't you preach to me about disrespect.
Right. Sorry about that. Anyway, they should be done at the palace at this point.
That's true. We should hurry back then. The Tsar must be looking for me by now, even if he still hasn't fully awakened.
It was, I remember, such a beautiful, peaceful day. The flowers that bloomed here were so beautiful, so strong.
Look at this. These must be the hardiest flowers in the world.
Then you too are a flower blooming strong here in the confines of the palace. That's what I wanted to say. Maybe I actually did, or maybe I was never able to summon up the courage. Either way, I grieve for the flowers. And yet now I can no longer even remember what they looked like.
Why do you look so sad?
I feel like I'm having a bad dream. Why would I feel this way when everything I see is so beautiful?
You must be tired. Come, lay your head on my lap and rest. It is the least I could do for you, my beloved Tsar, my beloved husband.
Dad, why do Yaga have to be strong?
Well, the way I see it, we Yaga made a mistake.
A mistake?
We mistook how the world works, or maybe how we chose it. Whatever it was, we made a mistake, and the world left us behind. Still, while we may have made a mistake, that doesn't mean we were in the wrong. We're still here. We're still alive. So as long as that's the case, we'll keep on fighting until the world ends, once and for all.
Okay. I still remember that conversation. This world is always beset by blizzards. It's rare that we ever see the sun's light directly. It's not just in my head. Surviving here really does take a lot out of you. I think I get what my old man meant now. No matter how hard it gets, we will keep on surviving until there's no more world left to us. So this is the capital, Yaga Moscow.
Goodness, I can't believe he defied the Tsar.
Worthless Yaga, hell's too good for him.
Damn it.
Move.
Shut up!
Did that Yaga do something bad?
He's an incorrigible Yaga who forgot the debt of gratitude we owe to the Tsar. Now he's suffering the consequences for incurring the Tsar's wrath, and rightly so. Make sure you don't ever end up like him. I don't know what he was thinking, defying the strongest being in existence. We all need to stick together if we're going to survive in this world.
Stick together, he says. What a laugh. It's so funny it makes me want to scream. All we do is abandon our weak, we cut them out like Critchat's entrails. In consequence, our numbers are always dwindling. That's who we Yaga are. We just keep dying and killing. We live without hope. We're just waiting for our inevitable doom, without even trying to fight back against it.
You must be the first rebel to ever make it this far, Patchy. By the way, there's still something I don't quite understand. After your rebel friends retreated, why did you continue to wander around the town alone? Surely you weren't just bringing up the rear.
Shut up.
Very well then, let's change the subject. Would you mind telling me where the rebel army base is located? It can be our little secret. I'm afraid I've been so concerned about it that it's been keeping me up at night, just like Kadok. If you could help me with my insomnia, you have my word that I will let you go in return.
You really think I'd ever tell you that? What's so funny? What's with the creepy laugh?
Easy, young Patchy, relax. I know you're just an ordinary Yaga. As I said before, I also know that even ordinary Yaga are highly resilient creatures. Physically, that is. Conversely, they are mentally fragile and quite easily broken, especially in the face of someone stronger than they are. Perhaps it's their bestial instincts at work. Who could say?
What are you talking about? What are you getting at, you evil bastard?
Oh, that should become clear shortly. This will be a test of sorts for myself as well as for you.
What is this place?
It would seem to be a village that the Oprichniki razed to the ground. Unfortunately, none survived. Though it pains me to say this, I believe we should set up camp here. We need to take advantage of everything we can, after all.
How could you lose so miserably? You had 2 servants to their 1.
Sure did. Mighty sorry about that.
I have no excuse.
We've still got plenty of fight left.
Ha! If that pathetic display was the best you could do, you'll just get your asses handed to you again.
Care to repeat that for me, fella?
It's true. Deep down you know I'm right.
Well,
I believe what Gorodolf is trying to say is that Servant is a fearsome opponent. As such, you could use all the help you can get. So why not have Antonio Salieri there join our side?
Who are you lot?
We're the Chaldea Security Organization. We came here from a place outside of Russia. Though I'm afraid we've lost the building that used to be our headquarters. At any rate, the person there with you is Gudao, Chaldea's last remaining master.
Hi, Mavisbron. I take it you are the Salieri?
Perhaps not quite in the way you imply, but yes, I will admit to being that Salieri.
What do you mean?
The name Salieri is synonymous with one thing.
What's that?
The composer who is most famous for allegedly murdering Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
I am the embodiment of that reputation. Give me a moment while I remove this mystic code.
Mystic code?
This is who I truly am. Take a look at my servant power for yourselves.
Oh.
You're quite weak. I didn't think there were any other servants in this world with lower stats than Shakespeare or myself. It would seem you even give Anderson a good run for his money.
Of course. I'm just an ordinary composer. I never wrote any symphonies that left a mark on history. At best, I am a mediocrity of a man, but no matter. The sole reason I exist on the throne of heroes at all is because I am said to have killed Amadeus. Whether or not I actually did kill him is completely irrelevant. People were convinced that I did, and so here I am.
Then one might say you are affected by the innocent monster skill.
I believe so.
True. Salieri was indeed suspected of killing Amadeus, even when he was still alive.
Right, they even made a movie about it.
Okay, so why were you on Ivan the Terrible's side then?
I would like to know that as well. Are you originally a servant from this Lostbelt? I believe the that boy, Kadok, called this place a Lostbelt.
So, you know of that name. First, let me answer your question with one of my own. Tell me, humans of Chaldea, what do you know about the Lostbelts?
Well, only that they're abnormal zones that somewhat resemble singularities.
If you don't mind, Miss Kirillite, I'll field that one. First, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Salieri. I'm Sherlock Holmes, Chaldea's administrative advisor. I became a servant through unusual means just like you. We have been investigating this peculiar version of Russia, where history is so unlike our own. I have a number of hypotheses, but had been unable to find a critical element to tie everything together. Until you first mentioned that word. Lostbelt, a chronological table detailing an alternate path taken by human history. An unbroken strip that continues onward to the present day rather than occupying a single point in time. No wonder it isn't like a singularity. A singularity is one point in time where history as it should be went awry, after all. That is not the case here in Russia. In this world, everything is as it should be. Nothing has gone awry. It has history quite separate from our own proper human history, even though it is not a world gone completely mad like the singularities. No doubt the branching point was the Great Cold Wave that struck 450 years ago, when Earth was thrown into a new ice age. And Russia as we see it now is the product of history moving forward from that point.
So, you're saying this is an ongoing deviation from human history? Is that anything like a parallel world?
Nope, it's not that. These Lostbelts are something altogether different. If we assume that parallel worlds exist, then their civilization and lifestyle should also be fundamentally the same. By definition, they're closely tied to a well-defined base world. In other words, the base world and its parallel worlds are all following the same course. But let's say there is a world where history diverges radically, going completely off the rails. Say at one point something changes irrevocably. It could be a huge natural disaster or a major technological breakthrough. And the world that's gone off the rails is effectively erased from this universe, deemed to be something that doesn't belong. Once that happens, its destruction is all but assured. No matter how developed it might be, its evolution just ends. For better or worse, this universe just isn't willing to tolerate worlds whose future prospects are plain to see. You know how you prune unnecessary branches when you're trying to grow a tree? Same thing here. If a world, even a utopia, strays too far from its base axis, it gets the clippers, so to speak. In the Magecraft world, it's called the pruning theoretical phenomenon. And it's what allows our universe to keep expanding unimpeded. That's the Mages Association stance anyway.
The pruning theoretical phenomenon. Then Russia didn't end up as a frozen wasteland because of a plot, like what happened with the King of Mages.
Correct. Its climate has always been like this, and it is in fact that very climate that led to the changes in human history. This is a world where history continued on past the 100-year marker, long after it would ordinarily have been pruned away. In essence, this history lost to proper human history, but now it has appeared in our own world.
Right. It looks like strong alternative histories or Lostbelts, which we know almost nothing about, are being wielded as weapons to invade and destroy proper human history. The incineration of humanity was an attack on human history, orchestrated by Godia, a singular entity. But now these Lostbelts are attacking the very world itself. If I were to give this a name, I think I might call it the Felling Theoretical Phenomenon. Yeah, I think I like the sound of that. Let's go with it.
Lostbelts.
Are you serious? Then what? You're telling us this Russia is going to become the de facto way of life for the entire planet?
If it continues on this path, yes, but of course we won't let it come to that. Now then, that went on quite a bit longer than I had anticipated, but that is our current theory. Tell me, Mr. Salieri, are we more or less on the mark?
Yes, you're spot on. I'm impressed you managed to arrive at that conclusion without being from a Lostbelt yourselves. There is nothing more I can tell you beyond what you've figured out. Now that you have the facts, what you do with them is up to you. As for your original question, you wish to know if I originate from this Lostbelt and whether I serve that crypta. My answer, of course, is no. This Russia has not known music for some time. My story is the same as that gunslinger's. I am a rogue servant, summoned by the death throes of this land's true form before the Lostbelt overwrote it. My memories of proper human history are now vague, and have been conflated with my memories of this Lostbelt. I cannot say if it was that master or that priest, but one of them did something to my head. Even as we speak, I remain unsure if I am on the right side.
We will simply have to trust that you are. If nothing else, we know you are not a Yaga.
Yes, that's true. That is very true. Above all, this world is utterly devoid of music. It seems I have no choice but to join your side.
Thank you. We are grateful for your assistance. To begin, we could use any information you have. What can you tell us about the servants in Yaga Moscow?
I'm the court musician, nothing less and nothing more. I had no contact with the outside world. The only one who ever spoke to me was Metropolitan Macarius.
Metropolitan Macarius. That was the only man Ivan the Terrible looked up to as a mentor. Is he a Yaga too?
No, he's a servant. He does look human, but I doubt he is the same man. He's probably Japanese and a pseudo-servant.
A Japanese priest and a pseudo-servant?
That must be Father Kotomine.
I don't know anything about any others. The only people I've met are the Oprichniki, and that master and servant pair we just fought earlier.
I see. Well, that's disappointing. Very well then. What do you know about that endless storm wall? Or perhaps the Tree of Emptiness?
I know nothing about either, although I did hear Metropolitan Macarius say that that tree is the cornerstone of this Lostbelt. He also said that without the Tree of Emptiness, it would be impossible to mount an attack on reality.
So then, that tree really is the cause of all this.
That would definitely seem to make the most sense. For one thing, it's smack dab in the middle of this Lostbelt. And for another, it's a foreign entity that's not even showing up on the Paper Moon's compass. This is the same Paper Moon that's been observing this Lostbelt Russia as an ordinary part of the Earth's topography, and the only thing it can figure out to do with that tree is exclude it. So for the moment, it would seem safe to assume that that tree is the source of this Felling Theoretical Phenomenon.
Then, if we do something about that tree, Russia will return to the way it was?
Easier said than done. The Tree of Emptiness lies with the Tsar himself. To reach it, you'll have to face him.
I see. Then it seems we will have to do just that at some point. What about the Oprichniki? How many of them are stationed in the capital?
No less than a small army.
A small army? Just like what we saw in Antarctica. That's going to be quite the obstacle.
This is no laughing matter, Holmes. I fail to see what you find so funny.
Is that mystic code you were wearing an innocent monster too?
That's right. I am the Grey Man, the one who drove Mozart to his death. Salieri is no more than an avatar I wear, so to speak, out of convenience.
I have one last question. What do you think of this Lostbelt?
I think it needs to be fixed. Isn't that what you people are attempting to do?
Yes, that is certainly one of our goals.
Gouda, was it? I can see you are the conductor of this little orchestra.
Are you mad? I'm the commander around here. He's nothing more than an occasionally useful trombone.
I suppose that would make me the violin. Da Vinci, how do you feel about being the flute?
Good grief. You all certainly do love your digressions, don't you? You remind me of Amadeus and his unshakable high spirits. Gouda, I would like to speak with Sherlock Holmes. Alone, if possible.
You sure? Holmes can go on for days, you know.
My apologies. I hope this won't take too long.
Mighty curious to know what that Salieri fella wants to talk to Holmes about.
Maybe music and stuff?
Suppose he is a musician, ain't he?
I rather doubt that's what it is. Oh well, I suppose it doesn't matter.
Thank you for your patience. Allow me to come to the point. I have decided to join you, though conditionally. You may employ my power however you see fit.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you, Salieri.
So what is this condition?
Simple. Should we encounter Amadeus, you will let me focus on him first and foremost.
Wait, what? Does that mean you're going to kill him?
I am the man in grey, the innocent monster known as Salieri. If we were to meet, I would have no choice but to kill him.
I can't accept that. If Amadeus has been summoned here, he's sure to be a servant from proper human history.
If I had been summoned as an anti-hero, so tortured by malice that I was constantly writhing in agony, I would be so at odds with all of you that we would not even be able to have this conversation. I admit that earlier, I was so overcome by a berserker-like madness that I simply went around mercilessly slaughtering any Yaga I encountered. But now I have regained my senses and my sanity alike. Even picturing Amadeus's smug, pear-shaped face does little more than make my skin crawl. In other words,
I see, like master, like servant. That means the Amadeus who is here is evil now. I suppose it is the fate of every servant to be influenced by their master's personality.
That is why I will kill Amadeus. I must kill him. It is my destiny, my fate.
But what if he isn't evil?
It would be impossible for that to be the case, but even if he is not, it would be of no consequence. My purpose in life is to kill Amadeus. That will never change. Now then, that's enough chit-chat. We are returning to the rebel army's stronghold tomorrow, are we not? You should rest up while you can, Master. Now if you will excuse me.
So, Amadeus is our enemy now. I know we've fought former allies before like Cuchulainn, but...
It never gets any easier.
I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. This friend-turned-enemy servant would be unaware of his betrayal. Take the heroes of myth. They have always been much more willing to accept shifting allegiances among both their friends and foes. It was their belief that they would all meet again in Eden, so they had no difficulty taking it in their stride when friend became foe or vice versa. Above all, there is nothing you could do now that would undo the encouragement he once offered you. Rest assured that he spoke truly, sincerely, and from the heart.
That's a good point. Thank you, Avis Braun.
You sounded like a school teacher or something.
Teacher? A school teacher, Thank you, but I am very much unfit to be a school teacher.
Moving on, we need to discuss Kadok's servant. I believe she is to him what Miss Kyrie Light is to Gudao, his personal exclusive servant. She is also, of course, the monster who encased all of Chaldea in solid ice.
Right. I remember Kadok called her by her true name at one point, Anastasia.
Anastasia?
If my theory is correct, she is a descendant of the Romanov dynasty. She is a Grand Duchess who came to a most tragic end.
There's another famous figure by that name, too. Ivan the Terrible's first wife, the first Tsaritsa whom he loved with all his heart.
So which Anastasia are we dealing with here? I'm afraid there need be no suspense about this. She is unquestionably the Romanov descendant.
How can you be so sure? Since Ivan the Terrible's here, couldn't she be his Tsaritsa?
I've looked into Tsaritsa Anastasia's history, and she is clearly not the type to relish the spotlight. She became Tsaritsa at the age of 17 and passed away only 13 years later. Ivan the Terrible took several more wives following her death, but he never opened up to anyone else. Generally speaking, one would indeed expect to find her with him. But it is highly improbable that she would be summoned as a servant. Of course, she could still have been an inhabitant of this world, just like Ivan the Terrible, which would have made her summoning possible. But given that she is human in appearance, that seems altogether improbable as well.
So then, she's the Romanov dynasty one?
Precisely. Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova. She is the Grand Duchess of Ice, a young girl who bore the brunt of Russia's darkness. Now then, allow me to share an abridged version of Anastasia's background and some of the secrets I managed to dig out from Chaldea's library.
Chaldea's library? Wasn't that destroyed in the attack?
I anticipated certain emergencies may arise eventually, so I took the liberty of collecting as much useful data from it as I could. Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova. She is the fourth daughter of the last Romanovs ever to hold the Tsardom, Nikolai II and his wife Alexandra. In the years before her death, famine plagued all of Russia as a result of the ongoing First World War. In 1917, frustrations reached a breaking point. Efforts to quell a protest left some people dead. Some of Russia's soldiers banded together in revolt against the Tsardom. Moscow declared martial law in response, but by then, the Imperial Guards had chosen to side with the rebels. After a tremendous uproar, the Tsar abdicated. The Romanov imperial family fell into disarray and were essentially confined to house arrest. The historical records describe Nikolai as a good husband and father. But in light of these events, it would seem he was ill-equipped to handle the threat to his reign. Alternatively, he may have been perfectly well-equipped, but the times may have simply been too dire for anyone in his position to overcome. In the wake of these events, Russia would end up split into several different factions, eventually uniting as a single nation known as the Soviet Union. But that bit of history can wait for another time. For the moment, let us focus our attention on Nikolai II's family. Having been confined to their home, their lavish lifestyle evaporated practically overnight, and they were seldom heard from again. Although records do say that they continued to employ servants and cooks. At any rate, the situation grew more dire the following year in April of 1918. The new Leninist administration feared that the Czechoslovak Legion or White Army would try to reinstate the Tsar's family by force and decided to have them executed. Ideally, they would have preferred to do so following a trial in order to create an official record. But the threat the Tsar's reinstatement posed to their administration forced their hand. Being the cousin of the German Kaiser, Anastasia's mother Alexandra still had some value as a bargaining chip. But that value evaporated the instant the German ambassador was assassinated by extremists. In essence, everything about Anastasia's family, their bloodline, their presence, their very existence was seen as a hindrance. This led the powers that be to refrain from making the Romanov sentence public, and so instead they determined to do away with them in secret. So they were executed. At least that is how those in power would like it described. Those who were present said it was, in truth, no more than a massacre. Some believed that Anastasia managed to survive her family's execution, but that theory was thoroughly disproven several decades later thanks to DNA testing. There is simply no denying that this innocent young girl had her life ripped from her simply because she was born to the wrong family at the wrong time. Anastasia's story is indeed one of tragedy. She is one of many sacrificed on the altar of history. However, although her story in proper human history ends there, it continues in the history of Magecraft.
The history of Magecraft? Does that mean the Romanov family was involved in Magecraft?
I'm afraid the answer to that question remains unclear. They may have had some secret involvement in it, or they may merely have known of its existence. All we know for certain is that a number of lost Fabergé eggs made their way into the world of Magecraft. From that, we learned that each generation's Tsar had formed a contract of sorts with a certain Phantasmal. However, as this rumored Phantasmal did not see fit to save Tsar Nikolai II's life, the notion was dismissed as false. But after seeing Anastasia fight, I have determined that there is another possibility. She is a shaman, a spirit keeper. In other words, it was neither her father Nikolai nor her brother Alexei who was the heir to the Romanov Magecraft. It was indeed Anastasia herself.
So she's the heir to an imperial family who've been ruling over a land of ice and snow for more than 300 years, huh? Ain't quite as bad as Ivan the Terrible, but still pretty goddamn intimidating.
But here in this Lostbelt, Ivan the Terrible's tsardom has continued unabated for the past 450 years.
Lot of difference twixt Yaga history and ours. Humans seem more'n a mite frail in comparison, but we got all manner of knowledge and wisdom over the years that let us take down even our toughest enemies. So running a place like this for 300 years is damned impressive, no two ways about it.
Unfortunately, while I have learned a great deal about the threat she poses, I'm afraid I have nothing to offer in the way of strategy against her.
I see.
Well, times like that, the simpler the better. I say we hit her hard and fast, bushwhack her. Not much you can't kill if you keep on plugging at it till it stops moving. If it bleeds, you can kill it.
Perhaps the simple solution would be best in this case. For the moment, I suggest we try Billy's plan of action, such as it is when next we see her.
What about summoning a new servant to serve as a shield? Naturally, their one job would be to keep me nice and safe.
There you have it, everyone. In the end, you will just have to do the best you can with what you have.
Good morning, Master.
Morning, Mash.
You heard the man.
Golem's hold.
Is something wrong, Avisbron?
That's a Diavoltron.
It's surrounded by a large number of smaller demonic beasts. You could go around them.
This is still an unproven hypothesis, but
Yes?
I believe that a Diavoltron would, well...
Make for good golem materials?
Yes.
Well, I suppose I'll just have to help you out. This will be quite a foe for our first battle together. Come then.
How was I to command, Master?
I'm afraid I couldn't use you in that battle.
Well, I suppose these things happen. Just try to do better next time.
We're almost to the Rebel Army stronghold now, Salieri. Soon we'll be able to introduce you to everyone else.
Wait a moment. If you lot are on the side of proper human history, I don't suppose you have a piano at this stronghold, do you?
No, I'm afraid not.
I see. Well then, I shall just have to make my own musical instrument when I have a spare moment.
Just speaking for myself, but I think I'd rather you find the time to actually fight first.
A most reasonable request, but I know the truth. Admit it, Avis Braun. You prefer making golems over fighting, don't you?
That is true. Even so, I must put combat first. I would never while away my time fiddling with instruments.
Nor would I. I'm a servant first and a musician second. Naturally, I too would put combat first.
Ha ha ha, you two certainly do enjoy your hobbies.
You're
one to talk.
Well, that's strange. Here I was, under the impression that I was fully devoting myself to helping Master restore humanity.
They said it because you act like your hobbies are the only thing you care about.
I see. So that's how I come across, is it?
Anyone who likes to spend their time making things comes across as a slacker hobbyist. I swear, they're all a bunch of useless good-for-nothings.
But aren't you basically the queen of slacker hobbyists?
Hey, I do not slack off when it comes to work, thank you very much.
Gudo, reporting in.
Hey, they're back! Open the gate!
Welcome back. Mr. Golem, can you make a golem for us too, please?
Normally, I would encourage you to learn the value of hard work while you were young, but I suppose your lives here are hard enough as it is. Here you are, a mini golem. It should be able to help you with your chores.
Yay, I'm gonna work it like a slave.
That is not its intended use.
Good, you have returned. Are you a servant as well?
I am. My name is Salieri. It's quite all right if you haven't heard of me. My name is of little consequence.
Ah, yes, Mozart's, well. At any rate, why are you wearing that outfit?
Innocent monster. I am the man in grey. I am the one destined to kill Amadeus. I only go by Salieri as a matter of convenience, but you may call me that if you like.
Well, I suppose stories like yours are not too uncommon in this world. The circumstances of my own summoning were not exactly normal. Now then, Gudao, there's something we need to discuss. Remember the ore you once asked us about? The one that can be used to engrave magecraft spells? At the time, I believe you also mentioned a jewel that could be used to control golems. Well, I managed to track down a lead on both.
Oh, you don't say.
Where are they?
Not so fast. I would like to make a deal before I share my information.
Not again!
Yes, again. I cannot afford to lose your combat prowess. I trust Gudao and Mash, but once your ship is repaired, you may end up leaving this world behind, right?
Absolutely not. The problems here are our problems as well. We're not going anywhere until we've solved this crisis. You can count on that. Isn't that right, Director Gordolf?
Yes, of course. Mash is quite right. This land's problems are our problems, and we won't run from them at the first sign of trouble. That said, we grown-ups do have extenuating circumstances to deal with, and they won't wait around forever, so...
What are you trying to say?
I'm, trying to say that, well, we can't say anything for sure until we see what's actually going to happen.
Is that yellow I see on your protruding gut?
Don't you talk about my belly. And no, I don't have any guts. I'm not like Holmes. I can't talk my enemies into giving themselves up. When the going gets tough, Gordolf gets going, in the other direction.
My condolences that you are forced to deal with this man as your superior. Now, can I ask for your assistance in exchange for my information?
All right. What sort of deal did you have in mind?
I will come right to the point. I want your help building a new stronghold.
A new stronghold.
Well, that sounds right up Avisbron's alley.
No, I think it would be too dangerous to rely exclusively on him.
Dangerous?
His power is not limitless in scope, nor is it a permanent solution. After all, these Yaga need to know how to fend for themselves even after we disappear.
But doesn't that plan of action harbor a different sort of danger? Granted, learning new things always brings with it that possibility, but nonetheless.
I understand your point. And yes, it is certainly possible that they could misuse this knowledge and power for their own ends. But even so, I believe it is a good thing for them to learn how to survive.
Haha! Why should it make a difference? It's their choice whether they spend their lives working honestly or decide to turn to banditry. It's no concern of yours what they do after you're gone. Besides, it's human nature to be obsessed with keeping up with the Joneses. If anything, it seems to me as though providing them with supportive technology will only make their futures brighter.
You do make a solid point, Director.
Yes, I suppose you are right. It is the Yaga's choice whether to be weak and be eaten, or to be strong and do the eating. Or even to find a new path altogether.
By the way, may I ask if you have a particular location in mind for this new stronghold?
I do. There is a ravine right at the midpoint between here and the capital. It is protected by a large forest inhabited by vicious demonic beasts, which would make it difficult for the Oprichniki from the capital to attack it. Whereas there are no mountains between here and the ravine to block our path.
I see. But in that case, wouldn't its natural defenses also make it difficult for you to attack the capital?
Yes, I have considered that, which is why I have not moved there thus far. But now, scouts have discovered a tunnel that safely cuts through the woods. At the moment, this tunnel is still only partially hollowed out. But once it is complete, we could reach Yaga Moscow in a single day. It would let us attack it with the element of surprise. What's more, this tunnel is an excellent place to find the sort of ore you seek.
So you want us to help you build this new stronghold, and to finish digging this tunnel, right?
I've already put together a team of my own Yaga. We will set out once you are all ready. I asked Billy to hold down the fort while we were gone. It should be safe with him there.
I would have enjoyed that particular assignment as well, but oh well. I hear something growling. There is a pack of demonic beasts nearby.
Impressive, musician. I guess that refined hearing of yours comes in handy for more than just composing symphonies. Judging from their scent, the beasts must be in the marsh just ahead. If at all possible, I prefer not to allow them to escape. We could very much use their meat to bolster our reserves.
That's your cue, Avisbron.
Understood. I'll have some golems surround them.
Good, then let the hunt begin. Did you get them?
I did. My golems caught the stragglers when they tried to escape.
Your golems really are a terrifying force in large numbers.
I suppose so. I can make as many as I want as long as my magical energy holds out.
True, yes. But what I find most unnerving about them is the sheer speed with which you make them. It is as though you carry a small army you can produce almost instantly wherever you go. I shudder to think what could happen if you had gone into the military rather than philosophy. Though I imagine those you count as your enemies would be shuddering all the more.
I'm afraid I never had any interest in pursuing glory on the battlefield. That is, perhaps for the best. But never mind that. I believe we should be reaching this ravine you mentioned soon.
Indeed. As you can see, we are still in the construction phase. I will begin by dividing our forces into 2 groups. One group will cut down trees and gather lumber, while the other will dig out the tunnel. Gudao, I would like you and your servants to keep the Yaga in one of these groups safe. Both groups are certain to encounter demonic beasts, whether they are procuring lumber or digging. We will begin work once you have made your decision. Which group will you help?
We'll help the lumberjacks.
I see. Very well then, Avisbrun and I will help with the excavation. I would like you to give the Yaga orders in my absence.
Got it.
I will.
I'll leave a number of defensive golems here with you. Good luck.
Thanks for helping us, human.
Just call me Gudao.
Yes, sir. We're just about to head into the forest and begin chopping down trees now. We'll be counting on you to keep us safe while we work.
How long do you expect the work to last?
Well, a fortress of that size. I'd say it'll probably take a day to build the outer walls, another day to reinforce them, and 2 more days to build the inner structure.
Very well. Ordinarily, this sort of job would fall well outside the purview of a court musician, but such is a servant's fate. I would be honored to accept this task.
We've only gone a little way into the forest and things already feel completely different.
According to the local villagers, if you go too deep into these woods, a pack of Diavoltron will rip you to shreds and devour you before you can so much as blink. We are encroaching on their territory pretty solidly right now, so we're counting on you to keep us alive.
Huh.
How are you doing, Salieri?
I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid I'm finding it difficult to concentrate with all this noise. Would you mind not contacting me for a while, barring an emergency?
All right, I'm sorry. I have to say though, Master, I can't believe how quickly the Yaga are working.
You'd think they were using chainsaws or something.
I know. Their stamina is incredible. Although, when you think about it another way, they have to be this strong just to survive in this world. There's no other choice. If they had been humans in our own world, they might have already gone extinct.
Stop! I hear a faint rumbling in the ground. There are very large demonic beasts nearby. It's a Diavoltron.
Tell everyone to fall back.
Come, Master. We must help the Yaga evacuate, then defeat the Diavoltron. Unfortunately, it's quite a powerful foe, so I will need to, what is the phrase, psych myself up.
Psych yourself up?
That is Mozart, the very man himself. That is indeed Mozart. I knew it. I knew it. There you are, Mozart.
I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Mozart, your foul mouth has made its last filthy joke. I shall rip out your tongue myself.
All's well that ends well.
It appears we will be making a number of trips between here and the new stronghold for a time.
I cannot say for sure with that mask of his, but Avisbron seems quite happy. He has been making golems from the various ores that the team comes across while excavating the tunnels, then uses those golems to carry stuff out of the tunnels. For the time being, I think we should focus on building the new stronghold and digging out the tunnel. Good. Both our new stronghold and the tunnel are complete. We still have some leftover material lying about, but we can leave it be. We'll only be staying at this stronghold for a short while. We have camouflaged the other end of the tunnel. Our advance to the capital should begin in about 3 days. The next step is to contact Beowulf and have him and his Yaga create a diversion.
Then that means...
Yes, it is finally time. We will liberate the Yaga of this world from the Tsar and his Oprichniki's reign of terror. We're going to make our way into Yaga Moscow itself and defeat Ivan the Terrible.
Are you sure about this, boss? Do you really think we can do it?
Honestly, I do not know. The vast numbers of Oprichniki have prevented us from so much as catching a glimpse of the Tsar. But we do know that he's in the capital and that we have no hope of winning a battle of attrition. If we are to win, we must act immediately while we are strong and have a powerful ally. We cannot afford to wait any longer. If you want to survive, now is the time to fight. If you want your descendants to know peace and prosperity, then you must act now to defeat Ivan the Terrible. This will be the most important battle of your lives. If you wish to know peace and freedom, then fight. Fight with all the strength you possess. Now is the time to wipe the slate clean and change the course of history for the first time in 450 years. Well, I guess this is really it. The die is cast. We cannot turn back now, although I hope that did not sound too much like Caesar.
All right, we're going to take our leave for the moment to repair the Shadow Border's armor.
Understood. Just remember, we need your help now more than ever if we're going to overthrow the capital. So whatever you do, you had better not run off on us. If you do, I will hunt you down, even if I have to search all of Russia to do it.
Don't worry, we're not going anywhere.
Very well then. I trust you. You have proven yourself to be an honest man. If you say you will not run away, then I believe you. Very well. I will meet you back here at the stronghold.
All right, Shan, time to hit the trail. You head straight to Salieri when you come back, all right? You got his scent, don't you?
So I will be holding down the fort this time. Well, I suppose I have no choice. There is no piano to be found in the Shadow Border, correct? Then I have no interest in it whatsoever.
I ain't particularly interested either. Why do you reckon Da Vinci wanted me to come along anyways? Ah well, ain't no sense worrying over it. Go on, Shan, get. So, you given any consideration to what y'all will do if Beowulf crawfishes on his offer to help?
Not at all. I trust him and his combat prowess as much as I do Gudau's. I am certain he will not hesitate to help us. All right, I will be waiting.
We don't seem to be moving as quickly as usual. Perhaps it's all the materials the golems are carrying. Of course, we run into a host of demonic beasts now. Let's take care of them quickly, Master. How unfortunate that we were waylaid by no fewer than 3 battles on our way here.
I'm taking a shine into these golems. Still prefer a real horse, mind. Of course, this easy wild rider get-up ain't half bad neither.
Could make a horse-shaped golem if you like, though it would take some time to put together. You know what? I think I would like to try my hand at that. Let's stop for a bit and I will see what I can do, shall I?
Whoa there. Don't worry, Nun. Ain't gotta go out of your way for me. Let's just keep on the trail to the shadow border.
I see. A pity.
This is why I always get nervous around artisan servants. There's something about that one in particular that makes my hair stand on end whenever I look at him.
Maybe he's got some bad blood with your family or something.
None that I can recall.
I'm betting it's all in your head.
Good, I'm picking all of you up on our radar. Okay, Avisbron, what say you and I get these shadow border repairs underway? With my genius on the case, we should be done in no time. Just sit back and...
Gah! Too cold. Way too cold. Forget it. Da Vinci out.
I suppose that body just isn't at all suited to hard work. Avisbron, allow me to assist in her stead.
My thanks, great detective. Shall we add a drill while we're at it?
No need for that. You can leave the paint as it is, too.
What if we made the front into a fork shape?
Absolutely not.
I see.
Welcome back, Master.
It's good to be back, Mash.
Of course. It looks like we'll need to set up a golem perimeter around the shadow border before we can start welding. It's going to take a while, so you should rest up in the meantime, Master.
Well, here I am. So, what did you want to talk to me about, Da Vinci?
Oh, right. Let's go somewhere a little more private.
I wonder what it is she wants to discuss, too.
Here you go. 1 cup of coffee with plenty of milk and sugar.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure thing. I know you've got your mystic code keeping you safe, but we're still talking about it being 100, 120 below out there. If it got damaged and stopped working, you'd freeze to death in an instant.
Thanks for that.
Well, don't worry. That's why we're going to tune it up and make sure it's in good shape. It doesn't look like it's damaged, but we should still give it a thorough check to make sure everything's in good working order. Just hang out here for a bit. I won't be long.
Sounds great, thanks.
Well, Senpai, this is your chance to rest up for a while. Why don't you take a nap in a nice warm room?
Yes, that sounds awesome.
Understood. I think I'll take a little break myself once I finish my own coffee.
Guess that coffee's not going to keep me up this time.
What is it, Salieri?
Would you mind dealing with these children? I don't do well with children, and it would use up far too much magical energy to hide away in my mystic code.
Were you not a teacher of some renown?
The children I taught who wished to become composers tended to be prodigies, idiots, or failures. I have no experience with ordinary children.
I would tell you to just play them something on the piano, but then We do not have a piano here, do we?
No, we don't. Atalante, there is something bothering me.
What is it?
How much do you know?
What do you mean?
I promised Gudao that I would fight for proper human history. What will you do, Atalante? Surely you've already realized just what these Lostbelts really are. And which side is, from this world's perspective, evil.
Enemy attack! Enemy attack!
What?
Ah!
Ned! Glory to the Tsar. All who would defy him shall be purged.
Get back. Stay behind the adults. How is this happening? How did they find us? How did they manage to make their way inside? We have not even seen any Oprichniki in the surrounding area.
True. You chose your hiding spot for this fortress very well indeed. The only way for us to reach it would be to cut a path through a forest teeming with demonic beasts. And even were we to do so, you could simply hole up in your fortress. I commend your efforts to turn the tide of battle in your favor, however fruitless they have proved.
You're Metropolitan Macarius.
Yes, that is what they call me here. Unfortunately for you, you have overlooked two crucial details. First, you assumed we would never go through the forest, knowing that doing so would cost us the bulk of our forces, but you forgot we can simply make more. Second, did you really believe a fortress like this could stand up to a servant?
If you had an anti-fortress noble phantasm, we would have seen signs of its deployment. And I knew the demonic beast forest could handle any anti-personnel or anti-army noble phantasm you might throw at us. It's made up of living spirit trees over 400 years old. They're harder than metal, and they even have wills of their own.
Yes, but wood from 400-year-old spirit trees can't hope to defend against a noble phantasm with an even longer history. Speaking of which, come on out, noble phantasm bearer.
What is that? Some sort of cave? No, it couldn't be.
Your information was invaluable, Patchy. The Tsar will be most pleased with your contributions.
Something doesn't seem right.
Did you have a good nap, Senpai? You look pale. Are you okay? You're sure? Thank goodness. Your mystic code is all ready. It did turn out to have a little damage, so Da Vinci repaired it when she had a spare moment.
She has nothing but spare moments.
Howdy, Master. Looks like the shadow border's all fixed up like new.
Indeed, we've also replenished its magical energy using the land's natural magic, and we're all set on fuel as well. The shadow border should be ready to go now. Theoretically, we could make another zero-sail excursion, but for the time being, we have determined to take that option off the table. Even if we were to escape from Russia now, we would be left aimless and directionless. Our first order of business must be to shed some light upon the mysteries here. The storm wall that envelops this world, the tree of emptiness. And of course, we still need to face the cryptor, Kadak. As the sole remaining defenders of humanity, we cannot permit the cryptors to continue to do as they please, given that they hold the keys to this whole debacle. To that end, we must capture and question him. To do that, we have no choice but to infiltrate Yaga Moscow. Our enemy is Kadak Zemlupus, his servant Grand Duchess Anastasia, and the king of this Lostbelt, Ivan the Terrible, who still has yet to show himself. Very well then, back to our quest. Go enjoy your adventure in this bone-chillingly frigid world.
Let's be on our way.
Master,
Take care of things while I'm gone.
What was that cry?
Shanshan? Huh? What's going on? Didn't I tell you to head for Salieri on your way back? You got word for us, boy?
Enemy ambush! Requesting immediate aid!
That voice.
An ambush, huh? That don't sound good. Let's get a move on.
Normally, I would make high-mobility golems for all of us, but it would seem we don't have time for that. I'm afraid it will be a bit crowded, but I would ask that you all ride on my own golem. I'm the only one who can make it run at full speed after all.
All right, let's get to it.
Here goes.
Whatever you do, Master, don't say a thing. At this speed, the sound produced from one wrong word could end up piercing your Mystic Code's defensive spells and tearing through your skin.
I can see white smoke coming from the direction of the rebel army stronghold. Even at full speed, I'm afraid. We may be too late.
Come on, let's hurry.
Oh no.
This is horrific.
It's been completely obliterated. Did the Oprichniki do this?
Is anyone here?
Hey, anyone still kicking here?
Did you hear that?
Found him.
Are you okay? Hold on, I'll prepare a healing scroll right away.
I'm afraid there would be no point. It would be most difficult to rebuild his body with a healing spell now. He's been broken apart and quite methodically at that.
Master, do you know any magecraft for relieving pain? I'm only versed in the Kabbalah art of golem creation, and know nothing in the way of healing.
I'm sorry.
My apologies, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
It's you guys. They got us good.
What happened to Adelante and everyone else?
The first thing I heard were the screams. The Oprichniki showed up here before we could even sound the alarm. After that, I got knocked flying, and I don't remember anything else. I don't get it. How did this happen? Why did we have to die? No. I don't want to die.
Master, may I say something? I sent out golems to search the stronghold. They tell me the number of dead bodies and the number of Yaga who were here before we left don't match. Had they all been killed, there would be more corpses here for us to find.
Then that means...
Indeed. Over half of the rebel army is likely still alive. They must have been taken captive after they were defeated.
Hold on, just give me a moment. There. I found a group of Oprichniki next to a pair of servant readings. They're closer than I expected. Be on your guard.
Don't tell me you're surprised. You shouldn't be. This is the great Tsar's noble phantasm at work. It's called Koronizh Oprichniki, or Black Dogs Come Forth into My Dreams. There are a number of noble phantasms which can be used to summon soldiers, but I doubt there are any others that can do so endlessly. It comes with a peculiar condition for its use. Ivan the Terrible must remain stationary.
That voice.
Father Kotomine.
I'd already assumed that would be the case, but it looks like he really is one of the servants who's allied with the Tsar.
Since it has been so long since we last saw each other, people of Chaldea, allow me to introduce myself again. My true name is Macarius. As a servant, it is my job to watch over Russia.
I knew it. You are a pseudo-servant.
So you know of others like me. Good, that spares me the trouble of explaining. This body most likely belongs to one of the participants in a Holy Grail war. I borrowed his power in order to manifest.
Macarius, he was, as I recall, Ivan the Terrible's mentor. The one who molded him into a mighty Tsar, who taught him of the sacred power that comes with that title, who made certain he would not be just another Grand Duke like those who came before him. Yes, I see. I suppose it does make a kind of sense that you would take on the appearance of a priest.
He may look like one, but he is far from a true man of the cloth. May I ask you something, Metropolitan Macarius?
Anything you like.
I assume you were the one who captured the rebel army.
Indeed I am.
We found dead children among the bodies. The Oprichniki's doing, obviously.
Obviously.
So you, a servant of God, were just willing to accept that?
Accept, you say? An interesting choice of words. What choice would I have but to accept it? The Oprichniki are the hands of the Tsar, and by extension, God himself. It would hardly make a good example if they were to show leniency, now would it?
I see. Then you are clearly not a servant of God at all, inside or outside.
Oh, I don't know about that. I have offered this body of mine, completely and sincerely, to God. Whatever I use it for, I am merely fulfilling the role I have been given.
I got a question to put to you too, and you're damn well gonna give me a straight answer. Who ratted us out?
That would be Patchy. I thought that would have been obvious to you by now.
Patchy?
They must have tortured it out of him. It's not his fault.
Oh, I'm afraid you are mistaken there. I didn't so much as lay a finger on him. No, he simply surrendered when faced with the Tsar's supremacy, with his unbridled glory. I do wish I could let you all witness that glory for yourselves, but unfortunately, the Tsar is exhausted and in no state to welcome visitors from another land. And so, I am afraid I must kill you all here and now. Come forth, Lostbelt servant, and put these people in their proper place.
Kill! I'll kill you! I'll kill you and eat you!
Just who the hell's that?
It's you?
Asterios?
You know him?
It must have been nice growing up in peaceful, proper human history, if you were able to summon him by his throwaway name. His true name is Minotaur. He is a monster who dwells in a labyrinth and eats all who wander in. Did you think much of the rebel army had survived the attack because you didn't find enough bodies to account for them all? I'm afraid we only took about 1/5 of them captive. Minotaur ate the rest. It's quite nice having such a big eater around at times like this. It keeps the corpses from rotting and becoming home to maggots. The flies in this Lostbelt are quite vicious, you see. They could not be otherwise, having managed to survive in this harsh climate for so long. Whenever they catch so much as a glimpse of flesh, they latch on tight and refuse to let go.
I'll kill you!
Oh no.
It's the Minotaur's labyrinth. Oh no, he's trying to separate us.
Avispron.
Endless death, never-ending death. I'll kill you! I'll kill your,
Here he comes, Master. Damn it. What the hell's going on here? Feels like I'm running in place even if I'm stock still, like something's shaking my head. Hate to say it, but one more push and I'm done in. Damn it, I'm sorry, Master.
I knew it.
I can't eat another bite. I'll save this one for tomorrow.
Crap.
We're trapped in here.
If I remember my myth, and I sure hope I do, Theseus defeated the Minotaur and escaped by following the thread Ariadne laid out for him in the labyrinth. But since we just got tossed in here all surprised-like, I don't see that being an option for us. Hey, where's Avisbron?
Why did you isolate me from the others?
I want to make a deal with you.
I see.
Let me introduce myself again. My name's Kadak Zemlupus. I know who you are and I know what you've accomplished. You're Avisbron, the greatest golem master who ever lived. I have the utmost respect for you. I also know what it is you desire.
Are my master and the others safe?
I can assure you that they are, at least for the duration of this conversation. If nothing else, I will make sure that that monster takes his leave.
All right, then I'll hear you out. Tell me then, what is it I desire?
I not only know what it is, I can also make it a reality.
Looks like we've been separated.
Don't suppose we can still contact that shadow border of yours?
Master, thank goodness. It's all right. We can still read your presence. I'm afraid we can't determine your location, though. It's all we can do just to contact you. At least we can still communicate by voice, and we can still send you video from our end. But we can't seem to learn anything about your surroundings. We can't even track the magical energy connection between you and Avisbron.
I'm willing to bet they did something to cut Gudao off from Avisbron on purpose. Maybe they reckoned we could use his golems to bust our way out of here.
3 words. Golem wave attack.
Swarming the place with a bunch of golems instead of people? Yeah, I bet that'd do the job. For now, looks like it's just us two, though.
Don't forget Asterios.
Oh, right. Y'all know him? Well, hang tough. That's about all I can say. Looks like we all got full plates just now. Anyways, looks like we got no choice but to keep on moving.
It's no use. I'm afraid you keep returning to the same coordinates.
Too bad my 6 shooters ain't much use here. I'd give my eye teeth for a way out of this.
If we're going to find one, we'll just have to keep moving.
Well, you sure got some pep, don't you?
Of course, he's not my master for nothing.
Hold up, someone's here. The Minotaur? No, ain't a servant. Maybe a demonic beast got lost down here?
Hey, it's you guys.
Patchy.
Why, howdy, Patchy. Long time no see.
What's with the look?
Never mind that for now. Patchy,
Master, mind just backing up a hair for me?
But...
Just do it!
Humph.
I'll make this real easy. You rat us out? You turn yellow and tell them where the rebel army's hideout was?
Yeah, I did. I told them everything. I didn't know about this stronghold, but I remembered seeing a map. It's a real good thing I did.
why would you do such a thing?
I don't want to tell you. If you're gonna kill me, then kill me. I won't make it easy for you, though I doubt it'll make a difference. I'm not strong like you guys are, If you want to kill me, there's nothing I can do about it. So go on, do it.
Patchy.
Don't say my name. I saw him. I saw the Tsar for myself. What is this place? Why'd you bring me here?
We no longer have a court jester, you see, so I thought you would make a good show in his absence.
What was that?
You're a perfectly ordinary Yaga, aren't you? You abandoned your parents when they grew weak, yet aren't yourself strong enough to take what you want. The only thing you ever have a chance to think about is how to make it to the next day. And that is precisely why I want you to meet the Tsar.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
Do hold on to your gun. This is, after all, your once-in-a-lifetime shot at assassinating the Tsar. You don't believe me? Here, let me see it.
What the?
You see? It works just fine.
We heard a gunshot.
It's quite all right, Obrichniki. A weapon like this could never hope to hurt the Tsar.
The hell? Are you crazy or something?
One must not succumb to madness, young Yaga. Now the time is nearly at hand. Are you ready?
What is that? No, wait, it can't be.
Who is that Yaga there?
Ah!
He is one of your subjects from the frontier, your Imperial Majesty. He came all this way on a pilgrimage, just so he could bow down before your glory in person.
I see. How pious of you.
What is this thing? It's not human. It's not Yaga. It's not even alive. It's so absurd. Just the sight of it burns my mind. I feel like I shouldn't even look its way. I'm getting mixed up in things no one ever should. It's not blasphemous. It's not obscene. It might be sublime, but this thing shouldn't even have a mind. It's not right. I think I must have screamed. The priest didn't even bat an eye. That was the strangest part of the whole thing. What the hell are you?
The Tsar is a great man, a being to be held in fear and awe. He is the ultimate Yaga. He is the one who saved this nation from disaster.
I don't understand what this priest is saying, and I don't want to.
Of course, the Tsar has feelings of his own.
What?
But right now, he is far, far away, dreaming, even as he continues to govern this nation. Yet as far off as he is, we know his dream must be a happy one. Our Tsar dreams of merriment, of a peaceful, beautiful nation unspoiled by strife, unease, or despair. That is why he sleeps so soundly. But let us say that he were, hypothetically, to learn of a rebellion brewing. Well, that would not be pretty. Our great Tsar would lead the attack himself, and he would crush the rebels, utterly.
We can't let that happen. We can't let him wake up. We can't ever let him wake up. This creature is despair incarnate.
Yes, another hypothetical. Were the rebel army to be swiftly eradicated, you would never need to bear witness to the Tsar's glory ever again, so long as you live.
I betray them? I only joined the rebel army on a whim. I'm not proud to be a rebel. It's not my mission in life. No, that's not it. It's worse. I understand now. My spirit is broken. I would do anything. Anything if it meant I'd never have to see the Tsar again. The rebel army's base is...
I already know about that one. But surely you must have an inkling of where their other hideout might be located.
I do. I will not be called a coward for this. Anyone would have done the same if they'd seen what I have. That's right. Every last damn Yaga in this world would do the same. So Then that Macarius guy took me away and threw me in here. Huh, you guys were fighting that monster not too long ago, right? If you're gonna go up against it again, then I'll help. I'll take that monster over the Tsar any day of the week.
You being straight with us, Patchy?
No, I'm not. Of course I don't want to fight a monster like that if I can help it. But every word I said about the Tsar was true. Nobody should even think about messing with him. I just wanted you to understand that.
Sounds like a bunch of excuses to me.
I don't care what you think. If you're gonna kill me, then kill me. Trust me, you'd do the same if you'd seen that thing for yourself.
Was this Ivan the Terrible really that frightening to look at?
Stop it. Don't make me remember him. Just thinking about him gives me a splitting headache.
Maybe it's some sort of skill that made you feel this way.
That's possible. This is Ivan the Terrible we're talking about. It wouldn't be at all surprising if he had an ability to invoke fear in anyone who looked at him. At any rate, no matter how fearsome Ivan the Terrible may be, we can't just run from him. I know you won't want to hear this, Patsy, but we need to face him. And we need to examine the tree of emptiness he's guarding.
Well, we ain't gonna find anything just jawing around here. All we're doing is wandering in circles.
Do you guys have any food?
No, we don't.
Well, hey, I bet this little critter here would make a nice stew to get us through the night, yeah? You ain't gonna put up no fuss about giving up a little meat for your master, right, foe? Come on, what do you say, little fella?
It's okay. No one's going to eat you.
I've got some jerky left over if you want it.
That would be a big help, Patchy. Billy will be all right, but for Master, it's a matter of life and death.
I don't get ya. First you go turncoat on the rebel army and now you're offering us jerky? You'd give a damned windsock a run for its money with all the blowing in the direction of whatever breeze takes you.
You guys are strong enough that you could just take it from me anyway. No point in fighting a battle I know I can't win.
You could have just not told us about it.
I just didn't want to think about what might happen if I didn't tell you and you found out about it later.
That's so.
Patchy, I know I speak for Master when I say this. None of us has any intention of hurting you. Besides, we're the reason you got caught up in this in the first place. And we can't expect anyone to hold out in the face of pain and suffering. So I don't think we can decide whether or not you deserve forgiveness.
What the hell are you people? I don't get it. None of this makes sense.
We're from proper human history. We lived in a whole different kind of world than you, Yaga.
That's true. I'm sorry we didn't say anything about it sooner. In our history, the Great Cold Wave that took place 450 years ago never happened. We didn't just come here from another country. We came here from another world, from proper human history. From a world that enjoyed a history at least a little more peaceful than this one.
A peaceful history? What the hell are you talking about? Now I'm even more confused.
Means our Russia had a whole different history than this one. And it weren't nearly so damn cold.
I guess that makes sense. A lot more than you living under a rock all this time. Now I get it. So that's why you guys didn't have to become Yaga to survive. Then in your world is Ivan the Terrible.
Nah, he's been dead for ages. Been boots up since he was about 50 years old.
He actually died?
Of course he did. He was just a man.
But then, how... I see proper human history, huh? So if the Great Cold Wave never happened, does that mean it's actually warm there?
I don't know. I think Russia must still be pretty cold.
Well, I would still say that Russia in proper human history is much warmer than it is here, Master. There aren't any demonic beasts either, though we do have cute animals like Foe.
What a weird world.
This mean you're starting to get an interest in proper human history now?
I don't know about that, but the idea of a world where even weaklings like Gudao can survive sounds pretty interesting. I can kind of tell that MASH is strong, and I've got no doubt about your strength, Gunslinger. But I can't make heads or tails of you, Gudao. At first I thought you were a mage, but it turns out you can't even do anything special.
Well, excuse the hell out of me.
Now, easy does it.
Master Senpai has accomplished incredible things. I insist you take that back.
Ugh, lay off me. Let me ask you another question, Gudao. What's your everyday life like? Are you not constantly worried about dying, like we are?
I'd like to know that too, Senpai. I always enjoy your stories about your life before you came to Chaldea.
It's really nothing special, honestly.
Oh well, ain't that just perfect. Been meaning to take a break. How about we all have a sit-down, a bite of jerky, and Master can talk about his daily life a spell.
So you even have hot days in your world, huh? How do you manage with those? Do you just take off all your clothes, or what?
School? That's right. Learning with other people the same age as you really does sound wonderful. Honestly, I'd love to try going there myself.
I don't get it. Why would you all waste your time on something so meaningless? Literacy rate? Societal institutions? Nope, I just don't get it. Back up. You're not considered a legal adult until you're how old? That's ridiculous. So no alcohol before a certain age? No riding a bicorn either? Oh, wait. You said you use cars there, didn't you? Then again, I guess it doesn't make much difference if you're not allowed to ride one either way.
It's true. Each country has its own set of laws and regulations. But I believe it's common for them to limit the drinking and driving age of their citizens until they've reached a certain age.
So then, what do you do when it gets cold? How do the kids survive without a swig of vodka? Or would vodka actually mess up their chances of surviving?
Suppose y'all either ain't learned this or just forgot it, but drinking alcohol actually ends up lowering your body temperature.
Huh, really? It's never felt that way to me.
Maybe because you have a fur coat?
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, seeing you humans and your super smooth skin is kind of, well, gross.
Huh?
Honestly, I kind of wish I had a fur coat too.
Well, guess the fact that you don't have fur coats just goes to show it's not so dangerous that you need them.
Come to think of it, we do know one person with a fur coat in our world.
Ha 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 ha! Thomas here. The only thing I truly dislike is static electricity, of the AC variety.
Huh, so you do have Yaga in your world. He's a collection of different presidents? What's a president? Is it like the Tsar of your world? You know, I still kind of find it hard to believe that a human could really be stronger than a Yaga just because you're a servant.
Don't think I'm tough enough to cut it out here, huh, Potsy? Be happy to prove it to you if you like. How about I put 5 straight shots right between your eyes? Bet even a Yaga'd die from that.
Alright, I'm sorry. Say, where's Avisbron anyway?
We actually got separated from him right before we ran into you. He was right here with us before we ended up fighting Ast the Minotaur in this labyrinth.
I'm sure he's still alive. At least I think so.
I think so too.
Uh-huh, now I get it.
Get what?
Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. There's still a lot I don't get about all this, but one thing, I do. Why did I go along with these guys? Why did I end up siding with the rebel army? Because I found Gudao and Mash fascinating? I mean, they're both weak, hopelessly weak. I saw Mash fight a Critchat once, and she was easily as strong as Billy back then. But she doesn't have the mind for fighting. She can't kick someone while they're down to get ahead. And, well, that's doubly true for Gudao. For Yaga, the weak aren't even worth eating. But these humans, these weaklings who would have been abandoned long ago had they been Yaga, they say they're here to fix humanity, whatever that means. It sounds like the kind of job reserved for great heroes. How could these weaklings ever pull that off? This world is wrong. I think back on what my dad used to say, and try to picture the world Gudao and Mash came from, what it represents. We Yaga survive by abandoning anyone and everyone who threatens to hold us back. Friends, family, comrades. It doesn't matter. Is that really for the best? Is that really the only way? These two don't seem to think so. They never give up on the weak. Instead, they do everything they possibly can to help them. That's why I'm not scared of them. It feels nice. They're so beautiful it makes me green with envy. So cheerful it makes me want to kill them.
Bachi, what's wrong?
Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's nothing. Let's just get back on track. So you're not planning to kill me, even though I betrayed you all?
That's right.
Don't look at me. I'm just going along with Master here.
We're not going to hurt you.
Then, if we manage to make it out of here, would it be okay if I stuck with you again? Don't worry, I'll make myself scarce if we run into the rebel army again. I'm a traitor. It's my fault so many were wiped out.
Patchy.
Ah, got it. So this is how he's trying to make up for the wrong he done. Still, ain't none of the rebels gonna be happy to see him. Too dangerous to keep him with us.
I know I can't show my face around them, but I'd still like to stick with you guys again until then. Ugh, damn it! This is so hard to put into words. I guess it's because I don't really understand it all that well myself.
I'm voting no on this one, Master. He's turned on us once. Wouldn't be prudent to give him a chance to do it again. Bringing him along is a bad idea. At least that's my 2 bits. But I can already see from the way you're looking at me that you ain't having that.
You're welcome to come with us, Patchy.
Thank you. I doubt I'll be much help, but if there's anything I can do to be useful, just let me know.
Billy.
Don't worry, none. I got it. If that's what Master wants, that's what Master will get.
I get why you're concerned, but...
Guess I sounded off kinda harsh there. Don't pay me no mind, Patchy. I ain't like these two. I can be a downright asshole as often as not.
Fine with me. Frankly, I'm glad there's someone like you around. I can be kind of an asshole sometimes, too.
Damned if you didn't center shoot the bullseye on that one. I'm sensing a whole passel of them. Patsy, watch my back. We don't want them surrounding us.
I know this metallic scent. It's the Oprichniki.
Looks like we found ourselves some stragglers. I'm guessing they got lost in here too, but I got a feeling they ain't looking to cooperate.
Please make sure you defeat at least one of the groups before they corner you in a pincer formation.
I'll take the front group.
All right, let's get a move on, Master.
I'm picking up even more Oprichniki readings. They're still coming, Master.
Damn it, I'm gonna run out of ammo.
Damn misfire. Sorry, give me a bit of cover. We got him, but he's not going down. Hitting them in the heart won't do it. Gotta aim for the head.
The Oprichniki are charging. Get out of there, Master!
Oh, crap. I'm okay?
Halt, scoundrels! How dare you point your weapons at an innocent young man? I may not know my right hand from my left in these foreign lands, but I still know a villain when I see one. Touch one hair on his beautiful head, and I will cut you down where you stand. Heaven's vengeance may be slow, but this wandering swordmaster will make sure nothing slips by. If you fear not my blades, then have at you.
That voice.
Hi there, Godao. Long time no see. I knew I'd run into you again someday.
I'm picking up an unidentified servant reading. Did someone just appear out of nowhere, Master?
Sorry if I surprised you. Showing up out of nowhere, being all out of place, and causing trouble is kinda my thing. Call it the mark of a natural-born wanderer, I guess. Anyway, I hope you don't mind too much.
That confident bluster, that lightning-fast swordplay.
Yep, I'm Musashi, anyway. I was doing my usual wandering thing when a blizzard struck out of nowhere, and I ended up ray-shifting again, thanks to the Buddha's guidance. Then I ran into a one-eyed swordsman turned Japanese agent, and he convinced me to head north. At first I was just fighting off Russian Yagyu assassins. But I guess at one point, I got so turned around that I ended up running into Ivan the Terrible's Oprichniki. I guess this is what I get for going along with Jubei.
Russian Yagyu?
Yeah, Russian Yagyu. I can't believe they're still around in this day and age. I swear, no sooner do I get to Russia and go for a little skiing, than they just show up and attack me. They ruined my ski wear. I just got it. Now all I've got left is my plain old kimono.
I don't even know where to begin with this.
Dang, I can't believe Master's friends with yet another sword-toting hero.
Do servants just not feel cold or something?
They oughta, at least a little.
Oh, hey, it's a Yaga. Man, I know they all have this going on, but I love how soft their fur looks. And that gunslinger? Oh, he is so my type.
Ha ha ha. Damn glad for my gun about now. I want to keep plenty of space between her and me.
Incredible. She keeps cutting down Oprichniki one after the other, all without missing a beat in her chit-chat. So this is the saber that Master met in that singularity. Shinmen Musashi no Kami Fujiwara no Harunobu.
Aw, thanks, disembodied voice. I know that's super long though, so you can just call me Musashi. Anywho, that ought to do it for introductions. Now we just gotta cut down the bad guys that are still left. Go nuts, gunslinger guy. You won't have to worry about any of them coming up behind you anymore. Oh, and don't worry about me. I'll just dodge any stray bullets that happen to come my way.
So I ain't gotta keep her out of my line of fire, huh? Gotta say, that lady's one hell of a bandit. Damn glad she's with us. All right, Master, let's mow these guys down. Fire!
All right, that's that.
Musashi!
Yup, that's me. And look at you. You've grown up so much since I last saw you. I'm glad you're doing so well. And that you're still fighting the good fight, just like I thought you'd be. And that means I bet I can help you out. Don't worry about all the gory details. I've got a pretty good idea of what's going on. So from now on, I'll be your personal bodyguard. Let's get that formal contract stuff over with real quick.
I can't believe how fast that was. She just took Master's hand and forged a simple contract right on the spot almost instantly.
That's all it took?
Yay! Now I can fight at full strength all the time. Oh, for payment, I'll accept 10 gold coins and 1 bowl of udon a day, please. Thank you!
Now she wants food and money? You ain't from the Wild West yourself, are you, Miss Samurai?
Oh yeah, the Wild West was great. There were duels to be fought every day, so I never went hungry. By the way, Billy, was it? What is this place? I thought this was the hideout for the bandits some Yaga hired me to take care of, but I'm not so sure anymore.
This is the Minotaur's Labyrinth.
The Minotaur? Oh, you mean the monster from Greek mythology? Well, damn, no wonder I got lost. That's what I get for just charging headlong into the entrance of some weird labyrinth that springs up out of nowhere.
Uh-huh.
Master told me about what happened in Shimusa. But I don't think I could really picture how it all went until now.
Wow, she's even more reckless than Gudao. I didn't think that was possible.
Wait, Yaga, let me see your face for a second.
Ah! What are you doing? And how are you so strong?
It looks like you don't have any of the features in the bandits' descriptions. Okay, you're clear. Sorry about that, but a job's a job, you know. I'm afraid I still have trouble telling Yaga apart. Plus, they kept attacking me ever since I wandered into this world. I only recently got to a point where we could do the whole, you scratch my back, I scratch yours thing.
Aha! So you're the killer those Yaga were talking about.
Huh? Killer? Oh, right. Yep, that was me. But I swear on my honor, I only went around killing bandits and oprichniki, okay?
How come you said you were from Chaldea?
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. At one point, I ran into a Yaga having some trouble with a Krichat. For a race that's all about survival of the fittest, they're weirdly grateful when you save their lives, and this one insisted that I tell him my name. So I thought I'd play it cool and be all, I am the finest swordmaster in all of Chaldea. Sorry.
Let go of me already. What the hell's your deal anyway?
That is a damn good question.
Miyamoto Musashi, the stranger Fujimaru encountered in Shimusa. As I recall, she possesses the unusual ability to travel between parallel worlds without ray shifting. She must have ended up in here right as the base world's surface was wiped clean. That would explain why she wasn't swallowed up by the abnormality.
Holmes? Is something wrong?
I was just admiring Mr. Gudao's extraordinary good fortune, or perhaps I should say, his talent for making connections.
Ms. Miyamoto, rest assured that we have no issue with your willingness to cooperate with Chaldea. You've already been a great help to us in the past. In fact, your carelessness has already been helpful. I never would have guessed that your unique temperament held such significance. Here in this Lostbelt, the entire world is against us, and there was no one we could trust until we ran into you. You have been to many different worlds, yet retain your sense of right and wrong. Mr. Gudao could not ask for a better assistant.
What do you mean, carelessness? It's not like I asked to go flitting around from world to... Oh, my, Buddha! I've never seen such a beautiful man. He might be a little past his prime, but I could still stare at that face for days.
Thank you. I must say I'm used to being complimented, but I've never had someone be quite so effusive.
Okay, Holmes, put the pocket mirror down. So we can just call you Musashi, right? You're clearly a saber, that much is obvious.
Another super cute girl?
I'm Leonardo da Vinci, but please just call me da Vinci. You said you came into this labyrinth from the entrance, right? Do you remember how to get back?
Ha ha. Sorry, not a clue.
Yeah, that's about what I expected. Guess we're right back to square one then.
At least we now have a significant addition to our fighting force. In the meantime, I will keep track of your coordinate data and attempt to make a map of the place. However, by their nature, labyrinths are designed to be impenetrable from the outside. So I'm afraid you'll need to keep doing your best to make it out of there on your own.
Well, we'd best get moving then. No sense just standing around. Gudao, you and Musashi are old friends, right? How about we all walk while we talk so you two can share what you've learned so far?
Well, my side won't take long. I've been here for 3 months so far, and I've learned one thing. Russia is cold. But knowing you, Gudao, I bet you've already got this whole situation all figured out. And I know you won't mind filling me in. I love that about you.
Of course.
So that's what's going on here? This place is a lost belt, a different world where the pruning theoretical phenomenon is still taking place. So now, you're after the bad guys, Cryptors. You called them? Who ruined the world. And on top of that, the hot gunslinger you've got with you is Billy the Kid. I hope that might be the case when I heard you call him Billy, and I was totally right. This is great. This is so great. Squeak!
No rattling your sword at Billy.
Whoa, how did you know? Sorry, old habits and all that. Besides, a quick draw battle between a gunslinger and a swordsman? How could I not want to see which of us would win? Granted, I've already won a number of quick draw battles with other gunslingers, but Billy the Kid's got to be on a whole other level. Is it true you can fire off 3 rounds between a man's eyes before he's even had time to blink? You are supposed to be faster than lightning, right?
Course I am. Plenty of folks have come to see if those rumors were true, and they've gotten more than 2 or 3 rounds between the eyes for their trouble. This ain't really the place, though. Too closed in. You're planning to deflect anything I fire and rush me for the kill, ain't ya? Probably cap the whole thing off by saying something about how you was only looking to see who's faster than just mosey along.
Ha 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 ha! Saw right through me, huh? Guess you and I are both outlaws through and through.
So you guys size each other up even when you're joking around? You really are incorrigible. Seems like a big waste of ammo to me.
Hey, I keep the rules of engagement as much as the next outlaw. Ain't my fault this little lady's a ruthless savage?
I mind my manners too, you know. I just happen to enjoy life and death duels as much as I do testing my skills.
That's so. 'Cause it sure looks to me like the only thing that you're worried about with your swordplay is staying alive, no matter what.
I'm glad to see them hitting it off so well, Senpai.
Anyways, I think we better put the dueling off while we're here. I noticed during that last scrap that my gunshots sure make a hell of a lot of noise here, so... Wait, that's it.
Billy?
Yep, there. We can use the ringing of my gunshots to help figure out how to get around in here. I doubt it'll give us a straight shot to the exit, but it ought to at least give us an idea where to go. Only thing is that I ain't really got the ear to figure out the change in the sound. Keen hearing ain't really my strong suit. I bet the musician could pull it off, but course he ain't here right now. How about you, Miss Samurai? Think you could do it?
I don't have to. We've got someone else with excellent hearing right here.
Pachi?
Wait. You want me to figure out the differences in the acoustics of Billy's gunshots? Well, I have done that before. It's a handy trick to figure out how many demonic beasts there are in a pack. But figuring out this labyrinth's layout? I don't know.
You got it. Potsy, we're betting on those Yaga ears of yours. I'm sure they can pull us through this. What do you say? Will you give it a shot?
All right. Guess that's our only option.
We're counting on you.
Don't worry. These ears of ours aren't just for show. The front path leads to a dead end, and the left side takes us back to where we were. There's a staircase leading up if we go diagonally. No, this isn't it. Every path here leads to a dead end. We'll have to go back and try another one. Hang on. There's a path that doesn't ricochet at all.
Then that means...
Let's go, Master.
Hold on! There's something there!
Oh no, is it the Minotaur?
Doesn't look like it. They're just regular beasts here to guard the exit.
Aw, that all? Shouldn't be any kind of trouble for us then.
In that case, let's wrap this up nice and quick. I had to save bits and pieces of these creatures to eat, so I could keep a minimum of magical energy going when I was on my own. But now that I've got a master, the sky's the limit. No more worrying about keeping the tasty bits intact. Time to show these things what I can really do.
How to wrap this up? Maybe a good old-fashioned see you in hell or something. Then again, this place is hellish enough as it is.
That's it. Now it's just a straight shot to get outside.
Great, let's go!
There, you made it out!
So I wasn't dreaming after all. I should have known.
Come on now, you've been pissing in our ears about your regrets a while now. Save the grieving for later.
Well done, everyone. Now that you're out of there, all our monitoring functions are back online. It looks like the Oprichniki and Metropolitan Macarius are both gone.
Phew! It's about time you got to a point where we can monitor you again. How could you let your guard down like that, you fools? What were you thinking, getting lost in a place where we can't track you?
Whoa there, partner. The point of having an ace up your sleeve like that is that the other guy can't see it. So what's your damn problem?
Billy is right, Gordolf. The fact that they made it back alive is a victory in its own right. Asterios' noble phantasm is one of the few man-eater traps ever to exist, even in the Grecian world. Not only did Gudao's team manage to escape it, they even acquired a powerful new ally in Miss Miyamoto. If that is not a victory, I don't... Miss Miyamoto, am I mistaken, or are you floating?
Why, yes. Yes, I am. Nice to know your eyes are as sharp as your good looks are devastating.
floating?
What's going on?
I'm afraid Miss Miyamoto does not have firm roots in this Lostbelt. Her existence here is inherently unstable, even after forming a connection with Mr. Gudao earlier. Now I see, so this is the downside to being able to ray shift on one's own power. Bluntly, she's not altogether different from a ghost. She has no place in any world, whether proper human history or a Lostbelt.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I am a female Musashi who doesn't belong anywhere, let alone in Gudao's history. I used to be a drifter with no place to call home, wandering around with no goal beyond improving my swordsmanship. But now that I've reached 0 and attained a sword that surpasses my father's, I don't even have that. Honestly, I don't know why I bothered to travel at all anymore.
Musashi,
Don't worry, I'm totally fine with it. I may not be totally corporeal anymore, but I'm still me. All I need are beautiful people to look at, money to buy udon, and challenging enemies to fight. Still, it sucks that my presence here is unstable. After letting loose in that battle, I can tell this place just doesn't quite agree with me. I guess even my connection to Gudao isn't enough to keep me anchored.
So that means...
I've done this enough that I can tell it probably won't be too long before I tumble off into another world. I'm sorry to say I won't be able to stick by you to the end here. In fact, this might even be the last time I ever... Nope, not bringing myself down. Whatever happens from here on out, I'm glad I showed up in this world. After all, I got to save your life just in the nick of time. Not every day I get a chance like that.
I don't really get what's going on, but basically, you're gonna be disappearing soon? Doesn't that scare you?
Of course it does, and I hate that I won't be able to stick around. But if I sit around feeling sorry for myself, I'll miss the chance to help out while I can. Anyway, there you have it, Gudao. Time is definitely not on my side. I might not be able to help you out as much as I'd like, but I'll do my best to clear the way forward for you while I can.
thanks, Musashi.
Are you finally done talking? People from the East being unafraid of death is nothing special. It's the same culture that gave us harakiri and wabi-sabi, you know. At any rate, we've no more use for that Yaga. Get rid of him. Go on, get out of my sight.
Yeah, that figures.
Wait.
What?
We can't speak for the rebel army, but for our part, we don't blame you for cooperating with our enemy. However, we do want as much information as you can give us on Ivan the Terrible.
What, are you still planning to defeat him? Forget it, it's impossible.
Oh, impossible, you say, and why is that?
Because I can't tell you. It's so horrible I can't even put it into words. He's that much of a monster.
A monster, eh? So then he must be quite large.
Large doesn't begin to describe it. He's on a whole other level.
It's all right, Patchy. We've fought and beaten some truly enormous enemies before.
Remember Tiamat? Talk about huge.
That said, with the rebel army wiped out, our chances of defeating Ivan the Terrible now are slim, verging on non-existent.
That's why I keep telling you not to even try going after him.
This is going nowhere fast. Any ideas for how to break this stalemate, Holmes?
Not yet. I'm afraid Potsy's remarks alone aren't nearly enough to draw reliable conclusions. Every single piece of the puzzle must fall into place. Inspection, eyewitness testimony, and evidence. Only with all of those can I begin to accurately determine our chances for victory.
Let me save you some time. Here it is right now. Zilch. But okay, fine. If you're that determined to fight the Tsar, you should just see him for yourselves and have your spirits broken in the process.
Well, before that, there's the matter of whether we can even get close to him. As matters stand, we cannot. The frontier may be fairly free of Oprichniki, but the capital area is crawling with them.
Then I guess it's up to me to do something about that.
That voice.
In the flesh. I came as soon as I could after the Yaga I had watching this place told me what was happening, but I guess I was too late. So what do we do about the plan now?
We go ahead with it.
Good, glad your spirit isn't broken. Long as you can keep your chin up like that, you'll be all right. Huh? Hang on, is this all the servants we had?
No, I'm afraid Avasbron is still missing.
I see.
Oh, by the by, the little lady over there making eyes at you hoping for a duel is Miyamoto Musashi.
Miyamoto Musashi, huh? And here I thought she was just some crazy... Wait, Miyamoto Musashi as in the great swordmaster from the Far East?
Oh, I don't know if I'd go that far. But never mind that. Is it true you fought the giant Grendel all on your own?
I see what your game is now. But unfortunately, I'm not fighting anyone here unless I have to. Not with circumstances being what they are.
Aw man, foiled again. At least old man Tajima had the decency to take me up on my challenge. Anyway, is this the plan you told me about earlier? You really think it'll work?
Of course not.
Hey, if it isn't Potsy, so why isn't it going to work?
Because...
Easy there, partner. Gotta admit, I ain't thrilled about Ivan seeming so much more powerful than even we bargained for. Still, we learned ourselves a little something. Not sure you're gonna like it. Wanna hear anyways?
Shoot.
Looks like Ivan the Terrible's gotta be counting sheep to use that noble phantasm of his that summons all those damn Oprichniki. So all we gotta do is wake him up, and the Oprichniki ought to disappear in a flash.
I see. So that's why he's able to summon as many as he wants and have them stick around.
Don't do it!
Don't do what, Potsy?
You can't wake Ivan the Terrible up, and you shouldn't even be thinking about fighting him.
Did you see him?
Yeah, I did, and I...
Settle down now. That's enough. The short of it is that Potsy here got a look at Ivan the Terrible in the flesh, and it spooked him something fierce.
Is that so? And now you say we shouldn't even think about fighting him.
That's right. He's... How do I put this? He's so far beyond us I can't even put it into words. Even thinking about fighting him or beating him doesn't make sense. He's a god. I mean a god.
Pathetic coward.
Stop it. A god, huh? Patchy, let me tell you a little secret. We heroes? Fighting gods like that is pretty much our whole deal. That goes for Gudao, too.
That's exactly right. Some of our past opponents could best be described as gods.
Even you, Gudao?
Well, I mean,
Oh, quit being so damn modest. You were there, weren't you? Right in the thick of it?
So you're not gonna give up?
Patchy, this guy doesn't even know how to give up. Anyway, if the Oprichniki are all going to disappear once Ivan the Terrible wakes up, maybe I should take the fight to the capital instead. Hey, guys.
Yes, General?
I hate to ask, but can I trust you guys to handle the diversion near the capital?
But, sir, without you there, we can't possibly.
Hey, now, don't give me that. I thought I trained you guys to be able to operate even when I'm not around. You've got the numbers and you've got what it takes to fight. If you want, you can always run away, too. There's no shame in running away from the Oprichniki, so you can live to fight another day. That's what I trained you guys for, you hear me?
Yes, General.
We've been over this, remember? You don't get through life by making the world unequal. You do it by spreading equality wherever you go. You can get where you're going a lot easier with someone at your side than you can on your own. The joy you get from working together beats the joy you get from kicking others down any day of the week.
I couldn't agree more, General, but I'm still nervous. Without you around to guide us, I don't know if we can make it.
Part of being a king is planning for what happens after you're gone. You guys will manage okay without me, right? Now that I've taught you how to hunt, how to hide, and especially how to live together in big groups.
General Beowulf.
So sorry, but I'm gonna go with these guys. If I don't, you'll never get the real tomorrow you've been working for.
A real tomorrow, huh?
Billy?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking it might be about time I started taking all this serious. Especially now we know Yaga are capable of learning and growing much as anyone else. Bio, I got a feeling that just that diversion ain't gonna do the trick. We're gonna need one in the capital too. So I'll play decoy to draw their attention.
By yourself? Are you nuts? The Oprichniki in the capital are all freakishly strong. It'd be like taking on 100 servants all on your own.
Don't give it no thought. I'm an archer after all. We ain't the sort to go down easy. I'll keep 'em fighting as long as I can. What do you say?
I know Gudao said you and I never ran into each other in America. But if we had, I'm sure I would have remembered. 'Cause there can't be many kick-ass outlaws like you around.
There's a reason Billy the Kid's still known today.
Oh shucks, you're making me blush. Anyway, this ought to make things a mite easier for those of you around the capital. Good luck out there.
All right, Beowulf, Billy, we'll find a way to make it work on our own. Thanks for everything. Make sure you two come back safe and sound.
You bet. Once Ivan the Terrible's out of the picture, well, we'll try to make it back. No promises, though.
That's okay. I know you hate making promises you're not sure you can keep. All right, we'll make our way ahead of you then. Once we're all set, we'll make sure we get their attention.
Are you just gonna abandon them?
I'm not abandoning anyone, but I'm not gonna keep them safe forever either. The time for that's long past. This isn't the age of heroes anymore. I'm not even sure how I arrived at this conclusion myself. Anyway, the point is, this isn't a time when only heroes or the strong get to survive anymore. Not even in this Yaga world. And there's no way anyone should still be ruling on high as God's agent for hundreds of years.
Not a time when only the strong get to survive, huh?
So there you have it, Godot. I know it took a while to get here, but now I'm finally joining your team. And to kick things off, I've got an idea. What do you say we go in and save Adelante and Salieri?
Adelante and Salieri? Then they're still alive?
Sure are. I'm told they were taken captive. They could have handled themselves just fine, of course, but Adelante gave herself up when the enemy took some kids hostage.
That does sound like her.
Right? And Salieri probably followed her lead.
Just a moment. If they succeeded at capturing a servant as strong as Miss Adelante, then surely they must have taken her back to the capital, no?
You'd think so, but it doesn't look that way. I had some Yaga tail them, and they told me they actually bypassed the capital and brought the captive somewhere else. An old fortress they turned into a prison.
Well, fortunately, we won't need to infiltrate the capital to rescue them. But why would they avoid the capital to begin with? Perhaps they're concerned about Ivan the Terrible being assassinated. But no, if that were the case, they would have executed them right away. Adelante and Salieri are both servants powerful enough that they need to be heavily guarded at all times. Why would the enemy go so far as to build a prison just to keep them away from the capital? Could it be because of who else is in the capital? Potsy, you were taken to Yaga Moscow after you were captured, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
What were things like there? Were the Yaga afraid of Ivan the Terrible?
No, it didn't look like it. I didn't hear a single one bad-mouthing the Tsar when I was there. I don't blame them, seeing how they live way better off than we do in the frontier. Not to mention all the Oprichniki everywhere they go.
Then can you tell me if they appeared to be living in fear of the Oprichniki, or if they seemed to genuinely love and respect the Tsar?
Genuinely? I don't know, that's hard to say.
Close your eyes, Potsy. Take a deep breath and think back to what you saw there.
All right.
Goodness, I can't believe he defied the Tsar.
Worthless Yaga. Hell's too good for him.
Did that Yaga do something bad?
He's an incorrigible Yaga who forgot the debt of gratitude we owe to the Tsar. Now he's suffering the consequences for incurring the Tsar's wrath, and rightly so. Make sure you don't ever end up like him. I don't know what he was thinking, defying the strongest being in existence. We all need to stick together if we're going to survive in this world.
They didn't sound like they were being coerced. They actually sounded like they worshipped him. They didn't seem to be afraid of the Oprichniki at all, either.
Then, based on what you saw, there were no signs of dissent there.
Not as far as I can tell, no.
Excellent. You have just provided another key piece of the puzzle to the mystery of Ivan the Terrible. You have my thanks, Potsy.
No problem, really.
How can this possibly help us, Holmes? Of course, the citizens of Yaga Moscow are going to sing Ivan the Terrible's praises.
The Yaga may be devoted to their principle of the strong get to eat, but they are no less possessed of emotions than humans. As we saw with Potsy earlier, there is no Yaga that does not feel fear. All the more so if they are confronting the Tsar, a being said to be an agent of God himself. So then if the Yaga in the capital revere the Tsar rather than fear him...
Yes?
That, my friends, means the Tsar must be revered.
Huh?
What's going on?
Huh.
Oh, this had better not be going where I think it's going.
I'm afraid that question will have to wait until right now.
Then what the hell was the dramatic pause for?
What it means is that Ivan the Terrible is on the verge of waking up. However, the other authority figures wish to prevent this at all costs. I cannot imagine the Tsar would be especially pleased by the current circumstances after all. As if the rebellion weren't enough, now there are servants being summoned one after another for the express purpose of defeating him. The Tsar would surely see this state of affairs as nothing short of a personal attack on him and the reign he has established here. As such, even the slightest of disturbances in the capital would be all it may take to wake him up. Fortunately, that means we may only have to contend with the Oprichniki army for a short time.
Now I see. But either way, we're not heading to the capital just yet. First, we need to rescue Atalante and Salieri.
I am so ashamed. I cannot believe they decided to spare us.
Those dirty bastards threatening to kill those kids if we don't go along. That's no way for the strong to behave.
Be that as it may, it was my fault for not refusing them. I apologize. I just could not abandon those poor children.
You did everything you could, boss.
I have no right to call myself your boss anymore. Not after so much blood has been spilled. The rebel army has no hope of rebuilding itself anymore. I will never be able to bear these fangs against the Tsar again.
Things may not be as bad as you think, Atalante.
Huh?
You've sure been running around making a mess of things, haven't you?
You are the mage who was invited to the palace, the Cryptor.
Don't bother. That cage uses command spell binding techniques to keep servants in check. There's no way you can break through it with your magic resistance.
I suppose I must have frightened you more than a bit if you have taken such precautions. So why are you here? Is it time for my execution?
No, I'm here to recruit you. I want you to form a contract with me and fight for our side.
Are you mad? What mush do you have between your ears in place of brains?
No, I'm dead serious.
So long as you side with the Tsar, we are enemies.
I'm not on his side.
What?
I'm not on the Tsar's side at all. Just take a look around. See any Oprichniki here? I want to make a deal with you.
A deal?
That's right. I want to take the Tsar down, and I want you to help me.
What do you mean by that?
And the Tsar's not the only one you'll need to defeat. If you really want to help this abandoned world, then you'll need to take down Chaldea too.
So that's his plan.
Surely you must have realized it yourself. You may be a servant from proper human history, but your true sympathies lie with this side, don't they? This Lostbelt is one of the dregs of history. If Chaldea succeeds in their goal, you know what will happen to it.
Tell me more.
Gladly. All you Yaga here should listen to this too. I think we could all do great things together. Especially seeing as we have the same goal. This should give me everything I need. My caster, the rebel army, and Atalanti. Salieri, and most importantly, Avisabron. Chaldea, Mash Kirilite, Godao. I will surpass you, all of you. I'm finally getting going.
So since Avisbron isn't here, I guess that means we can't use golems now.
Ah, yes, no need to worry about that. We'll take you there in the Shadow Border. Things being what they are, we cannot afford to simply hide away any longer. We'll come pick you up right now.
You want us to move toward the fighting? Have you lost your mind, Holmes?
The time for confining ourselves to our immediate surroundings has long since passed, Gordolf. From here on out, we will be assuming the same risks that Mr. Godao has been facing on the front line all this time. Attention, all hands in the cockpit/command room, as well as those of you at your positions throughout the Shadow Border. We will now be piloting the border across Russia's vast territory. We will most likely have to fight off demonic beasts and Oprichniki on our way. It will be risky, but it is a risk we must take.
I understand, Holmes. No objections here.
Oh man, so we're finally wading into combat ourselves, huh? Oh well, I guess we can't have the gas pedal rusting over from disuse. That plan is A-OK with me. I Jingle, Abel, Munier, as well as the rest of the staff are all on board.
Speaking as technical advisor in the Border's in-transit mainframe, I'm on board with this too. But what's this? Be still, my heart. Could it be that the only one who isn't on board with the plan is the big shot, tough elite mage sitting in the fancy chair? Aren't you a prestigious clock tower mage? A graduate from the policies department at that? You must have some experience in military affairs. But now you're telling us you're afraid of a little combat action?
I'm not afraid. I'm just concerned about the Shadow Border's safety. It's the last bastion of humanity, after all. It's my duty to protect it.
I'm afraid just keeping the border safe won't stop the world from ending. We also need to use it to fight back. Am I wrong?
Grr. You think I don't know that? Of course I do, but can you guarantee our safety? Especially from, say, a cannon shell being fired straight into the command room?
I'm afraid you'll just need to trust my and Mr. Munier's piloting technique on that. But if it's any comfort, I can tell you that we have completed the simulator's most difficult course 10 times out of 100.
Really? The same course I've only ever beaten 5 times myself? I'm impressed.
Wait, you mean you tackled that course by yourself? That thing's like the Safari Rally.
Very well, I'll allow it. Being as I am a master driver myself, I know talent when I see it. But as the commander, I reserve the right to order an immediate retreat if I sense we might be in the slightest bit of danger.
Understood, Gordolf. Miss Kirilight, would you be so kind as to contact Mr. Gudao? Tell him the shadow border is on its way.
There you have it, Master. We'll be heading your way now. Please hold tight until we get there.
Say, I just realized something. That was Mash, right? The girl you told me about before? If she's a servant, why isn't she here with you?
Well...
I see. Got it. Just leave everything to me.
So that's your ride, huh? I like it already.
Thanks for waiting, everyone. Please come on board.
This is great. It's faster than any horse could ever hope to be.
Damn right. Puts me in a mind to head up to the deck and let loose a good, old-fashioned yeehaw. This thing's practically a boat running on land.
It is, isn't it? Nothing better than blasting across a barren wasteland at full throttle. I have to advise against going up on the deck, though. Rushing through this weather at such speeds would freeze anyone to death, even a servant.
Couldn't they just use their spirit forms? Oh, but then they wouldn't be able to feel the wind on their faces, would they?
Don't you ever shut up? This right here is exactly what I hate about your boorish heroic spirits. Why couldn't Chaldea find any dignified servants?
I'm sure you will meet some of those later in our journey, Gordon. What about the Grand Duchess? It would seem to be nothing if not dignified.
Are you mad, man? Why would I take an ice demon like her as my familiar? Not to mention, just seeing her face makes my groin seize up something fierce.
Talk about a traumatic experience. Still, I'm actually with the old man on this one. That Grand Duchess scares the hell out of me, too.
Nonetheless, we cannot let our fear hold us back forever. If we are to get through this, we will need to face her sooner. Don't you agree, Mr. Gudao? Where is Mr. Gudao?
Welcome back, Senpai Fu.
Hi there.
Hello, Musashi. It's a pleasure to meet you in person.
Same here. Nice to finally meet you, Mash.
Thank you.
Your shoulders and thighs are kind of stiff, aren't they? Have you been doing something?
And nothing special. Just my usual training regimen.
I see. Guess we don't have to worry about the physical side, so that just leaves the mental side. Hey, think you could make some time to talk later? There are so many things I want to ask you. For example, maybe you could tell me some juicy stories about Gudao? Tee-hee-hee.
Wait, what kinds of things do you want to ask her?
I can't answer any questions that would violate his privacy. It's nice to be outside again, Senpai. Holmes said I could go with you. What with the border close by and all.
Well, it's nice that we got here in record time, but something seems off.
You're right. I ain't sensing any enemies round here at all. May as well head inside.
I'm not smelling much here. We might have been wrong about where they were.
We scanned this location earlier ourselves and found nothing whatsoever. They must be masking all the servants' readings, but it still seems strange that it would be completely deserted. Beowulf, I take it you would prefer to go charging in?
Huh? Well, yeah, pretty much. That's about how a siege ought to work when you're in a hurry.
Something about that don't make a lick of sense. Still, I gotta agree that quicker's better at this point.
Very well. Go ahead and charge in, though I don't believe you'll find anything worthwhile.
So we got the go-ahead, huh? In that case, hoorah!
He smashed the door to pieces in a single blow.
That's one way to win a race against time.
I'll say.
Looks like you were right. And the place is deserted.
I don't sense anyone here either. Definitely deserted.
I can make out Atalante's scent and Salieri's, though just barely. It looks like they were shipped out of here about 3 days ago. What do you make of it?
Your guess is better than mine.
You can track scents.
You can't? You all got stuffy noses or something?
Nothing like that. Regular old humans ain't got the noses you Yaga do.
So your nose and your ears are basically useless? Well, that's gotta suck.
Hey, Master, there's a note here. Looks like someone named Kadok wrote it. You know him?
Mash.
Right. Beowulf, could I see that note, please? Yes, this is definitely Kadok's handwriting. I remember it from his magecraft essays. It says Atalante and Salieri are to be executed in Yaga, Moscow. It's scheduled for 5 days from now.
Damn, so that's their plan.
So he's calling us out. We gotta ride to the capital to stop him, huh? Suppose we could make it in time. Course, once we do, we'll have a whole passel of Oprichniki to contend with before we can even think about getting to the execution site.
Why would you even go at all? It's obviously a trap.
I'm sure it is. But the fact is, our only hope for success is to distract the enemy and defeat them as quickly as possible. And to do that, we need as many servants to help us as we can possibly get. Atalante in particular is capable of taking on a large army all on her own. So if we're going to defeat Ivan the Terrible, or even face him, we're going to need her help. Ideally, I would like to have Avisbron and his golems around too, but...
Hey, speaking of Avisbron, that note mention him at all? After all that happened last we saw him, he must be either dead or captured.
No, I'm afraid there's no mention of him at all. Patchy, can you make out Avisbron's scent too?
Avisbron's tough to make out. His scent's always mixed in with dirt and rocks. That mask and full-body outfit don't exactly help either.
Too bad. I was hoping I'd get to meet the legendary Golem Keeper for myself, but oh well. Anyway, it looks like we're done here, Master. Now all we've got to do is make a choice. Do we go to the capital or not? What do you say?
I say we fight.
So we've got me, Billy, and Miyamoto Musashi. That means it'll just be the three of us against the entire capital. Even if we luck out, find Avisbron and rescue Atalante. That still only makes 5.
Well, if things start to look bad, I can fight too. I should at least be able to help keep you all safe while...
No, you won't be any use to us in combat, not with the state you're in. If anything, you'd only drag us down. Listen, in this world, you're either strong enough to survive or you die. Just because you can technically fight Doesn't mean you'll actually be useful on the battlefield. Yeah. We're going up against the Oprichniki, the Minotaur, the priest in Koyanskaya, two servants we know almost nothing about, Grand Duchess Anastasia and Ivan the Terrible himself. Not to mention...
Kadak Zemlupus.
Yes, one of the 7 cryptors. I have no doubt he's waiting for us.
I'm pretty sure I can beat just about anyone, but I know Ivan the Terrible's a monster who's been ruling this world for 450 years straight. I can't really say for sure that I can beat him until I've seen the bastard for myself.
You're gonna regret that, I promise. If you guys want to go off and get yourselves killed, that's your business. But what about Gudao? Even I can tell he's, well, different. Right? He's a weakling who can't even kill a single demonic beast on his own, right? Well, Gudao, are you really okay with dying?
Of course not, but I still need to keep moving forward.
Well, you're not going anywhere right now. Don't move.
Patchy?
Hold it, Billy. You too, Musashi.
I want to talk to him in private. Just us.
Fine with me, Potsy.
Holmes?
It's quite all right, Miss Kirilight. Stand down, Billy, Miss Miyamoto. Potsy won't hurt him. He just wants a private talk, isn't that right?
All right, we'll go wait outside the prison. Until you're done with your talk.
And I'll go ahead and end our call.
Wait, are you sure that's a good...
Don't worry, it's fine.
There. Now it's just the two of us. Us, huh. I don't know when we all started lumping humans and Yaga together. Anyway, now there are no more servants here to keep you safe.
Nope, there aren't.
Killing you would be way easier than killing a demonic beast. I wouldn't even have to use my gun. All I'd have to do is twist your neck a bit to break it and you'd be dead. Isn't that right?
Yep.
You'd die if one of your arteries got cut too, or if you just fell sick with an incurable disease. You can't handle drowning or fire as well as we can, and you especially can't handle this cold. If I ripped that coat off of you right now, you'd be dead in no time, wouldn't you?
Yep.
Yaga don't die nearly that easily. This cold might be deadly for you, but for me, well, I'd call it a bit chilly is all. If you want to kill a Yaga, you'd have to completely cut off their head. I heard that something called infectious diseases used to kill humans all the time. Never heard of a Yaga dying that way. I'm a lot stronger than you. All Yaga are stronger than humans. Which is why I don't understand. How are you able to smile?
Am I smiling?
Yeah, all the damn time. Even if you're depressed or angry, you always look to me like you're smiling deep down inside. I don't get it. This world is nothing but pain and suffering. I don't ever smile. There's never been anything to smile about. The closest I come is when I've had enough vodka to get drunk. I've never actually smiled deep down, from the heart. Be straight with me, Gudao. Is your world really that happy?
Speaking for myself, I was happy, yes.
Is that so? Now I get it. I finally understand why I decided to go along with you, even if doing it got me killed. I want you to be driven to despair. I want you to curse this brutally cruel world, to curse your body for being weak and fragile. I want you to curse yourself for being weak.
That's not going to happen.
You say that now. But you'll change your tune quick once you meet Ivan the Terrible. I've changed my mind. The rebel army, the Tsar, I don't care about any of it anymore. I'm not gonna kill you myself. But what I am gonna do is watch you fall into despair. I'm gonna be there when you're reduced to crawling on your hands and knees. You don't get to be happy. Not when even the idea of happiness is unattainable for us.
So, you're still going to come with us?
You couldn't stop me if you tried. It's not like you can kill me, right? Go ahead and tell all the others if you want. Besides, I'm sure that Holmes guy is eavesdropping on us anyway. He is, isn't he?
Huh? No, I actually don't think he is.
Oh, come on, sure he is. There's no way a guy like that isn't listening in as we speak.
Oh, done already? That went faster than expected.
Weren't you eavesdropping the whole time?
Ha ha ha, I'd never do anything of the sort. An English gentleman's word is his bond.
So what was all that about anyhow? 'Cause it looked to me like he needed killing.
Everything's okay now.
You sure?
Well, if you say so, I'll take your word for it. Of course, all bets are off if he pulls another stunt.
Yeah, I understand. Don't worry, it won't happen again.
Holmes's so-called gentlemanliness aside, I can promise you we weren't listening in at all.
For real?
Oh yes, I saw this good-for-nothing detective do nothing but demurely sip his tea the whole time.
It's important to rest when one can, particularly in our case, given that we are cooped up in the shadow border. The longer this situation continues, the more likely it is to wear on our minds. I'm quite sure Chaldea's staff will come out the other side just fine. But what about you, Gordolf?
Ha! Don't you mock me, servant. Not a day goes by when I don't wish for the sweet embrace of death. And with the massive losses I've suffered this time around, I'm all but doomed no matter what happens. Oh no, now I want to die all over again. But that aside, we only have so much tea to go around. I certainly don't see us finding more here.
Talk about bouncing back.
Well, it doesn't matter either way. Come on, let's get going. You are going to the capital, aren't you, Gudao?
Yep.
Are you coming along too, Patchy?
What? Is that a problem? I won't get in your way. And that thing I wanted to discuss with Gudao is all settled now. Right, Gudao?
Well, it's okay with me if it's okay with Master.
I'm good.
All right. But, being one of the people who's been here from the beginning, there's something I want to say. Patchy, never try anything like that again. And I don't just mean because I don't like what you did. I'm saying this for your own personal safety, too.
You... Yeah, okay, I got it, don't worry. Besides, I won't have to do anything like that again anyway. It's gonna take at least a few days to get to the capital. So what's your next move?
For the moment, I think we shall take the shadow border as close to the capital as is safely possible.
After that, we can ride bicorns the rest of the way.
You mean the same bicorns the Yaga ride?
Those are the ones. Think you can handle that, Gudao?
I can do that now, yeah.
Master? Does this mean you've been practicing horseback riding in secret ever since you fell off that horse in Rome?
Huh, that so? Well, then you can get your own mount and saddle up.
Fine with me, of course. I got around on horseback a lot back when I was crossing America.
Very well then, everyone on board. It's finally time to begin our assault on Yaga Moscow, the very center of Russia and the home of that enormous tree.
We'll soon be in the vicinity of the capital. This should be the closest we can get without the Opritniki detecting us. Beowulf, Billy, once we park the border, I would like you two to find bicorns for everyone to ride. It is imperative that you do so before daybreak. I'll have our master take a quick nap in the meantime. Miss Musashi, you and I will keep an eye on things here.
All right, see y'all later. Give my regards to Sleeping Bow. I mean, Master.
So I'm on bicorn duty too, huh? Yeah, all right, whatever.
Oh, don't worry, this'll be easy. Okay, we'll be back soon.
All right, be careful, everyone. It's so cold. I can feel my breath actually freeze.
Yeah, I'd be dead in no time if I weren't a servant. Man, it's beyond freezing out here, isn't it?
Musashi? Aren't you supposed to be on standby in the command room with Holmes?
Oh, that? I slipped out when no one was looking. There's nothing for me to do in there anyway. Besides, I wanted to talk to you. Mind if I sit next to you?
I didn't know, that's fine with me. You've been to America and other countries in the Northern Hemisphere, a number of places in the Southern Hemisphere, and the tropics? Amazing. Oh, but exactly where in the tropics? Guam, Indonesia?
Nope, it was actually Hawaii. It was a real lucky break for me that they speak Japanese there. They even had an udon restaurant, Maru something or other. Anyway, Hawaii was the best. I didn't get along too well with their goddess Pele at first, but we were good friends by the end.
Wow, you're such a seasoned traveler, Musashi. It's like you could race shift anywhere and fit right in.
You think? I mean, I'm always getting into some sort of trouble, like when I have to dine and dash.
But you seem to enjoy that kind of commotion, and always find a way to overcome it. I really admire that. Me, I could never hope to do that. I used to look forward to visiting all sorts of places outside of Chaldea. But now the idea fills me with dread. I thought I understood that reading about things and actually experiencing them were completely different. And yet, I used to be able to fight, but now my shield feels unbelievably heavy. I'm finding myself scared of the people in this Lostbelt and how they live their lives.
I see. So that's why you haven't been able to go out on the front lines. You know, Fujimaru used to brag about you all the time. I remember once he told me, "Mash is the best shielder in the whole world. There's no other girl in the world I trust as much as her." And that's made meeting you kind of strange. I thought, what happened to the strong girl Fujimaru always told me about? But now it all makes sense.
I'm so sorry. I know I'm the only one relegated to providing rear support. I hate knowing I could be out there fighting as a servant. If only I could get out from under this fear holding me back.
So it's fear that's keeping you from fighting, huh? In that case, isn't it out of your hands? I mean, who in their right mind wouldn't be scared to risk their life in battle? That's not really something you should feel bad about, you know.
Huh? You mean you're scared too, Musashi? Even after seeing so many worlds and surviving so many incredible, impossible things?
Ouch. I didn't realize you thought of me as some kind of unfeeling gorilla woman. I mean, sure, I love fighting duels, but I've never not been scared to risk my life. Hell, when you get right down to it, the only reason I fight at all is because it's all I know how to do. If there was something else I was good at or something else I wanted to do, I'd give up the whole dueling thing in a heartbeat. I mean, the fact that I'm still drifting around aimlessly just goes to show I'm no more than a scoundrel who could never find another way to live. But never mind that. For you, it's different. You used to be able to do this, and now you can't. Before, you were able to give it everything you had, but now, it feels like you just don't have anything left to give. And that right there says it all. You guys have never had to fight a battle where the whole world wasn't rooting for you. You've never been in a fight where your opponent loathed you, bystanders despised you. Even though what you were doing may have been the right thing, or if you were fighting to save countless lives from something terrible. When you get down to it, these sorts of battles, they're all about making your problems someone else's. And that's always going to make your opponents unhappy, no matter how it shakes out. And now you're here in this world of polar extremes, and you've never experienced that. I'd be more surprised if you weren't having a hard time of it.
Then what should I do? Do I just need to shut my emotions off like some kind of machine? Is that how you've overcome all the obstacles you've had to face, Musashi?
Not really. I don't care what my opponent's problems are. I just tell myself that everyone's got their own stuff to deal with, and that's that. So then, if I end up cutting them down easily, that proves I was right and their battle's over. And if I can't do that, and they end up defeating me, it proves I was wrong, and that's that for my battle. That's just the sort of good-for-nothing swordmaster I am. So I guess what I'm saying is that I am not really going to be much help to you, Mash.
I see. So I'm the only one who can solve my problems. Still, I can't help but think, are we really doing the right thing for this world's history and the Yaga who live in it?
Doing the right thing, Well, whether you are or aren't, you're just gonna have to get past it. If it gets down to a life or death choice, you'll find the answers pretty clear pretty quick. That's when people start showing you who they really are. Still, your worries are important and just as valid as anyone else's, and you shouldn't be afraid to have them. That I can say for sure.
Really? All this time I thought I was just wasting opportunities.
Thinking about things is never a waste. If you actually did shut off your mind, that'd weaken you more than anything else you could do. Sure, there might be times when it seems like, physically, you've got nothing left, and you can't save anyone on your own. But there's nothing more exhausting than the constant feeling that you should be doing something when you can't. I mean, sure, some people end up so overwhelmed by guilt or indecision that they end up becoming a burden, but that's not you. You're the kind of person who turns all that fretting into your own strength when all's said and done. So please don't feel like you're doing something wrong by worrying about this sort of stuff right now. Worrying is just what you need to be doing. Trust me, people like you are some of the scariest opponents you can face.
Musashi?
Anyway, this isn't the sort of problem you can solve in a day, and in the meantime, you've got me. And when we face Ivan the Terrible, I plan on repaying for all the help I got in Shimusa, and then some.
Chaldea had assembled a group of mages chosen for their aptitude for ray shifting. Of these mages, Team A was head and shoulders above the rest. Kirshtaria Wodaim, the prodigy said to be the true successor to the Animasphere legacy. Ophelia Famersaloni, the modern-day Valkyrie. Scandinavia Peperoncino, a man as shrouded in mystery as he is cheerful and well-liked. Beryl Gut, a mage who seemed more like he belonged in a gang. Akuta Hinako, the taciturn, misanthropic engineer who somehow got along well with everyone. David Semvoid, a man who seemed like a hole in reality itself. And Mash Kirilite, the sole success of the demi-servant experiments. I guess that makes me the 8th. Codex im Lupus. I know how little I'm capable of better than anyone. My magecraft is mediocre, and my family history is practically non-existent. Our bloodline only goes back about 200 years, nothing worth being proud of. But I was still chosen to be a master, not for my lineage or my spell work, but for the power I was born with. I already felt like I'd wasted my life, so hearing they needed my help was the greatest joy I could imagine. After I came to Chaldea and joined Team A, I think my pride and my inferiority complex positively exploded. Every single member was an absolutely top-notch talent. Mashkirilite was a test tube baby born and raised in Chaldea. She was more like another piece of equipment than a person. At best, she was on par with a homunculus. She may have had the same rights as any human, but nobody had any expectations as far as personality or achievements went where she was concerned. A real mage like Wodime must have thought just having her around was good enough. I agreed, of course. Neither me nor David nor Akuta interacted with her more than was strictly necessary. Although I think Pepe and Ophelia used to invite her to eat with them, saying she was one of the girls. It bewildered her more than anything. Even so, Team A needed her. The other members all had an abundance of strengths besides their ability to ray shift. But not me. There was only one thing I had. All I could do was cling to the lucky coincidence that I just happened to be able to command high-quality servants.
Oh, come on, that's no coincidence. Being good at other things doesn't necessarily mean you're the right person to restore humanity, you know? That's just as true, even if you're bad at other things. This is how it's supposed to be. Think about it. Destiny has practically smashed in your door here. Ooh, what an image. So the only thing you, my friend, need to worry about is how you make that destiny yours. Once you do that, K-Doc, you'll be well on your way. Me? Oh, don't you worry about me one bit. Destiny and I have always been on the outs. But you? You're just getting started. Think about it. The first line of protection for humanity itself. Who wouldn't dream about that? It's the closest any of us could get to being a real live superhero, right?
Then Pepe clapped me on the shoulder, as if to tell me to shape up and stop feeling sorry for myself. Usually I don't like people invading my personal space, but for some reason, I could never seem to get angry at him about it. He was right. I had to own this destiny, to swallow all the humiliation and bitter regrets I'd had leading up to this point.
The most notable characteristics of casters? Well, that's hard for me to say, being the unparalleled genius among geniuses that I am. But if I had to name something, I'd say casters are just as difficult to command as berserkers, but in a different sense, really. I mean, I'm one of the good ones. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? A true mage is so caught up in their own thoughts and craft that they don't even see people as people anymore. So don't even think about asking one to teach you their secrets. Your senses of what magecraft is will be so different they might as well be from another dimension.
Yeah, that figures. But even so, I'll still go with a caster. Ideally, after they've learned to supply themselves with magical energy first. I stepped into the coffin, doing my best to deal with the feeling of my own mind becoming undone. Soon my journey to restore humanity will begin in the little Japanese town of Fuyuki. I asked Akuta about it, but all she had to say was that it was nothing special. Maybe so, but there's still gotta be something going on there. I can't let my guard down. Now's the time to show everyone what I can do, to prove that I was chosen for a re. So much for that. It was all meaningless. My life was stolen from me before I ever had a chance to prove how useful I could be. I didn't even get to take the first step. Still, at least now it would be over. No more of this inferiority complex shit that tormented me all my life. Or at least that is what I thought. They said he saved humanity. A single, completely ordinary boy. The very bottom of the barrel, recruited because we just needed to fill a quota. Who just happened to be the only one to survive the explosion. He got to take the stage that was meant to be ours and accomplish something so great. that no one could ever deny his worth. Normally, I could just ignore that. I could just tell myself not to compare myself to anyone else and just let it go. Normally. But when I heard that, I was overwhelmed by the strongest jealousy I'd ever felt in my life. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's just not fair. That could have been me. I could have done everything he did. I could have done it better.
Circumstances change confirmed. I have a proposal for your chosen ones, and an offer for those of you who are cast aside.
I heard a voice that wasn't my own. A voice so calm, so dispassionate, in such stark contrast to the gravity of what it had to say.
If you desire affirmation, then choose rebirth. If you desire intimacy, then choose eternal sleep. It makes no difference to God.
What kind of choice is that? Any living being would value their survival above anything else. The other 6 all made the same choice. So then each of us was given territory and a heroic spirit.
I have descended upon this world from heaven. The tree of emptiness will reset this world. From there it will create new mythology. Crush poverty and history. Construct new gods with our hands. Create laws that are capable of accepting you.
My territory, my Lostbelt, was a 21st century Russia where Ivan the Terrible still rules supreme. The caster I summoned was Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova, the tragic descendant of the Romanov dynasty and the last to bear its legacy. But things here can't stay like this. The way of life here is completely at odds with the rest of the world. The Yaga life cycle is slowly but surely speeding up. And that broken excuse for a czar is planning on invading the other Lostbelts without letting the tree of emptiness take root. That can't ever happen, so I'm going to take him out. I'm going to put an end to his centuries-long reign and save Russia from his tyranny. Not for the Yaga's sake, but for hers.
I don't mind either way. Well, no, I suppose that's not true. I hate them. I hate those innocent humans who killed me. Nonetheless, I am human. I am a Romanov. I am not Ivan the Terrible. So even though I shall always carry this hatred and never again lower my guard for as long as I live, I will unite this Russia and see that it enjoys peace. That is both the Romanovs' wish and our solemn duty.
When she said that, she looked every bit the empress she aspired to be. Fine with me. If that's what she wants, I'll do everything I can to make it happen. I'll use anything I can get my hands on and trample anything that stands in my way. I'll even figure out a way to do something about Ivan the Terrible, who lives up to his name in every way. If he finds out what I'm up to, he'll have me brutally tortured and see me die for the second time in my life. But I don't mind dying again. At least it won't be as miserable as my first death. All right, Kadak, it's time to make a stand. It's time to grit your teeth and face your fears. Remember, everything you're doing is for this world.
I'm surprised you let me live. I imagine Kadak wants to keep as many servants around as possible. He has his own ambitions and his own mountains to climb. The more pawns at his disposal, the better.
I remember something now. Back when you fiddled with my memories, you told me you would let me see Amadeus.
I said that, did I?
At the time, I thought that meant Amadeus was on proper human history's side. But he wasn't. He was nowhere to be found among their ranks. They hadn't even seen or heard from him. He's not here in Yaga Moscow, nor is he with the rebels. Is it that he was never summoned here to Russia in the first place? No, that's not right. He was here at one point, I'm sure of it. In which case...
I see you've eliminated all the logical possibilities then. Very well. I suppose that must mean the time is indeed right. Yes, we were keeping the great prodigy here. We even took you to his room once.
You what?
You were, in fact, the one who wished for this. To be honest, I'm reluctant to open old wounds like this, but if this is what you want, I am honor-bound as a man of God to comply. Salieri, the man in gray, who willingly cast aside his own sanity. Allow me to unlock the memories you overrode of your own accord. Come, the time for the Requiem is upon us.
Right, think this here'll be where I get off.
Got it. Go out there and give him hell.
I'll damn well try. Well, Master, guess this is adios. Good luck taking down Ivan the Terrible. I'll meet you all later. Of course, that's assuming I come out of this alive.
I'll hold you to that.
Oh, don't you worry. I swear on my mama's grave. Of course, I gotta admit that since I've been summoned here, I can't remember for the life of me what my mama looked like. But I do remember that I had one. This ain't me saying thanks for that or nothing, but playing distraction is the least I can do for you now.
Well, this is it. The moment of truth. We've got no idea what we're in for, but if we're gonna do this, it's now or never. No prep, no practice. Gotta say, you don't seem too fazed.
I'm just trying not to let it show.
That so? I'm all in favor of putting on a brave face, but don't keep it too bottled up. It's human nature to look for an interpretation of something that fits what we want. Don't let people make you out to be a hero without regard for his own self-interest, all right?
It's almost time. Anything you want to say?
No.
You look troubled. Having second thoughts? Feeling caught between a rock and a hard place?
In doing this, I am betraying the future.
No, you're not. We're the ones who've been betrayed. I just want to show him that his actions have consequences. And if he has any conscience, I want him to make amends. Deep down, you know we're in the right.
So you want me to bear this shame?
You can call it shame if you want. Me, I think you should be proud.
Right.
Can we really be sure he'll come? He must know he's at a great disadvantage.
He will come. I'm sure of that. His actions to date speak for themselves.
If we're going to do this, I want to turn the tables on everything, all at once. Right, Avisbron.
Oh yes, I suppose this must be quite the thrilling story of a much-wronged underdog emerging triumphant. At least as far as you are concerned.
You're wrong about that. There's nothing thrilling about this for me. This is simply a demonstration. I'm going to prove once and for all that I can do everything he can and more.
I see. Well then, this is goodbye. It's time I met back up with Gudao, after all.
Cowardly, sensitive, bold, cunning. I must say, my master is certainly anything but dull.
I'm only third-rate at best. I can't leave any stone unturned.
Well, if it's any consolation, I don't dislike that self-deprecating side of yours.
I'm not being self-deprecating. I'm just being honest.
If Koyanskaya were still here, I would have had her keep an eye on all the key points. But it looks like that little minx isn't here in Russia anymore. I suppose she decided early on that we weren't worth her time.
Fine with me. I'm used to being written off. I'll go ahead and announce that the execution is about to begin. That way, we'll know exactly where they'll show up. What was that?
I have a report to make.
Then you can make it to me. I speak for the Tsar. You must not trouble him, no matter what the circumstances may be.
Yes, Your Imperial Highness. A servant has appeared in southwest Yaga, Moscow. He is attacking every Oprichniki in sight.
Master?
You said a servant, so there's only one of them?
Yes, sir.
Then it's just a diversion. Ignore him.
We can't do that. We Oprichniki are sworn to kill any who defy the Tsar. That is the sole reason for our existence.
All right, I get it. Then just make sure you deal with this quickly. Do not wake the Tsar up no matter what.
Yes, sir.
That could have gone a lot better.
You truly are a glass half empty type, aren't you?
Well, the Oprichniki here are damn near invincible. They should be able to handle a single servant. If they use the emergency prerogative, it won't be too long before they send his head rolling.
Gotta reload. Damn it, how many does that make now? I've lost count. 100? 200? Maybe it was closer to 300? Man, damn good thing I'm a servant. If it weren't for the whole limitless ammo thing I got going on, I'd be down to using my fists and harsh language at this point. But talking of limitless things, looks like there's no end to these Oprichniki either. I ain't half bad at guerrilla warfare, but this is a tall goddamn order. Hey y'all, I don't suppose you'd mind giving up and skedaddling anytime soon, would ya? Let's see, I've got 2 at my 1 o'clock, 3 at my 7, and another one at my 4. All right, Billy, just take a deep breath, whistle a little tune, and make sure your gun hand's steady. Hey, I almost forgot. There's something else I wanted to ask y'all. Damn it, missed one. Ow! You little... Panting like a damn dog here. I get the feeling I must have done this sort of thing plenty back in the Wild West, water being scarce as it was. Damn it, that's smarts. Don't know what I was thinking going this one alone. I'm an idiot, plain and simple. Still, I'm the only outlaw around these here parts. If the odds weren't against me, I wouldn't be me. That said, this ain't no picnic. Dunno that I can take 'em on alone anymore. I wonder if all that nonsense Da Vinci was going on about could really help.
Do you mind if I tinker with your gun?
Huh? Where'd that come from?
See, I'm a genius without peer in history, but I still can't do anything with weapons that were forged by gods or legendary smiths. After all, weapons like that have their origin in mystics from a time long before my own. Of course, that doesn't stop some cheeky heroic spirits from modifying others' weapons, but that's a topic for another day. At any rate, your Thunderer came off an assembly line, so I can work my magic, as it were, on it for you. And as luck would have it, that particular model's a rare find. Mass production may have succeeded at standardizing the quality of most goods, but every now and then an exception still manages to sneak through. As luck would have it, that weapon of yours just so happens to be one of the finest specimens anyone could hope for. But without help from a genius like myself, that's all it'll ever be.
I gotta say, I'm mighty fond of the weight and balance of my gun as it is now.
No, you only think you are. Let me have a look at it, trust me, you'll be glad you did. By the time I'm through with it, you'll be able to shoot through anything and everything. Those magical bullets really do wonders. The only catch is, you'll need to be ready to handle this modified gun's kickback. You ready to raise your spirit origin another rank?
There's only one way to activate it. Concentrate, overcome, and keep on moving. Look to the limits beyond the limits. Head for the lightning that lies beyond. Set your sights on the horizon and keep running. Mount your horse and head straight for glory and destruction. All right. Let's settle this, Oprichniki. Turned out a mite bigger than I thought, but the grip still feels as good as ever. Heavier now, though, but I suppose the improved balance offsets that real nice. And to top it off, it's got 3 times the destructive power. Now that's what I'm talking about. All right then, Oprichniki. Y'all better not be coming around here thinking I'm the same old Billy the Kid you've been kicking around all this time. I ain't. Now show me what you got, you yellow-bellied shits. I'll gun you down by the 1,000 if I gotta.
Confirming Master Gudau's coordinates. Confirming infiltration into Yaga, Moscow. You're coming in loud and clear on our end. Beowulf, do take good care of our master.
Where's MASH?
Oh yes. That girl is off getting treated in Da Vinci's ICU so she can transform into a servant. Given how close we are to enemy territory, there's no telling when they might try to attack the border. So I suggested she go and prepare for battle, just in case. Even if she can't fight on the front lines, she can at least stand in front of me and hold a shield. Why are you looking at me like that? I'll have you know this is a perfectly reasonable plan.
Pardon me, Gordolf, but I suggest you keep an eye on the mountains to the north of Yaga, Moscow. Gudau, Gordolf is right. Miss Kirillite is receiving a tune-up of sorts from Miss Da Vinci as we speak. Miss Kirillite was most insistent upon it. She said she wished to fight as a servant in the event that circumstances called for it.
You mean you knew, and you let this happen?
Please don't glare at me like that. This happened after you left for Yaga, Moscow. If all goes well, there should be no issue whatsoever, so please, focus your efforts on rescuing Miss Atalante. Personally, even if she is able to transform again, I still have no plans to include her in our combat ranks. Nor do I have any intention of sending a servant out to the front lines when her output has dropped so dramatically. I will only send one there if I am certain they are capable of seeing their mission through. Even if that means stopping her from rushing to your aid while you are in a dire predicament. Do you understand? Then do please focus on the task at hand, Mr. Gudau.
Of course.
Very good. Then let us consider the current situation. It seems we still have some time before Miss Atalante is scheduled to be executed. Billy and Beowulf's fighters have begun their diversion. There are fewer Oprichniki here in the capital than we had foreseen, though there are still quite a lot. Now, is there anything in particular that stands out to you?
There's not as much snow around here.
They say the Tsar's power keeps the blizzard from raging too hard in the capital. There's some truth to that. This part of Russia's a lot nicer to live in.
I don't see many onlookers. Maybe they're all afraid of the Oprichniki.
Once the Oprichniki begin fighting, I imagine any crowds that have gathered to watch won't stick around for very long. The problem is, well, the most urgent problem, I should say, is the enemy's servants. Of them, we must be especially wary of one in particular. No, not the priest, nor Koyanskaya, nor Anastasia, nor Ivan the Terrible. It is in fact the Minotaur. His position will determine our opening gambit. Now then.
I saw the court mage not too long ago. This may be rude of me, but old-fashioned humans really do have such interesting faces.
Let it be known that the leader of the rebel army is to be executed by beheading. Unfortunately, as we don't have a guillotine here, we will be doing something special for this execution. Farewell, Atalante, leader of the rebel army.
Well, this is fortunate. It would seem luck is on our side.
How?
Our first, most pressing order of business is to rescue her. To do that, it is imperative we not get separated. What, therefore, should our next course of action be? Right. All we need do is get close. Asterios may have some measure of intellect, but from my own observations, the Minotaur does not. Which means that a plan which would never work on the former should succeed on the latter. This makes him the perfect target. Are you ready, Gudao?
I think so.
That's it. Good luck, Gudao.
All right, let's charge in head on.
Sounds good to me. Musashi, heading out.
So you're just going to barrel in there with no plan at all? That's insane! Damn it.
Maybe you should think about getting out of here?
I will, once I get a little closer.
See? I knew they'd show up. I wouldn't last 2 seconds if I got caught up in a servant battle, so I'm gonna get out of here. Adelante, it's time for you to make a choice. I don't care which one you go with myself, but if you want to save the Yaga here, you know what to do.
Stay back, Master of Chaldea!
All right, Patchy, I think it's time you skedaddled. You just find somewhere to hide, then sit back and enjoy the show.
You don't have to tell me. I'll go find a hiding place right now.
So, you're here. This time, I'll eat you, for sure.
Huh, is that so? If you think you can handle me, then you just take your best shot. But I should warn you, not even the dragon was able to choke me down.
You look good enough to eat!
I'm picking up a spike in magical energy. He's about to use his noble phantasm. Now do it.
Adelante.
I told you to stay back.
Chaos Labyrinth.
Huh? What in the world are you...
All right, so far so good.
Now's our chance.
Hang on. Don't move a muscle.
So you cut through my shackles. Impressive.
I'm just glad it worked. My fingertips are feeling a little numb in this freezing cold.
Now I see. So you allowed the Minotaur to use his noble phantasm on purpose in order to rescue us.
Yup. They said kicking the enemy's asses could wait until we rendezvoused with you.
Is this everyone?
No, this is only a few of us. There are still children on the outside.
Get a hold of yourself. Rushing in headfirst will solve nothing. The first thing we must do is take down the Minotaur. The rest of you will remain on standby until then. Make sure Gudao stays safe.
Yes, boss!
All right, now comes the hard part. We gotta actually...
Hey. There you are!
Anyone who's not a servant, get back. This guy is no joke. Once we start fighting him, we won't be able to worry about you too.
Damn it, I knew it. He's even stronger than before. Guess the labyrinth gives him a serious home field advantage. Still, if you were hoping that'd surprise us, Demon of the Labyrinth, you've got another thing coming. Let's find out once and for all if you're a worthier foe than Grendel. Try this on for size.
Ah! Not yet. I haven't eaten anything yet.
Asterios.
What? What was that memory? What is this? Nobody ever looked at me like that. I wish I'd been that me.
I see you've defeated him. My apologies for my tardiness.
Who goes there?
Avisbron?
Avisbron, you're Gudao's servant, right? What are you doing here?
I suppose you might say I have been caught up in the whirlwind of all this, or perhaps that I jumped in of my own accord. To be honest, the circumstances are far from ideal, but if we don't do exactly what he says, they're only going to get worse.
I am Beowulf. Avisbron, what are you saying? You sound like you've gone over to the enemy's side.
Perhaps I have. It's complicated. Nonetheless, I'm afraid I can't explain right now. We simply do not have time. With the Minotaur gone, there is no one left to claim ownership of the labyrinth. Now that the magical energy required to maintain this miraculous relic from the Age of Gods is gone, we should soon be able to escape. However, if we act now, we can use this labyrinth for our own means.
What are you talking about?
Wait, you don't mean...
I do. It is a relic from the Age of Gods, and so would make the perfect body for a golem. The only question to be answered is, what do we do about its core?
Core?
I know what that is. It's the thing that powers a golem and makes it function, isn't it?
That's right. I have been worrying about what to use for my next golem's core for quite some time. The ones I have been using in combat so far are mere replicas, designed for the briefest of use. These replicas do require a vast amount of magical energy, but that is all they require. Unfortunately, they alone won't be enough to defeat Ivan the Terrible. I got a glimpse of him before the rest of you. Kadok Zemlupus showed him to me. That thing is utterly inhuman. He is a primal being, the kind that must have existed on this planet long before humans ever did. It would be impossible to slay a monster like that with such impermanent forces. So then what can we do? How should we fight such a fearsome opponent? If we cannot find an equally powerful entity for the core, then... Yes, I will admit that I have long dreamed of recreating the primordial man. And you're saying that you would aid me in that goal in exchange for my assistance?
Exactly. As luck would have it, we have an amazing asset on our side, and I'm sure we will have an opportunity to use it sometime very soon. Because you see...
I see, that does make sense. It will all come down to the timing.
Does that mean you're on board?
I certainly am, especially now that I finally understand your goal. If you can provide me with materials like that, then the only other thing we will require is a core.
Core?
Worry not, I'll take care of that. My only choice, you see, is to become the core myself.
What?
Wait, what?
Avisbron?
I have a confession to make. Among the lives I have taken, one was a child.
A child, huh?
I see.
After I was summoned as a servant, I began killing people. I doubt I am the first to dirty hands as a servant that were so determinedly kept clean in life. Once one has been summoned as a servant, bloodshed is all but inevitable, especially given how central it is to Holy Grail wars. They are, after all, events held for the sole purpose of fulfilling mages' desires. And in one such Holy Grail war, I proved to be the worst kind of servant imaginable. All I have ever desired is to recreate the primordial man and save my persecuted people. I threw away the sense of pride and the morals that I held so dear, all in pursuit of that goal. I killed my own master, who was just a child. I only know about this from records of the event. I can't remember their name or face. Such a horrible deed, and I cannot remember anything about it. But the records speak for themselves. They torment me, proving beyond any doubt I am just as driven by my desires as any other ruthless mage.
That can't be true.
We can't rule it out. Speaking for myself, I don't really care about that too much. Whether a servant remembers or not probably depends on them and the sort of memories they're dealing with. I know I don't care about remembering fighting in any boring-ass war, but I'd at least like to remember saving the world. If you feel bad about knowing you killed a child at some point, I'd say that just proves that deep down you're really a good guy. But you're here now to save all of humanity. You don't get to sacrifice yourself.
Yes, I may just be making excuses. Nonetheless, right now, we don't need a servant. We need a giant. One that is powerful enough to stand up to that truly horrible beast of a Tsar. As for Kardak Zimlupus, a word of advice. Don't write him off, don't underestimate him. If you do, you'll regret it.
Avisbron.
Master, I'm sorry. But I'm afraid this is the only way I can be useful to humanity. I leave the giant's command in your hands. Good luck, Master. You have a long path ahead of you and difficult choices to make, but I believe in you. Fight hard, courageous young man. You are human, but I know you have the strength you need to fulfill your duty.
Avisbron. I can't believe it. He didn't just use part of the Minotaur's labyrinth for a golem. He used all of it.
The hell? Where'd this shadow come from? Is that a golem? Did Avisbron make that?
Run away! This place is going to turn into a battlefield!
Hold it. Don't point your gun at me. It makes me want to end you.
What the? My gun!
You're with Chaldea, aren't you?
That's right.
Why would a Yaga help them? Are you a remnant of the rebel army?
No. Then again, I guess I am. I did think about rebelling for a little while. But I changed my mind as soon as I saw Ivan the Terrible in person.
I see. So you were that Yaga. I was told you were all but undone when the priest decided to make you look upon the Tsar. But it looks like you rather enjoyed it.
What?
It's okay. You needn't be afraid anymore. This disturbance will cause the Tsar to awaken, which means that the Tree of Emptiness will finally start absorbing mana from the land.
What are you talking about? Did you say that thing is going to wake up?
That's right. I can see even the thought of that terrifies you. But it's okay. We're going to defeat Ivan the Terrible ourselves.
What?
Ah, I said it. I finally said it. I feel so much better now. I've been holding that in for a long time. We're going to destroy the Tsar, the last vestige of Russia in this world.
What are you talking about? Are you betraying the Tsar?
Well, that didn't take long. I suppose I should have expected that here. Nonetheless. Now that the Tsar is about to awaken from his dream, I'm afraid you, Oprichniki, have outlived your usefulness.
This took place not too long ago, back when I had only just been summoned. At last I will have the audience I desire. I can sense him here. Stand in my way and I shall kill you as well. Now take me to see him, you swine in priest's clothing.
I'm impressed you got through the Oprichniki and made your way here, especially with that pitifully frail spirit origin. Very well. Out of respect for your hard work, I will grant you the audience with Amadeus that you desire. Besides, he told me to let you through himself. In fact, his exact words were, "If a man claiming to be my friend should ask to see me, please show him the way. He has every right to be here, you see." All while smiling the most innocent, angelic smile I have ever seen.
Amadeus, Amadeus. I must see you. I must speak with you. I want to ask you what purpose we were meant to serve by being summoned to this Lostbelt. Are we meant to kill one another? Or is only one of us meant to kill the other? Is this passion stirring in my heart meant to be offered to a friend? Or is it an iron stake meant to be driven into an enemy? I thought that once I saw you, I would know the answer.
However, I must warn you before you see him. He is, after all, thoroughly exhausted. He has been performing his noble phantasm without rest for the last 2 months. I am afraid his spirit origin is more fragile now than decaying flesh, and the flame of his soul has dimmed only to scant embers. Frankly, he's in no state to receive visitors.
A dreadful sense of foreboding seized me. I knew from those words that something must be wrong, and yet I still saw him, even before I knew what that something was.
I thought that was you. I'd recognize those firm, uptight footsteps anywhere.
Ah, the man in grey. Are you here to kill me?
Mozart! What did you lot do to this prodigious talent?
As you can see, we've been having him play the piano, though, I must confess, without time to rest. But rest assured, we did not coerce him into doing so. He volunteered of his own accord, after learning of the special circumstances here in Russia. I distinctly remember him saying, "Well, great. Guess I'm just going to have to set a new record for longest performance of all time."
This is madness. You're playing the piano and the rest of the orchestra all on your own. How have you been doing this for so long? You hate hard work. You grow bored almost at the drop of a hat.
Well, that's not very nice. Sure, I'd much rather just play a single song, get paid, and go back to my life of leisure. But given who I'm playing for this time, even I can't help but be motivated. Besides, the Tsar was on the verge of waking up when I began to play. I didn't dare to give him anything but my best. He could easily end up grinding this entire country to a pulp if he were to wake up after all. What choice did I have but to ensure he kept dreaming sweet dreams?
So, that's why you've been playing the piano. You mean a greedy miser like you has been playing his heart out here in the frigid cold for months on end? For a demented old man who couldn't understand your worth if his life depended on it.
No need to be so rude to him, though I will grant you that he's rather up there in years. The Tsar has been an excellent audience. He told me my music was like paradise itself. But I'm afraid I'm at my limit. In fact, I won't be around much longer. This environment was just too much for a frail servant like me. I can't even move my fingers anymore. It's worse than the illness I contracted before I died the first time. Still, if I have to die again here, I don't want to do it without being useful in some way. So I thought you should kill me. I even told Macarius that was my condition for helping out. Come on, the Grand Duchess and the others are nowhere to be found. This is your chance. You do hate me enough to kill me, right? Then go on, just do it.
Why would you say that? Your skill is divine, a gift from God himself, and now you want me to kill you with my own hands? You want me to make those awful rumors the truth. How can you say that?
Why not? If you hate me enough to kill me, go ahead and get it out of your system. Who knows? You might feel a lot better. Just don't expect it to save your life or anything. I might be a peerless genius, but there are some things even I can't help with.
Mozart!
Whoops. Once I let myself relax, I guess I ended up like a puppet with its strings cut. I don't think I'll last another minute. This is always how it went with us, wasn't it? I'd show up unannounced, challenge you out of nowhere, then make impossible demands when I won. Why break with precedent now? Salieri, when this is all over, would you play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star for me?
What are you...
I knew it would come to this. I may not have any hope of surviving, but you still have a chance to win. Salieri, it's all about timing. Friends and enemies alike must work together, or no one will be able to defeat that thing. Salieri, you stayed closer to me than anyone else. You kept on hating me, even knowing your hate would never be requited. I always appreciated that. So until the time to defeat the Tsar comes, I'm going to leave his lullaby to you. Don't worry, this patron's ears aren't exactly the sharpest. You and I may notice the many minute differences in our performances, but he never will. So before I go, I'm going to put a curse on you.
Stop, you can't...
Now you must be Mozart for a while.
Mozart, you...
Ah, what an incredibly dull job that was. But then again, I guess it had its moments. Seeing the greatest monster in the world, dreaming to the sound of my piano. It was almost like I was holding the world in the palm of my tiny hand. And that wasn't too bad at all.
That's right. I remember now.
Now go ahead and play your Requiem as much as you like. You may play it for Amadeus or the Tsar, or for yourself when you lost sight of who you are. You will find an instrument right over there.
That's ridiculous. What the hell are you thinking? Are you completely insane?
I have been quite sane for a long time now, Yaga. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We now have Chaldea, those servants, Kadok, myself, and that giant. That giant is from a realm, from a time that demonic beasts could not hope to touch. So I'm going to cooperate with that boy and his team. Together, I'm certain they will achieve a miraculous victory.
So they're gonna take down that mountain of a Tsar?
That's right. Otherwise, this world will never be saved. Everything we do for the sake of this world. Oh yes, I almost forgot. There's a very important detail you should know. Do you know what those devils at Chaldea are attempting to do?
Huh?
I believe they mean to restore this planet to its proper form, in order to restore humanity. But that doesn't mean you Yaga are going to benefit from that. Your mistaken history, your erroneous path, will merely be pruned away. I take it you know that human from Chaldea well? Then please, tell me everything you can about him. Does he really know what it is he should be doing?
The Tsar is waking up. The Tsar is waking up. After all this time, the Tsar is waking up. Now it is time for us to move on. Glory to the great Tsar.
The lopsided spirit origin readings in Yaga Moscow are dropping like flies. I think the Oprichniki are disappearing.
As we expected. Once a battle began in Yaga Moscow, it was only a matter of time before the Tsar woke up. Though I will say that I certainly didn't expect this to begin moving.
What is... Are my eyes deceiving me? Is the monitor broken? Is this one of Da Vinci's practical jokes? What's going on here, Holmes? What is that thing on the monitor? Huge doesn't even begin to cover it. For that matter. Is it just me, or are we headed straight towards it? Stop the vehicle, Munier! Hit the brakes! What could we hope to accomplish by going there? Nothing, that's what. We'll just end up a stain on the bottom of that thing's foot. Give Gudao the order to retreat. Forget about investigating this tree of emptiness or whatnot. We're leaving Russia right now. If we must risk our lives, I'd rather take my chances on a zero sail.
That's impossible. We have team members in Yaga Moscow. We can't retreat now. That thing could catch them and crush them in just a few steps, well before they have a chance to escape. No, our conditions for victory are unchanged. Defeat Ivan the Terrible and capture the Cryptor. If we are to accomplish those goals, we will need everything we have at our disposal. How are things shaping up over there, Da Vinci? Skip your opinions and just give me the numbers.
The Ortonax exoskeleton is operating within expected parameters. Internal pressure regulation, combustion, and weaponry are all good to go. Armor checks out, ready to transport her at any time. Beyond that, it all depends how mentally prepared she is.
Just the numbers, Da Vinci. Mr. Munier, take us into Yaga Moscow's western area. By my estimation, we should rendezvous with the investigation team in 10 minutes and 30 seconds. By my estimation, we should rendezvous with the investigation team in 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
Ivan the Terrible is no ordinary Yaga. Long ago, an ancient primordial beast was discovered in Russia's tundra. By merging with this creature, Ivan the Terrible began a period of growth. And perhaps due to his heroic temperament or his imperial bloodline, that growth continues to this day. It is said that mammoths and saber-toothed tigers went extinct when their tusks and fangs grew too large. But Ivan the Terrible has moved beyond such concerns. He is no longer beloved or worshipped. Now he is no more than a horrific monster. Keep playing with every ounce of hatred you can muster, Salieri. Now that his nap is over, the Tsar is finally about to come face to face with reality.
The Tsar's dream is ending. He is about to wake up. We are born from the Tsar's dreams. Once he awakens, we will return to dust. Glory to the Tsar! Long live the Tsar!
Huh? The Oprichniki are turning into dust?
Does this rumbling mean he's woken up? Uh-oh, what about the golem?
It's still coming together. Its stone body is being assembled piece by piece, like muscles growing on a skeleton. Holy shit, that is huge!
What's wrong?
Is this some sort of joke?
Doesn't look like it.
I have awoken from my dream. I see now what is happening in the world. It seems my dreams for Russia are yet to come to fruition. I must eradicate the countless traitors and expand my territory. My nap is over. The time has come for me to make a stand.
So he has finally awakened. Ivan the Terrible is said to have once moved the capital of Russia from Moscow to the city of Alexandrov in the northeast. But that city no longer exists in this Lostbelt. It disappeared from this world as Ivan the Terrible continued to sleep, to mutate, to undergo further growth and mutation. Indeed, that mountainous creature is what remains of the man who fell back into a dream after his return from Alexandrov. Ivan the Terrible is no longer man, nor even Yaga. He is a beast of the gods. the engorged culmination of his many dreams.
Anastasia, the Oprichniki told me what you said. Is it true? Have you betrayed me? Were the peace and happiness you told me of nothing but lies? Tell me, Anastasia.
What? Is that... Don't tell me that's... Tsar is furious. We're all doomed.
God. We can't defeat that. Nobody could. We should never have gone against it.
Keep your distance. Do not get caught up in the civilians' evacuation. Never mind the lines between rebel army and civilian now. Keep them in line and get as far away from here as you can.
Got it!
I have fought both demonic beasts and giants before, but I have never seen one of his size. I think he would even give the gods of Olympus's true forms a run for their money.
I've heard there were giant folk all over the place back in the Age of Gods. But at least where I lived, they only grew to be about 10 meters at best.
See? This is why I told you not to wake the Tsar up. There's nothing anyone can do against a monster the size of a mountain.
Excuse me, but you never told us he was literally a mountain-sized monster. If you'd just mentioned that one tiny detail earlier, we'd have been a lot more prepared for this sight. Besides, he's not a mountain. He's a mammoth, a kind of giant elephant.
Huh? Elephant? What's an elephant? Some sort of animal?
Oh, right. I guess all the elephants in this world went extinct a long time ago. I don't know how I would go about describing one now. Anyway, the point is, he's an elephant, not a mountain. A really, really big elephant, but still an elephant.
You mean these elephant creatures are common in your world? Wow.
Is it even possible to fight him?
Let me take a good look. I'd like to cut him down starting at the legs, but I don't think that'll work. Even my heavenly eye can't see a way to beat him. I'm kinda not sure he can even feel pain. If we're going to take him down, our only choice is to kill him. Now that's how a general ought to be. Keep an eye on the big picture from on top of the golem for us, okay?
We'll be counting on you to use a command spell and play our trump card when the time is right. That said, he's not actually seeing us right now, is he? He's calling for Anastasia, saying something about her betraying him.
That's because she did.
Kadok.
This works out nicely. If you're still alive, then help us out. You will help us, right?
You're going to fight Ivan the Terrible too?
At least you're not a complete idiot. The Oprichniki are gone, and Ivan the Terrible's awake. All that's left now is to take him down.
You're after our golem, huh?
That's right. In this Russia, Ivan the Terrible's neither human nor Yaga nor even a heroic spirit. He's a walking natural disaster, an active volcano that only causes destruction whenever he wakes up. It's better for everyone if we get rid of him, once and for all. We need to build a new Russia, and your arrival here gave us the perfect chance to do it. Don't get it? Come on, really? Fine, I'll explain. When you got here, I saw a chance. Long time coming, but I saw it, so I took it. I used you to further my own ends. No, I don't feel bad about it. Get with it, Gudao.
Well, that's an awfully roundabout way of doing things. If you'd just asked nicely from the start instead of being a jackass, Gudao would have been glad to help.
I'm not here to make friends. My only goal is to get more game pieces I can use to beat him. Understand? So I set up a game board. One where the rebel army, Chaldea, Anastasia, and me would all have no choice but to defeat him. Well, Gudao, you're used to this sort of thing by now, right? Let's go save this world.
All right.
Good answer. Ivan the Terrible's got at least one weakness. He's slow.
Does that even matter?
I'm with Beowulf on this. He may not be as big as a Daidarabachi, but we're still talking literal mountain size here. Of course he's gonna be slow.
It means he can't keep up with you servants. If nothing else, you know he can't dodge your attacks. He can't fly. He packs tremendous force. He can cause an avalanche with a single step. He can even slam his trunk into the ground in place of an anti-army noble phantasm. His only weak point is the crown on his head. That is his real body.
Real body?
Try enhancing your vision. You should be able to see it, even in this blizzard.
I don't know how to do that.
Ugh, amateur.
Yeah, there it is. Doesn't look any bigger than a pea from here, but still probably monstrous compared to us.
It's gonna be tough to get up there. Even running up his trunk at full speed won't be enough to keep from getting swatted before one of us reaches the top.
Are you all here? With matters having come to a head, we must now put our old allegiances aside. Disaster has struck, and the Tsar has awoken. He won't stop until he destroys everything. I understand why you might bear a grudge against me, but right now, we all need to work together.
Anastasia, the Tsar is after you. So,
Yes, I'll hold him back with my noble phantasm for as long as I possibly can.
after that, it'll all depend on how motivated you are. Can you do this?
I have no right to be a ruler. I hate the people. I hate this land. Everything I cared about is long gone. I don't even know why I became a servant in the first place. I barely even remember my own life anymore. All I have in my head now is knowledge of this lost belt. Still, I did love my family, and they loved Russia. So, I will not shirk my duties. I refuse to drown in my grief or to flail around in desperation. I will simply do everything in my power to eliminate Ivan the Terrible, no matter how hard it may be.
There you have it. Please help us. You do want to save the world, don't you?
Guess we've just gotta go along with this, huh? Sheesh.
No word from the border, Gudao. Are the comms not working right? We'll just have to decide this for ourselves. Although, this feeling, I don't think I'll be able to stick around here much longer. Know what? Never mind. Let's just get going. There's no time to waste.
Guess Billy's not gonna make it. Might as well give Shan Shan a message for him in the meantime. All right, do it.
Anastasia, I'll back you up with command spells. Adelante. I'm sure you can tell this is no time to be worrying about a rebellion.
I know.
Then go on the attack. You should be plenty strong enough to provoke him. Show him your speed. Show him how high and far you can jump. After that, I don't care. Figure the rest out on your own. Come on, Anastasia. The Tsar's waiting for you.
Yeah, the fire inside him may be little more than petulant embers, but it never goes out. He's indifferent, jealous, and hateful in equal measure. How wonderfully human. Master of Chaldea, do you really think you can defeat my master? No need to answer now, you can tell me later.
Okay, let's get going. Master, we'll be counting on you to back us up. It looks like this noble phantasm golem answers to your commands. So make sure you have it put up a good fight.
Okay, guess I'll be off too. See you later, Gudao.
Be careful to stay put. I use a lot of arrows, and they do not care what they hit.
What did I tell you, Gudao? This world is finished now.
It's not over yet.
Are you nuts? Just look at that thing. It's destroying this whole city, and it's not even breaking a sweat. How is he not a literal demon? I can tell. None of the servants, or even this golem, can match the Tsar. You really think you can beat him just by working together? You're out of your damn mind. The Tsar is the strongest being in this world. Period. That's why it's impossible to beat him. Deep down, you know that's true, don't you, Gudao? When I saw that thing and heard him speak, that was it. I was done. I mean, come on. Who'd believe they could rebel against that kind of ruler? You think you can beat that thing? Well, you can't. He's a god, a real-life flesh and blood god. He's the ultimate being. There's nothing that can stop him from doing anything he wants. So, we Yaga have no choice but to submit to him. Come on, you get it, right?
Oh, I understand what you're saying, yes.
What?
People are counting on me to win this.
What? Huh?
I awaken from my long dream, only to find myself alone. I can no longer hear Metropolitan Macarius' stories, nor Anastasia's sweet nothings. My oprichniki tell me they were all lies, every last one of them. Long ago I became a Yaga and unified all of Russia. When the Great Cold Wave struck and my subjects were starving, I kept moving west in order to protect them. I moved west to help my subjects, to spread the Tsar's glory. And yet we were suddenly cut off. This world was determined to be a loser. It didn't matter how hard we worked, or how desperately, how fervently we wished otherwise. So spoke the foreign priestess from beyond the stars in an unearthly voice, unlike any I had heard before. But I refused to accept that. I did not endure this hell on earth to give up now, to passively accept our so-called fate. I certainly did not endure it so that I could welcome this sort of end to our world. Neither I nor Russia will ever fall to ruin. Ever! Anastasia!
Do keep your voice down, Your Imperial Majesty. I can hear you just fine. You are right to be angry. You are right to be furious. But if the time has come for you to pass your fury on to another. At this point, your very existence has become a sin. Russia no longer has any need of your backward notions. We are the ones who must lead it into a new era.
I am Russia. I am the one who bears this world on his shoulders. No obsolete human upstart will take that away from me. Not now, not ever.
That sound...
Let's do this!
Who are you? Where did you come from?
I'm from Chaldea.
Chaldea? The keepers of Chaldeas. You let some of them escape Koyanskaya?
I know Avisbron, the Golem Master, made that. And I know it's possible to ride on its shoulder, since it's outfitted with defensive spells, but it's one thing to know it, and another to do it. Are you out of your damn mind, Gudao? Maybe this is exactly the sort of crazy you need to be to succeed in these sorts of situations. I'll have to remember that one. Damn it.
This must feel like a terribly unfair punishment to you, my Tsar. But this is simply what fate has in store. Prepare to die, Ivan the Terrible.
The giant's fists roared. Each blow slammed into the Tsar's monstrous form with earth-shattering force. The Tsar howled, raising his trunk and calling down lightning from the very heavens. The blast stripped the giant of skin and flesh, the resultant thunder leveling the deserted buildings around the combatants. The giant's wounds began to knit back together as if winding back a clock, while the Tsar still had not so much as a single scratch upon him. The Yaga who bore witness to this battle would come to say this was nothing less than a battle between primordial gods, and that no ordinary folk should ever have seen its like.
Damn it. I knew this going in, but he's just too damn strong. Still, we've got all our trump cards ready. Our enemies, our allies, and even our dead are all working together. Maybe if Amadeus had lasted a little longer. No, we couldn't have done this any faster. All we have to do now is beat him. Nothing to it. I know I can do this. I know it.
Sumarki Kreml.
Bi! Bi! Bi!
Damn it. His hide's just too tough.
I cannot believe it. Even my arrows cannot blind him.
Damn it. He's even stronger than I thought. If only I had the emergency prerogative. No, forget about that. Macarius, you're out there smirking even as you're watching this all go down, aren't you?
Well, that's not very kind. I prefer to think of myself as more of an overseer. So why have you called for me? Does this mean you're finally ready to escape from this Russia? That you have exhausted all of your options?
Not yet. I've still got you. You've got something up your sleeve, right? I know you've been hiding something from Anastasia. If you're still hanging on to some kind of trump card, now's the time to play it. This is your problem as much as it is ours.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Neither Anastasia nor I can escape the Tsar's wrath any longer. So I've got someone to help. He may be quite ordinary compared to Mozart, but that only motivates him to try so much harder. In fact, that effort makes his performances so much more emotional in a way prodigies like Mozart would never even bother to attempt. Kadok, your idea of using Mozart's music to keep the Tsar asleep was a good one. But that was never going to solve the fundamental problem. You still need to learn how to stir up other people's emotions.
Is that so? Thanks for the warning. So what is your trump card anyway? Knowing you, I bet it's in terrible taste.
The only way to fight a dead-end delusion is with a delusion devoid of hope. Did you really think waiting patiently would bring you salvation? That you could achieve greatness if only you had talent? I'm afraid you are dead wrong. One needs neither talent nor repentance. Now come, conductor. The time to blossom is at hand. Now is the time to let your howls resound. Take a page from Kadok's book and fix your mistakes.
I can't. My piano could never hope to pacify the Tsar's fury. I just don't have that sort of talent. It's impossible. I know myself better than anyone. I know all too well what I'm capable of, and I can't play the piano the way we need. I can never hope to be a match for you, no matter how hard I try.
I don't care. Play it anyway.
Silence. A prodigy like you would never understand what it's like to be forsaken by the god of music. I am a Salieri born only of a desire to end your life. Who cares about instruments? I forgot everything I knew about them back when I was alive.
I don't care. Play it anyway. Otherwise, the world is doomed.
There's the world? You expect an Avenger like me to... I could never hope to make the kind of music that you do, the kind that resonates with every listener's heart as they hear your requiems.
I know.
I'm incapable of moving people like you could.
I know that too.
But Mozart, you phantasm of my own deluded mind, there is one thing I do know. I know your dark side. I know how you covered your face in shame, in a pit utterly devoid of light. You never saw us common folk, us humans, and why would you? The only thing you ever fought with were your own inner demons. You loved music more than they did. You loved music made by human hands, no matter what manner of demons preyed upon your mind. And yet, neither music, nor society, nor anything humanity could make brought you salvation. So if you continue to play the piano with such elation, even after becoming a heroic spirit, then I too have a reason to play the piano. So I will play, no matter what sort of humiliation I suffer, nor what mockery I am subjected to.
Exactly. Don't even worry about how good you are. After all, everyone sucks compared to me.
There you go again, Mozart. Very well then. I shall play. I shall play for all I'm worth. Your prodigious talent is far too unreliable to be taught in textbooks anyway. I will catch up to you, even if I must employ every musician's technique ever created. Well, what do you think of this? Have I caught up to you now? No, this isn't it. I'll never catch you like this.
Let your emotions guide you.
Let my emotions guide me. My emotions are grief, anger, and my lust to end your life. Is that truly how you want me to play? How's this? Feel my anger, my hate, I'll kill you. Behold, Mozart. Look upon my regret, my hate, my passion, my fury.
That's it. You don't need skill when you look like that. Let your anger over the unfairness of it all ring out. Let your emotions pour out of your fingers, my brother.
Silence, be quiet and listen. I am not your brother. I will follow my own path.
I hear music playing throughout the town. I think it's coming from the top of the palace?
It's Salieri. This must be his own personal Dies Irae Day of Wrath. It's not about talent anymore. He's just wailing on the keys desperately, even furiously. Which is exactly why it speaks to the heart. At least it seems to be getting to the big guy.
This sound, this anger. Stop! Do not bind my heart!
You're wide open.
I don't get it. Salieri's spirit origin, his noble phantasmus growing stronger. How is that possible? There's no way anger should be able to boost a servant's abilities like this.
Of course there is. At least if that anger is a core part of that person, rather than something fleeting and superficial. He has finally abandoned all pretense. That scream you hear now is Antonio Salieri's true nature. He admired Mozart more than anyone, which is also why he hated, feared, and pitied him. He loathed the masses who failed to understand Mozart's genius, calling them all fools and idiots. He feeds his own anger, but so does Mozart, and the very period of time that created their relationship. That is Antonio Salieri, the man in gray turned avenger. Now he is pouring every experience of his life into this very performance.
Listen well, Ivan the Terrible, Yaga of grief and of anger. For a long time you have been doing the pruning, but now it is your turn to be cut away. You may be livid, but your anger is misplaced. You sucked the blood of hundreds, thousands of demonic beasts in order to gain that enormous body. For countless years you have used your power for cruelty and tyranny. You let your oprichniki roam free, killing Yaga after Yaga for untold generations. You say everything you did was done to survive. But even so, your existence now is nothing more than a monument to sin. How dare you worm your way into my mind? Begone, miserable little musician.
His lightning just struck the palace.
That bastard. I can't believe he'd burn down his whole palace just to get at Salieri.
He won't if we have anything to say about it. If we're gonna hit him hard, now's the time to do it.
I know that. This is our last chance. We have to pull him off that mammoth no matter what. Get the golem ready, Gudao. We are going to stop this demonic beast once and for all.
Damn it, it's still not enough. And we're too far from the palace to boot.
So this is the tenacity that's kept him alive for 450 years.
Divine, sacred, mine heart is pure and unclouded. How dare you disturb it? How dare you?
Salieri, run!
No, he will regain his power if I leave now. I cannot leave this place no matter what happens. Besides, this is the only piano in this entire world. I will perform in my rage until I die, even beyond my death. And not only my anger, Mozart's as well. Begone, musician!
Oh no, you don't.
Cursed stone statue! You dare impede me? You would protect my palace in my stead. Impudent clod! How dare you! I shall send you back to the ground from whence you came. Lightning runs through my vein. My trunk calls forth tempests.
Look out, Gudao! He is creating a storm with the tip of his trunk. It's on par with the Divine Spirit's lightning attack. The golem might survive it, but nothing else will. It will obliterate you and the palace. Get the golem away from there, hurry!
But...
We made it. I must say, Gordolf, your driving technique is every bit as good as you boasted.
The Shadow Border. I can't believe it crossed all that rubble to make it here.
Don't give up just yet, Gudao. You and the golem stay right where you are. I'm sending out our last remaining fighting force right now.
You don't mean...
For a moment, I flashed back to Solomon and the Temple of Time. First, there was a strong, destructive light. It was so powerful, I was certain it would end me. Then, there was the light that guided me back to life, to what I thought was lost. That was the moment when I picked up my shield and stepped forward. Back then, the only reason I could do it was because I felt it was the right thing to do. I was scared, yes, but more than that, I was proud and deep down, lonely. I thought that even if we won this battle, I would never again get to spend time with him. I couldn't help but be a bit sad about that. But that's not true anymore. Now all my pride is gone, along with any sense of what the right thing to do is. I never did get over my concerns. Instead of sadness, I'm overcome by fear. I'm scared that I may not be in the right. That what we're doing may just be a cruel, empty victory. But then again, I also know that I would be even more ashamed to give up just because I'm scared or unsure. If all sides are equally in the right, then I want to protect what I can't bear to lose. To fight once again for the life I gained on that journey. So I'm asking you now. Please, Galahad, please lend me your shield once again.
We're almost to the ejection point. Are you all set, Mash?
Yes. Each transformation is good to go. I'm ready for live combat.
You don't have the same spirit origin you did before, and you also won't be able to use any of the skills you got from Galahad. But your Ortonax exoskeleton will make up for anything that's missing, and I guarantee it's been tuned perfectly, so there's no need to worry about that. All that remains now are the finishing touches, but you'll have to do the crucial final tune-up yourself.
final tune-up? What do I have to do?
What else? Prove that you're a heroic spirit. Once you awaken your noble phantasm, you'll be a new you. You can't use Galahad's noble phantasm anymore, and you don't have to. All you have to do is put everything you've cultivated into that shield.
Everything I've cultivated.
I'm impressed, Da Vinci. We really are going to make it. Who knew he genuinely had that kind of driving technique in him? I can see the palace now. 700 meters until we reach Golem Keter Malkuth. I've unfolded the electromagnetic catapult on the deck. We'll reach the ejection point in 30 seconds. Hurry.
That's all I've got to say, Mash. You sure you're good with this, right?
I never did find an answer I was satisfied with, no matter how much I thought about it. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm Gudau's, Chaldea's servant. And losing trust in what I'm capable of, in what's right in front of me, is the one thing I can't do.
I see, then you'd better get going. Shadow Border, open the hatch. Armored Shielder deploying for Russian throne, ready for battle.
My lightning shall swallow all of you. Your shadow shall sully my Russia no longer.
Oh crap, there's nothing we can do about that thing. Musashi, grab Master and get out of here. There's no reason both of you have to die here too.
Copy, Go. On our way now. We'll arrive in CE.
Come on, Musashi, what's more important? Killing Ivan or Gudau's life? Hurry!
Oh. I'm sorry, Gudau. This is a battle we can't win. I'm getting you out of here.
Not yet.
What the?
Senpai!
Mash, you're here!
Yes, thank goodness I made it. I'm sorry I took so long. From here on out, I'll be joining you on the front lines again.
A new servant? No matter. I shall blow you all away just the same.
Ivan the Terrible is gearing up for another blast. His target remains unchanged. How's this possible? He's like a bottomless well of magical energy or something.
Don't worry, everyone. Please, let me handle that lightning.
Well, don't be ridiculous. What can you possibly do with a single shield? Never mind me. Hurry up and get to the golem. I'll be fine. Go on, leave.
No, I won't. Please keep playing, Mr. Salieri. Don't stop your beautiful recital now.
She thinks my playing is beautiful. No, wait, I mustn't lose sight of my anger. Thank you, young miss, but are you quite certain you can defend against that lightning?
I am. Senpai and I have seen far worse than this in our journey together. I may still have much to learn, but that I know for a fact. We wouldn't be here right now if we hadn't overcome the incineration of humanity and Solomon, the King of Mages. Compared to those, Ivan the Terrible's power is nothing.
What incredible bravado. I've never seen such a heartening display of valor before.
My shield may be heavy and my heart still plagued with uncertainty. But even so, I can still hear him calling me. I know that much, at least. Senpai, I hear you loud and clear.
I believe in you, Mash Kyrie Light.
Thank you.
Here it comes. Ivan the Terrible's about to unleash another lightning blast.
In that moment, for just a fleeting fraction of an instant, something clicked and the gears meshed together. My shield, once heavy and cumbersome, now shone bright, and a revelation unfurled in my mind.
No fortress lasts forever, Mash. But we can get close by being willing to rebuild. As long as it keeps rising up, even if it falls to ruin, it will stand tall forever.
True name, Frozen Deployment. This is the castle of fantasy that holds many paths and wishes. Answer my call! Moorda! Camerata!
Our monitors are back online. I'm getting vital signs on Gudao and Mash Kyrie Light. They're both fine. And Salieri is still playing.
Are you alright, young miss? If you are, I would love to autograph your shield later.
Yes, I'm fine. But, I'll pass on the shield autograph, thank you.
Young miss.
I'm okay, really. I can still fight. But we need to focus on Ivan the Terrible.
That light. That was the very light of peace I have been searching for. Did you see that, Macarius, my mentor? The holy light has at last revealed itself to me. I must have it. I must have it for myself. That is, the light that shall support my Russia for years to come.
He's bringing his trunk down?
Gotcha! You finally dropped your lightning guard, you big Tengu.
Musashi, when did you...
Servant, wait. You are not from proper human history. I do not understand. You are one of us. Why would you turn your blade against us?
One of you? Pretty sure I don't know any other talking elephants, and any enemy of Gudao's is an enemy of mine. Plus, this is clearly the decisive moment of this battle. It's the Sekigahara of this world. There's no better time for me to show what I'm truly capable of. Sorry about this, Tsar, but if you think you have a long face now, you haven't seen anything yet. The causality keeping me manifested here is wavering. This'll probably be the last attack I can pull off in this Lostbelt. It's true. I am meant to disappear just like them. I shouldn't be taking sides at all. But thanks to you, Ivan the Terrible, I finally know why I'm still on this journey, why I still haven't grown tired of it. It's because there's still something out there I've yet to slice. Come hither, my roaring sword!
Isana! Daitensha!
Impossible. Did she just cut the Tsar? It seems as though she split his enormous trunk clean in half.
Master, I can confirm that Musashi has left this Lostbelt. She disappeared as if she had ray-shifted.
She must have drifted out of this world, but we can worry about that later. Mr. Gudao, this is the best chance you will get.
Right. Golem Keter Malkuth. Grab onto Ivan the Terrible's crown.
You dare take hold of my crown? Insolent whelp! Get your filthy hands off me!
Master!
I'm okay, I can do this.
Master!
Mash!
Thank you!
The mountainous demonic beast has completely shut down, and the golem Keter Malkuth has fallen apart.
What about Gudao?
He's all right. Mash took good care of him.
You did it, Master. You took down that massive demonic beast.
Thanks, Mash. You did great too.
Oh, Thank you. But I'm afraid our battle isn't over yet. We only managed to get the crown off the demonic beast's head.
She's right. Take a look at the ground. Ivan the Terrible's still very much alive. It's all the more frightful, knowing he isn't a servant. So that is the ultimate Yaga, or rather the ultimate expression of humanity's will to survive. He may have been a horrific tyrant, but at least in that regard, he was indeed a great hero. Now come, Master of Chaldea. You have an obligation to answer his final questions.
I can't believe it. He really managed to separate Ivan the Terrible's true body away from that monstrosity. That golem really came through.
Insolent whelps, speak your names.
Beowulf. My name is Beowulf.
Beowulf, The fearsome warrior turned wise king in his old age. What about you, the one who can fly?
I am Atalante.
I see, the huntress of Greek myth. What about you? What is your name?
Anastasia. Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova.
A servant from proper human history, and one who bears the same name as my beloved Empress. But you are not her.
Not at all. I am a descendant of the Romanov dynasty, who reigned over Russia after you.
I know nothing about them, although, yes, I see. The time for our pruning has come at last.
No, you are wrong there. I will never let this Lostbelt be pruned.
What?
Our history will continue, and proper human history will burn away. These facts will never change. Now is the time to build a new, eternal empire, together with the Yaga.
So that's how it is, damn it.
And you would have me serve as your foundation?
Yes.
Grand Duchess, the crown is not something to be merely passed on. It is neither a gift nor a right of inheritance. Good, my body still moves. I understand all too well that the sun has set on my time. I see now that my vigor and spirit have all but faded away. My enemies are numberless, and my only ally is myself. I do not have so much as a single jester with which to relieve my solitude. And yet, here I stand. Now then, Grand Duchess of the Beast Nation. Fight me. Prove to me you have the power of a Tsar.
Oh, I will. Worry not. I swear on the new Russia I will build in your absence.
Then I too shall swear on the old Russia I will never submit, no matter what the circumstances may be. So this is as far as I go.
So it would seem.
But first, I must ask that boy there something important. Let me pass, servant who bears the name of my beloved Empress.
Very well.
Anastasia.
It's okay. He is simply making his final pilgrimage. It doesn't matter what they discuss. Our side will not be swayed.
Maybe he'll even deliver the decisive blow for us.
Ah, yes, that. I must say, I can't tell if the Master of Chaldea is merely dense, or if he has deliberately chosen to turn a blind eye.
It doesn't matter either way, but never mind that now. Come on out, Macarius. I know you're there.
So, Ivan the Terrible has left for his last expedition. As his mentor, I am both saddened and overjoyed to finally see this moment.
I bet. Regardless of what he looked like, he was a Tsar through and through, even in a Lostbelt. Now drop the act. With him out of the picture, you don't have to be Metropolitan Macarius anymore. Isn't that right, Rasputin?
Rasputin? Did you say Rasputin?
Yes, I did. His true name isn't Macarius at all. He just called himself that when he first met Ivan the Terrible, and without so much as a snicker. His true name is Grigory Rasputin. He is the monster responsible for the Romanov dynasty's collapse. Although right now, he's just a pseudo-servant possessing a human corpse. Since you knew the actual Rasputin, so you'd recognize him, he had to come up with a disguise pretty quickly if he was going to fool you.
I see. No wonder you...
I'm sorry to spoil your gloating, but you're wrong. I am not Rasputin. That role has come to an end, Kadok Zemlupus.
What do you mean by that?
Rasputin's wishes have been fulfilled, and so he is free now. He may have been a member of the clergy, but he was also a guardian for the last of the Romanovs. The only reason he agreed to become a pseudo-servant was to ensure that she took the throne. Now that Ivan the Terrible has fallen, there is no Tsar left but Anastasia. Which means he no longer has any reason to remain in this world. I trust all is now clear.
In that case, I guess what we see is what we get with you now.
Oh, I don't know about that. I may not have Rasputin's desires any longer, but the prospect of a second chance at life does interest me. So now that my connection to this Lostbelt is ended, I think I will continue performing my job as I see fit.
Well, aren't you just a giant walking ego? Fine, I'll bite. What job are you talking about?
My job as a priest, of course, granting my blessing to newly born life. Farewell, Grand Duchess. Long may you reign.
So you refuse to kneel and beg my forgiveness, even after revealing your true identity. But that's all right. This suits you better. Thank you, Rasputin. In the end, it was your villainous scheming that returned Russia to its citizens where it belongs. To be quite honest, I think you are an absolutely horrible man, but I cannot bring myself to hate you. But could I ask one last favor of you? Not that you have any right to refuse.
By all means, as long as it is within my power.
That's all I have to say. You can read lips, can't you?
Of course I can. Very well then, it shall be done. And with that I bid you farewell. Your Imperial Majesty, Tsaritsa Anastasia.
What's wrong? Should I go ahead and kill him after all? He is one of your greatest enemies, isn't he?
No, that priest was not my enemy. He is just a man who helped Russia to rot. Aside from that, he is just another man of the cloth struggling with the demons he was born with. I think that's why he was always so considerate to me, even here. Grigory Rasputin, I'm sure what he really wanted was...
I see. He was an insufferable jerk, but I guess he did at least treat you with respect. All right, let's get going, Anastasia. It's finally time to settle this. Once this Lostbelt is ours, you're going to be Tsaritsa, and I'm going to be the victor.
Whew. Can't believe we really pulled that off. I guess Master and Mash must still be at the palace. Come on, Adelante, let's go meet up with them. Philly ought to be headed there too, now that the Oprichniki are gone.
Yes, you're right. With Ivan dead, there is only one thing left to do. Come, Yaga, it is time for the final battle.
I was lonely, indifferent, wicked. Good, villainous, tyrannical. Simple, fearsome, clear-headed. I was all these things and more. I once had a dream of Russia as a land of joy and happiness. I must have been exhausted. A dream is all it ever was, never reality. Ruling over Russia was always a daunting task, but it was not the people's fault. It was the fault of the world itself, a world almost devoid of food and life, a world where only the strong could hope to survive. Walking, so much walking. It's as though I am on a pilgrimage. I once dreamed of days like this, back when I was human. Simple, ordinary days when I could spend my time doing naught but praying to God. But even that small luxury is now gone. This world took it away. Young man from proper human history, here to restore the world to its rightful form. As the Tsar who leads this world, there is something I must ask you. Are you prepared? I found him amidst the blizzard next to his servant.
Ivan the Terrible.
How good of you to come, pruner of humanity. As the former ruler of this world, there is something I would ask you. I hope you will answer me honestly.
What is it?
Why do you wish to destroy our world? Is your own truly worth so much? Is it worth slaughtering each and every Yaga struggling to survive here?
Master.
With proper human history gone, this world gained the impossible, a chance at restoration. At first, I believed that to be a miracle. But now that I am awake, I understand the truth. Soon, our world will be pruned. The miracle of our survival will have been for naught. We will be driven to extinction, our very existence erased the moment this land dies.
Huh? Don't be ridiculous, you demonic beast cast-off. Fixing these Lostbelt whatnots will solve everything. How dare you call us murderers simply for working to restore humanity, you despot?
Silence, Creighton. I'm speaking with this master, not you. Do not interrupt again. As I was saying, do you have the strength of will to do that? To save your world means to destroy ours. If you do this, you will be responsible for the death of every Yaga in Russia. So I ask you, what gives you the right? Are you truly going to order these Yaga to die? Answer me. If you cannot, then that is your answer. I will never lose. I will never retreat so much as a single step. I shall keep this world safe. Herc!
He's coughing up blood.
I still have not lost. These injuries are nothing to me. The lives you weaklings from proper human history have led are nothing compared to the suffering of my subjects. Behold the power of the Yaga, the power of the Tsar. So this is the end. And you stand here though you still lack resolve. How fitting for one from the realm of the weak that is proper human history. And yet, that grief you hold in your heart, your empathy for others, we Yaga no longer have the capacity for it. You may be weak, but you are also happy. Yes, I remember now. My empress, Anastasia, was like that too. She did not weep over life's hardships. Instead, she wept for others' misfortune. It was that excess that I found to be the most beautiful thing about her. Yes, I see now. That is why this world was defeated. It is because we lost everything we should have cherished above all else. Victory is yours, Gudao. I accept my defeat. Even if you refuse to do so, I accept my defeat. And so, I must depart.
Ivan the Terrible's disappearance confirmed.
Da Vinci.
Yep. I'm pretty sure everything he said was spot on.
I'm so sorry, Master. I knew what the ramifications of our actions were, too. I understood that protecting our history, but would mean destroying this world.
So he finally went down for good, huh? Took him long enough.
Kadok.
I hate drawing shit out, so let's just get this done. Adelante, hurry up and finish them off. That was the deal, right? You agreed that after they got rid of Ivan, that you'd help us kill them.
Adelante?
What's wrong? You can't turn back now, not after we've come this far. Or what? You're telling me you don't care what happens to those kids anymore?
No, you were right. I'm so sorry, Gudao.
Just as life has winners and losers, so too does history itself. History's true winner was always proper human history, the world Gudao set in place. The losers are the Lostbelts, like the world the Yaga live in. This world was supposed to be pruned. Survival here is difficult, and happiness all but forgotten. But it is still alive. Life here may be harsh and unbearable, but it strives to endure nonetheless. And there are 6 other worlds just like it.
That makes this something like a holy grail war. We cryptors use servants to try and ensure our own world wins.
Do battle with monsters in realms beyond your reach, and prove that you are the strongest of all.
This Russia might be a rough place to live, but it's strong. It's got a real shot at winning. I'm going to put my whole life on the line to prove I've got what it takes once and for all.
I am sorry, you did nothing wrong. I admire your willingness to keep fighting, even after your world was destroyed. More importantly, I am a heroic spirit from proper human history myself. I should be siding with you. But after I was summoned, I spent so much time among the Yaga that I cannot help but care for them. So I am siding with them.
No.
You serious about this? You know if you do that, you'll end up a drifter with no place to call home? If proper human history disappears, it won't be long before you cease to exist too.
Even so, I cannot do it.
Atalante?
I cannot desert the Yaga, not when I know too well the pain of abandonment.
I'm afraid that doesn't change the facts, Miss Adelante. As things stand now, you're simply refusing to face reality.
Doesn't matter, because the other reality is you guys are screwed. Anastasia.
Thanks to you, we no longer need to live in fear of the Tsar. I do appreciate that. But that no longer matters. Still, the least we can do for your efforts is to ensure that your deaths are quick and painless.
You kidding me with this crap? This guy here won. Even the Tsar recognized that. I'm not handing him over to you now. Out of the way, you jackasses.
Yaga.
We know you're a good human. Please, just stand back. We don't want to kill you, if we don't have to.
Damn it, I don't want to have to fight you all either. But I'm still gonna make my way through you, whether you like it or not.
Oh no, you don't!
Well, this would appear to be checkmate. Kadok certainly planned this well.
How can you be so calm about this? Just look at Gudao's face! He's completely lost his will to fight. We need to get him out of there and make our escape.
I do not see Kadok allowing that to happen. With Anastasia keeping Beowulf occupied, we won't be able to count on his help. And Mash needs to wait to gather the energy for her noble phantasm after using it repeatedly. Our last ray of hope was Miss Miyamoto, and she has vanished from this Lostbelt.
I can't believe Adelante went over to our enemy's side. Can't you talk her out of this, Holmes? Unless and until Gudao snaps out of it, Mash isn't going to be of any help.
I'm afraid not. Frankly, our hands are tied. Were this a matter of deduction, I could gather evidence and build a case to find the truth. Were our opponents evil, I could handle them with logic, dialogue, and baritsu. But this is something Gudao will need to overcome by himself. He is not a bullet we can fire on command. He is a master and thus must come to terms with this on his own. We are his allies, the ones who stand with him in defense of proper human history. There's nothing we can do here but honor his wishes.
Atalante's making a move. She's about to engage Gudao in combat.
Why did it come to this? You did nothing wrong, and neither did they. All I wanted was to save this world.
My strength is leaving me. Perhaps it's because my role here has ended.
Not yet, as long as Master hasn't given up.
Mash.
Senpai?
Now's our chance! Fire!
There. You see that? I know you did. Before I knew it, a smile of pure joy spread across my face. After an incredibly hard-won victory, all he got in return is the worst outcome imaginable. Death at the hands of those he thought he had saved. And the knowledge that the world he worked so hard to save would ultimately be destroyed. That's all he has to show for his efforts, even after he finally managed to bring down Ivan the Terrible. That's the reward he got for not only standing up to, but actually defeating that mountain of a czar. He fought so bravely, and now look at him. He looks so weak it's all he can do just to stay on his feet. If I wanted to, I could easily kill him myself now. Even as I thought that, I found myself running. Bowstrings are pulled back, bullets are loaded into their chambers. My legs keep moving. I can't hold back any longer. I think back to a street performer I saw when I was a child, and how he kept laughing idiotically at his own comical antics. He was the only one there laughing, that's for sure. As if anyone could ever put food on the table doing something so completely useless. Pathetic. But when did it become normal for us to see that sort of stuff as pathetic? When did we Yaga lose our ability to smile? I keep running. As a Yaga, I've never been afraid of anything. I've always known death was inevitable. If there's anything I am scared of, I think. It's the idea of someone dying when they know how to go through life smiling. Ah, damn it.
Patchy.
You.
I'll never forgive you.
Huh?
I'll never forgive you for as long as I live. You know why? Because thanks to you, I now know there's another happier world out there. So stand up, damn it. Stand up and fight for it. Go on and brag about how you can smile in your world, and tell us why it should be the one to survive. Be proud, hold your head up high, and fight for your weak little world. Don't you dare go losing to a world like this, a world whose only virtue is strength.
But I...
Yeah, you'll have a lot of blood on your hands. You won't be able to pretend it never happened. But you've still got to do it. After all, your world sounds so much more beautiful. So it should be the one to survive. Me, I don't know anything. Masters, servants, proper human history, Lostbelts. I don't know the first thing about any of it. But if our world is wrong, and if there's any meaning to be found in our lives that are just one hardship after another, I think it's that we were able to learn there's a better place. A world filled with happiness. A world that's right. We Yaga might have made a mistake and ended up in the wrong place, but I'm sure even that mistake has meaning. Isn't that right?
That's enough, Patchy. You have to save your strength.
Don't worry. We Yaga barely even feel pain or fear. You and Mash must have been way more scared. It must have hurt a lot worse for you. But that's exactly why you've got to keep on fighting. Why you've got to be the ones to live. Well, say something, damn it. Let me hear your answer. Look at you. You're crying. Well, damn. Turns out, making you cry isn't as much fun as I thought.
Master.
Mash.
Yes, I can. I can still fight. As long as you keep standing, Master, I'll always be there with you.
Damn it! What the? My gun!
This ain't no fit place for the likes of you. Y'all done chose her for your boss, right? Then ain't no way to settle this but a duel.
Billy!
Well, suppose I didn't quite make it in time to save Patchy, but at least Master's still with us. All right then, Ms. Greek Huntress of Myth. I'm Billy the Kid and I'm calling you out.
Understood. My name is Atalante. Billy the Kid, I would make just one request of you. Please go easy on the Yaga. All they ever wanted was to live their lives. I cannot blame them for that. They have done nothing wrong.
That much I can do.
Usually, I could fire my bow as swiftly and easily as water flows downstream. But this time, for some reason, it felt slow and heavy. Right, I see. I must have strayed from the right path the moment I sided with them. Am I being punished for my betrayal? No, I don't think that is it. I think it is simply because I knew all along.
Rest in peace, Atalante.
I am so sorry, everyone. I knew all along. As a heroic spirit from proper human history, this Lostbelt was the wrong place for me. I also knew that, in the end, some things would need to be cut away. I knew that, and yet, I never told you. I suppose I should have also known this was bound to happen, since I could never make up my mind.
No, boss! You've got it all wrong! We always knew too. We know how you used to lie awake at night, crying, trying to muffle your sobs so we wouldn't hear. We know you've been apologizing to us all along, even though you're stronger than any of us. And we know you believed in our future, even though you should have cast us aside because we're weak.
What?
Anyone could see where this was going. But you still never gave up, even though we meant to let you die. We knew you were going to die, even if we managed to win. We can never make up for that.
I see. I never knew. I was such a poor actor. Do not worry about it. None of you did anything wrong. It is only natural for living things to try to survive. It is their purpose. Gudao, Patchy was right. Please, keep fighting to keep your world safe. I may have lost any right I had to cheer for you. But at least, I can still pray that you succeed.
Boss, we're sorry. We're so sorry.
You doing all right there, Salieri?
Yes, my strength may be gone, but it seems there is still something I must do.
All that's left now.
Guess I should have known nothing would be that simple.
Is to take out the cryptor and that servant. Bayo?
Right. So Atalante's gone, huh? No wonder they're all down in the dumps.
Does this mean he has bounced back, K-Doc?
Yeah, probably. But hey, that's life for you. Screw-ups are inevitable. You can't dwell on them. You've just got to learn from them and move on. Besides, it should be time now. Well, Anastasia, can you use it?
Yes, as I thought. I have become the Tsaritsa of this Lostbelt, and thus can make use of the emergency prerogative. Now I shall make our dreams a reality.
That's it. The Tree of Emptiness Orochi has connected. Now I can finally get started.
Master, this shaking is coming from the giant tree.
What did you do?
It's a wedge from outer space. It's designed to let this world take root. Now that I can finally expand this Lostbelt, proper human history is as good as finished. Ivan the Terrible was broken. He still believed in the old god, even after turning into a Yaga. The Tree of Emptiness brought this Lostbelt back to life, but he refused to let its wedge be driven into the ground, choosing to go to sleep instead. And in this Russia, the Tsar's word is absolute. Want to know why? Because the Tsar is the only one who can use Russia's greatest power, the emergency prerogative, the ability to control the land itself. I had to do whatever it took to make sure Anastasia assumed the throne and obtained that power for herself.
Yes. I wonder how long it's been since you chose me back in that darkness. 6 months? A year? It's hard to say for certain since we were in fantasy time and it was all so hazy.
Beats me. My memories of that are so vague, it might as well have been a dream. But all that vagueness ends now. It's time to make our dreams reality, Anastasia. I'm finally going to fulfill my promise. I'm going to defeat these guys and become a master worthy of you.
Yes, I always knew you had it in you, K-Doc. Come, V, my spirit of disaster and the Romanov dynasty's secret treasure. Show these people your true form. Show them your dreaded mystic eyes that can pierce anything and everything. Indeed, I am no longer the Grand Duchess of the Beast Nation. I am Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova. I am the new Tsaritsa, and I shall destroy my master's enemies, for they are Russia's enemies as well.
How? I know we're stronger. I know we are. So how could this happen?
I'd put it down to the difference in y'all's experiences. Y'all gonna come along peacefully, or we gonna do this the hard way? Just so's y'all know, I ain't never had nothing to do with mages in my life, so you won't get no mercy from the likes of me. Try anything funny and I'll gun you down.
No, it's not over yet. I promised I'd make her Tsaritsa. If I can't do that in this world, I'll just build a new one. Then I'll make her Tsaritsa there. I'm not gonna give up. I'll never give up. I know I can do what you've done, that and more.
That so?
I've still got a card up my sleeve. With this command spell, the Serious Light, I can...
Whatever Kadok Zemlupus had up his sleeve, it was too little, too late. Billy did not hesitate. In less than the space of a heartbeat, he pulled the trigger. Cryptor or not, Kadok simply did not have time to react. All of this, then, was inevitable.
I always did hate guns.
No. Anastasia, what are you doing?
Silly K-Doc, don't you see? If you died, I would die too. I'm your servant, remember?
No, you didn't have to do this. I'm a cryptor. I still had my Serious Light. I could have used it and remade this entire world. Once I turned everything around, you could have won. I know you could have won.
Oh, silly. What would be the point of winning like that? I'm Anastasia, the rightful heir to the Romanov dynasty. As far as I'm concerned, a victory stolen on a technicality is no victory at all.
Maybe not, but
I also refuse to let you take your own life once I'm gone. Calm yourself, Kadok. I believe in you. I believe that no matter how misguided you may be, no matter how many mistakes you make, you will always do the right thing in the end.
no, I won't. My whole life, all I've had is regrets about things I was so sure I could do, but never got a chance.
Hold on to those regrets, Master. Hold on to them and live on. You know, I still can't quite believe I threw myself in front of a gun. I don't think I could ever do it again. Listen, Kadok, I didn't save you because you're an excellent mage. I simply did what any servant would do, because you believed in me. You should be honored, my dear sweet Kadok.
So damn it.
This work, Master? Say the word and I'll put one in his ear right now.
No, that's all right. This is good enough.
Guess I ain't done you wrong then. Thanks.
I'm surprised to see that wicked servant save her master's life. I'll still never forgive her for destroying my Chaldea, but I will at least commend her for that. At any rate, well done, Gudao. I'm impressed you managed to capture Kadok Zemlupus alive. Now bring him back to the Shadow Border, and we'll have him cough up everything he knows about. Now what?
Hold on, we've got a new emergency. I'm detecting a massive wave of magical energy coming from the Tree of Emptiness. I've rarely seen so much magical energy in one place before. It's the age of God's true ether. It's taking humanity and winding it back to the gods. If we don't do something, this world is going to literally be turned on its head. No exaggeration.
Then the Tree of Emptiness has been activated as I suspected. But it's not too late, Gudao. From what I can tell, the Tree of Emptiness has only just taken root. You need to destroy it now, before it can finish the job.
You want me to destroy that?
I don't care if it's impossible, you fool! You're going to have to do it anyway! You almost died defeating Kadok. Why would you give up now? If you can't do it, we'll all be wiped out, and we won't even go down in history as losers. The music family still has a name to make for itself. I'm not about to let it fade away in this abominable wasteland.
Never mind his stupid crap. We'll back you up however we possibly can. This is the final battle. I'll send every last bit of extra magical energy the Shadow Borders got to your servants. That should let them fight in midair, if only for a short while. Gudao, I know you've just been through a lot. I know you're tired and you have a lot to work through, but right now you need to focus on the job at hand. That enormous, mysterious tree has been looming over us ever since we got here. But now it's time to find out what it really is for yourself.
Right, I'm on it.
Understood. Mash Kyrillite, moving out to provide backup and keep Master safe. Kadok let slip our enemy's name once before. The first Lostbelt's Tree of Emptiness. Its name is Orochi. The central heat source appears to be located 5,000 meters above. Initiating ascent now. The Tree of Emptiness's heat source is gone, but I'm afraid we still have another problem.
How do we chop down a tree this big?
Ah, Master, over there. There's something by the tree's roots.
Is that a person? No, wait. That's mighty odd. Can't move my fingers a bit. Can't even summon up the will to fire. Never had no problem training my gun on nothing before.
Is that Grendel? No, that's not right. Grendel didn't have a face, but he at least had an identity. But this thing, I can't tell what it is. I can see them just fine, but it feels like they're not even here.
Border, do you read me? Please examine the point 30 meters above the Tree of Emptiness's roots. There's something there. Please, put it up on the monitor immediately.
Well, I'm looking at the monitor right now, and I'm not seeing anything unusual.
Impossible. There's nothing there. We can't see this entity at all. Da Vinci, are you sure our instruments are working correctly?
Yep, I'm sure. The readings all check out. What you see is what you get, Holmes, or don't get, as it were. What they're seeing out there is real, even if we can't see anything at all from in here.
What's going on? Should we assume she's an enemy?
I'm afraid we can't get any reading on whatever that thing is from the border, Mash. But I can at least confirm that there is something right in front of you. Because there is nothing there in the truest sense of the word. Not a single signal given off by anything you could find on Earth. It's like reality itself has been hollowed out to form a blank void in the shape of a person. Machines may not be able to observe this shadow, but the emptiness proves there is something.
What is she?
What the Tree of Emptiness is...
The Tree of Emptiness has been destroyed. I can't see that mysterious woman any. Wait, this ultra-dense magical energy signal, is that a holy grail?
No, I think it's an imitation Holy Grail. Either way, we can't just leave it lying around. Besides, we need to take advantage of everything we can use. Mash Gudao, you know what to do.
Yes, not to worry. I can store it in my shield just like I did with all the other Holy Grails. I'll collect the pseudo-Holy Grail now.
The magical energy that was flowing into the ground has stopped. The only vital signs I'm picking up now belong to Gudao and his team.
Yes, I see. Well, that one wholly inexplicable event aside. It would seem the battle has ended, and we have emerged victorious, Mr. Gudao.
Yes, I can confirm that the battle here has ended as well. Though I'm afraid our losses were high.
Well, looks like my work here's done. But before I hit the trail, there's something we gotta do, ain't there?
We can't leave Patchy's body lying here.
Damn right.
Master?
He said he'd never forgive me.
Yes, he did. He was very harsh. This journey is going to be much harder than our last one. Chaldea has been frozen solid, and now all we have is the shadow border. But most importantly, this journey involves destroying other worlds. After all, this time, we aren't heading out to save other worlds, but to destroy them, because we have to, in order for our own world to live.
Yeah. Even so, we can't give up.
Right. Patchy also said we have a responsibility. A responsibility to protect humanity and to survive. Master, look! The sky!
blue again.
Yes, he did. It's the first blue sky we've seen since we got here. I only wish Patchy could have seen this.
Well, looks like this is it for us.
Seems it is. Gotta say, it was a real treat meeting a good king. Democracy don't know what it's missing, lumping y'all in with the other corrupt tyrants.
Fine with me. I'd take that over ruling a country any day. I'd be happy to spend my days fighting just like any other warrior. But for some reason, people keep trying to make me a king.
Rest in peace, Berserker with a heart of gold. You really were more of a bear than a bee, weren't you? Suppose that makes it my turn. Make sure y'all give me a call if you ever need to break a few laws. After all, you know me. I ain't the young king of rascals for nothing.
Even though my part is done, it seems my spirit origin refuses to disappear. I think this means I'm supposed to see you off.
Understood.
Take care, Salieri.
A servant has nothing personal to take care of. As I am now, I'm little more than an empty husk. I wasn't even the slightest help in battle.
That's not true. Your piano playing helped us out a lot when we were fighting Ivan the Terrible.
No, that won't do at all. There was no beauty to be found in that recital, only anger. I suppose that is what held the Tsar back. The grating noise from my piano, the foul taste it left in his mouth. In the end, it seems the only way I can move anyone is with my anger.
Now, don't be so hard on yourself, Salieri. Nothing good ever comes of envying geniuses and prodigies, you know.
Don't be ridiculous. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who isn't a musician is a mediocrity at best.
Oh yeah. Why don't you come to the shadow border and say that to my face? I'll show you firsthand just how mediocre my newly improved staff really is.
No, thank you. I still have my own duties to attend to. This is where we part ways. Master of Chaldea, young miss. Thank you for listening to my recital. As you know, I'm not the most agreeable man. But if you should ever need my help, please don't hesitate to call on me. Just don't put me near you-know-who. I doubt I would remain sane if you did.
It looks like Salieri headed for Yaga Moscow. It's always sad saying goodbye, but at least he was smiling when he left. He must still have something important to do there.
I wouldn't form a contract with a third-rate servant like that even if he begged me. It would be nothing but a waste of magical energy. Now let's hurry up and rendezvous already. We'll come pick you up in the border right now.
I've also confirmed that the storm wall surrounding this Lostbelt has dissipated. As I suspected, it seems that Storm and the Tree of Emptiness were something of a pair. At any rate, we now know our primary goal: eliminate the Tree of Emptiness in each Lostbelt, no matter what. Or perhaps I should say this clarifies the direction in which we were already headed.
Quite so. And now that our logic formula armor has been repaired, we are free to leave Russia. Now hurry up and return to the shadow border, and don't forget your captive, Kadok. I dare say you've earned yourselves a piece of my favorite beef jerky.
Understood. We'll return to the shadow border right now, Gordolf.
That's Commander to you.
You got it, Commander. Let's get going, MASH.
Right.
What's wrong, Dad? The boss is gone now, right?
I know. It's just... what are we going to do now? What should we do now?
Good. You there, come with me. There's something I want you to carry.
Huh?
Huh?
Easy does it.
What is this thing anyway?
Yeah, what is it?
It's a piano, a kind of musical instrument. Now that Ivan the Terrible is gone, you can use it as much as you like. Mind if I play a bit?
Play what?
The piano, of course. It's a form of art that used to be reserved exclusively for the Tsar.
Does it hurt?
Not at all.
Does it fill you up?
It does indeed.
Okay, go ahead.
Very well then. I shall play Mozart's request. The one he asked me to play, if this world ever saw peace. Much as I may loathe him, I can't refuse a dying prodigy's final wish.
You make sound?
That's right. In our time, this was a song about love, but it seems it later came to be a song about stars.
What are stars?
You'll see them for yourself tonight after the sun goes down. When you look up to the sky, you will see them. They are tiny, glittering dots scattered across the heavens.
What good's seeing that sort of thing gonna do for us now?
It won't be long before this Lostbelt disappears, before it returns to its original form. A pruned phenomenon that never existed in the first place. It will be as though waking from a dream. After a few nights have passed here, all of a sudden things will go back to the way they were. I am from proper human history, and so cannot imagine your desperation. But what I can do is continue to play for you until this world comes to an end. None of you did anything wrong. Your world just happened to go down a mistaken path. It's very sad, but none of you should feel any responsibility for that. There is still some time before the end. You could use it to take back what you lost, or you could give up entirely. I only ask that you refrain from hurting anyone else. There's no need for that anymore.
Can I keep listening just a little longer?
Of course.
Our world could have never inspired such beautiful sounds like this, I'm sure. But then, I guess that's only to be expected.
What's wrong? Does it hurt somewhere?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
A sea of glittering stars, their fleeting forms twinkling brightly from unfathomable distances, each of them glittering at the end of their lives. Yaga, who knew nothing, and Yaga, who knew everything, either gave shouts of joy or merely sighed softly as they gazed up in wonder at this incredible sight. All they knew about the stars was that they were bright and glittering. Elder Yaga stared up, stupefied at finally seeing the sort of starry sky they only knew from legends. For the Yaga who had spent their whole lives simply trying to survive in the harsh tundra, it was the single most beautiful thing they had ever seen. The gleam of a future they would never experience.
That's it. We just reached the Russian Lostbelt's border. Monitors are back online. Opening the shutter now. Let's see what's out there.
This is what was outside Russia? Is this really our world?
There's nothing here.
What am I doing? This is no time to be at a loss for words. Let's see. Atmospheric composition. Oh man. It looks like the air outside is the same as it was on the old Earth. Does this mean we're still getting sunlight even though the cosmic rays have stopped? I don't get it. What the hell's going on here?
Sure looks like a whole lot of nothing as far as the eye can see. For the moment, guess we might as well wait for Kadok to wake up. He should know what all this is about. We can think about what to do next after...
Huh? What? Holmes, Da Vinci, Commander Old Guy.
Don't call me that!
What is it, Mr. Munier? Do not tell me there is yet another surprise in store for us.
There sure is. And it's the biggest one yet. We just picked up a transmission. Someone's been broadcasting a Magecraft-based long-range signal non-stop. We must have finally been able to pick it up once the Tree of Emptiness was destroyed.
What?
What does it say?
It's a coded message, so I'll need to decrypt it first. Just a second. Does this mean there were survivors? There, it's done. Here, listen.
I am a mage from proper human history. I am a mage from the correct history. If you're hearing this, please come find me. This is Baldanders. I am currently traveling across the North Atlantic Ocean. I await other survivors. I repeat, I await other survivors from the correct history. Please come find me at the following coordinates. This is Baldanders, the Wandering Sea.
Wandering Sea? Wandering Sea? The Wandering Sea? That's one of the 3 great organizations of the Magecraft world. There's the Clock Tower in London, the Atlas Institute in Egypt, and the oldest of them all, the Wandering Sea. It was located on an island from the Age of Gods, hidden in the northern oceans. Does this mean it still exists?
I repeat, I am a mage from proper human history. Please come find me at the following coordinates.